One. Okay, we're live. You might be. What you see before you is the greatest step in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure fandom uh, history.
Hmm.
It is a tier list of every single JoJo's Bizarre Adventure character. And I think it's up to date with where we are in Part 8. And Part eight's reaching its end, so I'm pretty confident in my picks here with the, like, some of these things will change, and in the future we'll like comment below like, oh my god, Josuke became the worst character in the last 3 chapters.
I can't believe Josuke became Jonathan Joestar at the end of part 8.
I can't believe they were both Dio all along. But so about this list, there's a lot of fucking characters, so whether or not we have this as one video or multiple videos, this will definitely take us multiple nights to work through. But you gotta start somewhere, so we're gonna chip along. Also, to save us some time, we are not ordering. I'm thinking C through F, but if you want, Joe, we could order C. It's up to you.
Let's not do that for right now. I don't foresee my, like, generally saying when B tier is the ones that I really care about. Once they drop the C, I'm kind of like, oh, they're all like noodling around.
Yeah, it gets kind of muddled. Like, we spent a lot of time getting the ordering just right in our tier list, and it bites us in the ass because it makes the video like 20% longer.
Yeah, there are way too many characters. Some of these characters only show up for like 1 or 2 chapters.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, but those will probably be in the E and F.
Yeah.
We can keep it unordered, but if we reach a point where we want to order it, we can just order it real quick.
Yeah.
But we'll start with this.
This is us now in video 1/hour 1, or in video 5/hour 5. Things may change.
Things may change. Also, this is not just a character tier list. This is a character, arc, and stand tier list. So what I mean by this is we can wrap together all these aspects of how this character fits into the story. And for example, some characters, their personality might not be great, but their stand battle is really memorable, so that like takes them from D to B or something.
Tutorials BIG.
Some characters don't really have a battle associated to them, so they don't get that part, or a stand, but they might have really big story significance, like a Arena Joestar or something. So, without further ado, how do we want to work our way through this?
Um,
I think we can. First of all, I want to leave the JoJos and the villains till the end. So
the main villains. So we will do.
Yeah, JoJos and main villains till the end.
Okay.
And then aside from that, we can just ping pong from like top to bottom if we want.
Let's do that. Let's start with the bottom with this fucker. I think
this guy's called ZZ Top. He is the stand user of Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, okay.
You remember this guy?
I do. Let's put him in a solid E tier.
I wouldn't give him E. Maybe I would give him E. The thing is, he has one good joke where he's like, haha, I ended part 3 early.
Yeah.
He thinks he killed Jotaro.
I think Jotaro climbs out from the fucking dirt after we see him get burned alive.
He also has the pretty funny gimmick of just being a skinny dude with buff arms so he can let him hang off the car. That's kind of charming. That might be D-worthy. I don't know.
Yeah. It's there for like 1 episode / 1 chapter.
I mean, he has I like the Wheel of Fortune arc, I think, is pretty fun. It's not like the best arc in part 3, but it is, I think, one of the more interesting ones, because it's like, it's a car chase. Not many action manga do a car chase and execute it as well as they did. Yeah, I guess E is fair. E is fair.
I think the rest, there are some bangers on this list.
However, this guy, I can't remember his name, but I remember his stand and his arc. I think his name is Aisho.
Well, this is why I brought up the
handy dandy JoJo's Bizarre Adventure wiki. He's a part 8 character.
User Aisho.
Let's go.
Yeah, Aisho. Last name I cannot pronounce, or family name, whatever you want.
That's why I remember the first one. So Aisho, first of all, he's a rock human. We learn a lot about rock humans through him because this is where we learn about their like sleeping patterns and how their relationships usually end in disaster.
We see the drug deal in part 8 with him.
Yeah, he's in the baseball stand when we like see everyone meeting Jobin.
Yeah.
So aside from that, and I also like the story of him like going to sleep for 3 months and getting cocked by his girlfriend, who he loved
Yeah,
dearly. I was like that.
yeah.
That is a very interesting backstory for this antagonist. But I think most importantly, his stand battle and his stand are so good.
Hmm. By the way, we should point out there's probably going to be major part 8 and part 7 spoilers.
Oh yes, and six.
And 6.
So anime onlys. Keeping that in mind, should we maybe tackle like part one?
No,
Part
I don't
one.
want to do it in order.
Okay.
I don't want to do it in order because then
It'll take some.
it,
This list is not ordered by part, so it's gonna be a little hard for us.
yeah, and also like if we do it by order, I feel like we'll be a lot more lenient at the beginning. Whereas if we do it randomly,
That's true. I think random gives us our most like 4 hours in. Like you're gonna have to really test our love for you to get high.
we get to like what the Blueford, for example, and we're like halfway through, we're gonna be like,
Fuck Blueford.
he's not great. And you know what? There's a lot of characters in Part 5 I like more than Blueford, so let's put him at the bottom.
Okay, fair. Then
anyways,
watch at your own risk. We will try to be, you know what? We'll be nice to y'all. We'll for at least part 7 and 8. We will try to be a little lenient on the spoilers.
We will probably say the fight, or the only ones I will not accept are probably the main villains.
And the main characters and villains are going to be Omega spoiled. So keep that in mind. I'm thinking he's like a B or A.
God, that fight
he's a memorable character. That fight is dope. With maybe like we both talk about it often. We love how this fight ends, but also like the data, like when the fight starts off with him like stomping Paisley Park and Paper Moon King and like pinning down Tsurugi and Yasuo. So that's really cool because it's a Tsurugi Yasuo fight. So that's a fun duo. It is a sheer heart attack style fight. Where like and it attacks you if you breathe. That is one of the scariest stand abilities.
Yeah.
A memorable part of this fight is when Yasuo has to like breathe through like a newspaper so the stand spawns farther from her.
Yeah.
I don't know. This guy has led to very like one of my favorite part 8 fights, so I think he's got to be at least A.
I would almost put him in A because I really like that fight. That fight is intense. That fight also allows Paisley Park to develop, and I think really made shine like what Paisley Park is supposed to be doing in terms of like
the clairvoyance ability and
the way to like how to get out of a situation, which I hope gets brought up more in part 8.
Yeah.
So I like this was the fight that really sold me on Paisley Park. Like I really like this stand.
Yeah, agreed. And it seems like we're talking about, but like again, everything this character brings to the story is what we're ranking here, and we really like Aisho.
I think it was a perfect fight, like right there in the middle of because it pushes the story just enough to keep our interest going.
Yeah,
it's a great dynamic of fight. It brings two characters together that have very different powers and they don't combo together basically at all, but they figure out how to make it work and get done. And the fucking kill shot is the whole ass thing ever in JoJo's.
I can't wait to see that animated in 2065, dude.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
So good.
If anyone needs a refresher, go read the last chapter of the Dubiwa arc for how badass that the finale of that fight is.
Yeah.
This, I believe, is Perla Pucci? Or is it Enrico Perla? What is their family name?
Perla Pucci.
The thing I remember most about Perla is how unfair like her story is, and
incestual.
Yeah, well, yeah, it is incestual. Spoiler alert, a little bit. But she didn't know. No one knew. She's just kind of like a nice girl who is a slave to fate. I feel like, but I feel like she's super important for those characters in part 6. So I want to say she's a D tier.
Nah, I would put her even at E tier. Like it's just Holly Joestar again, basically.
I think if we reread that flashback, we would find her more charming than you think.
Maybe. but like I don't remember anything memorable about.
I'm gonna speed read part 6 a little bit in between these, and we'll come back to Perla when I'm like, yo, I actually really like Perla, but
It comes back. Pearl's actually a bitch.
Perla's actually F tier. Okay, Akira Otoishi, I like more than most people.
I like the Rockstar gimmick. I like his stand. I like how his stand is like a kappa, electric kappa.
Yeah.
I think that's a really cool like design. I kind of wish he was more involved in part 4 afterwards. I don't know how.
I guess he's in prison. Like, he's not the kind of guy that you.
Yeah, he fucking murdered 3 people.
Yeah, actually, he's a big murder boy. He tried to murder more. I think his fight with Josuke is really explosive and like, it has like the peekaboo part where like Koichi has to help Josuke find where he's gonna pop out of the ground. It has the thing with the tire. It has like the stand rushes, which are animated super cool in the anime.
I think
it also has the Okuyasu part, which I like.
I think another thing that's really good about this is that the stand. I think this guy was definitely like a prototype for Kira, where it introduces a dynamic that is introduced in part 3, but is really fleshed out in part 4, and that is identifying the stand user.
Right.
So for a long time, I don't know how many chapters, but like for like 4 or 5 episodes, we are aware of the stand of this character, but we're not aware of
this fight happens in episode 12, so that's roughly like a third of the way in. And we know about him since the end of the Nijimura brothers arc, so he's there for a while.
Like chapter 3, yeah. So like it's a good way to establish for us as readers and watchers to be like, okay, we need to understand that it sets up the dramatic irony portion of part 4 really well and gets us in the mindset of like we are going to know a lot more information about the characters than what the characters do, because then for the rest of the series we know who Kieran is, we know what he's doing, and that kind of adds to the show.
Yeah.
So I think even as a storytelling dynamic, he's really good. I would put him in B because I like his fight, like you said. The one thing I don't like about him,
but his personality is also really fun when he's like, when he gets his finger broken by Josuke, and he's like, I'm just gonna play my feelings out because this fucking hurts so much, and he snaps his finger back like through sheer will. I'm like, yo, this dude's hardcore.
The one thing I don't like is that Josuke beats his ass and he somehow sneaks his way back onto the boat. I'm like, what?
Blame Araki for being the hack that he is.
Oh my god.
Next up is Mirashon. Dude, I love this character, her stand, and her arc.
Who is this?
Mirashon is the user of Marilyn Manson in part 6. Marilyn Manson is the stand that does wagers, like it does bets for currency and organs.
Oh,
and shit.
I love this arc.
This arc is fantastic.
This arc is fire
because most of it is the catch game. There was something before that I don't remember. Is the whole arc the catch?
Yes, because remember at the very end, she's like, I never did this, and then the Aura is fantastic.
The Aura with the baseball is fucking sick, and is also Jolene's super in All-Star Battle, so very memorable.
Also, like the portion where the lights go out and they have to keep.
Holy fuck! I want to reread that one. Shame I can't like pull it up to watch because part 6 never. But y'all, you have some exciting stuff coming for you in part 6, and I like this. I feel like this is at the same level as Aisho.
I think so too. It's a great fight because it involves Jolene.
Foo Fighters and Hermes are also really present in that.
I think Hermes is taken out because of the debt, and they have to do it to save her, if I remember correctly.
So that's how I remember. Like I remember there being an initial portion where Hermes might, like, you know how Polnareff gets got by Darby.
Yeah, it was with the basketball shoe. Yeah, so this one I remember clearly. Like, this was a great arc. I love this arc.
And Mirashon is just kind of like a quiet girl throughout the fight, which is like
she also gets white snaked. That's what triggers everything.
Yeah. Oh shit.
She doesn't have a stand. Big spoilers for part 6, I guess.
She gets white snake. Oh, you gotta say she gets white snake. I got you.
Yeah, she gets white snake, and just like it's like, oh fuck, this is it's like it's explaining how all this shit is happening in the prison, basically.
She might move down to B, but my feeling right now is a low A.
It's a great fight.
It's one of my favorite fights in JoJo.
I think fights for me are going to be a bigger bias in this than like personality for a lot of them until like 7 or 8.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like this is a standout pre-7 fight.
Yeah.
Leslie, however, first of all, super annoying in the anime. Second of all, super creepy, borderline pedophile. Chasing down a little naked boy. Not a good look, my dude. About to like he turns the lady into a fetus. Fuck this guy.
Yeah. Also, thirdly, Araki never used it on Joseph to turn him into young Joseph, which would have been a cool like.
Yeah, big loss right there.
Yeah.
But I believe you do turn into young Joseph in the Part 3 fighting game if you use it on him, so that's pretty cool. This fight is also like it's tense, but also. Sometimes it feels gimmicky.
Asinine.
Like, it's kind of asinine. It's like, dude, just fucking kill the child. Stop being such a.
And then an Apollinaire solution is to get a reflective sheet, put a ball on, and get into the.
Dude.
You're like, all right.
Some ridiculous shit. This is a.
Oh, no. And you know what? The ending of the fight is that he curses Jotaro
and then just gets punched
and beats him up anyway.
Which is not true because Jotaro wasn't always a badass. He was a sweet boy. Granted, that might have been how Holly was remembering his youth, but regardless, it just this character and fight and the stand is too overpowered too. I hate stands that are like there's no weakness to the stand. If you touch it for you touch it for a second and you lose like a fourth of your age. That's too much, dude.
Yeah, agreed.
I think this is a borderline EF.
Yeah, I agree.
What are you thinking?
But I would put him in F. Fuck him. I saw a child's penis. I didn't want to see that.
Zucaro's design is so fucking stupid. He's the E tier almost because of that.
Who's
Zucchero is soft machine. I believe
it's the deflating one, correct?
The deflating one, which the anime made it cooler because they made it so like his arms stretch. That's not in the manga.
The anime I think did Part 5 a lot better than Araki did. Like I think if you were going to watch Part 5 or read Part 5, I would say just watch Part 5 because number one, you get through it quicker. Number two, it makes things a lot more sense, and some of the visuals are just cool.
He does get torture danced, and that's memorable.
Does get torture dance. That's a big.
Every time I watch that, I don't quite understand the boat thing. I get it. He put a boat on top of another boat, and he's moving in between. But something about how it's executed just always comes off like it doesn't make too much sense.
The problem being is that if it would be one thing if it was just the outer layer of the boat was covered. But it wants you to assume that every section of the boat is layered with other sections of the boat, which is what's happening, which is hard to like visualize.
It's how kind of dumb, maybe we could say. Yeah. I do kind of like how this becomes. It's a little too slow paced to be fun, but it was a cool idea to make it like the first fight after Bushilati doesn't. It's a Bakio and Bushilati fight, so I think that's pretty neat. And like they have to solve it and trust Giorno, so I think that gets them to like E or D over F.
Yeah. The more I think about Part 5, the more upset I am about it. So I don't want to spend too much time on it because I'll go into a rant about how much I feel like wasted character potential was done to keep some characters alive and kick other characters out. But anyways,
what are you thinking?
I'm thinking E.
Let's not think about it too much longer. What we can do at least is order the unordered tiers by part. So 3, 5, 6. There we go. Okay. Next up is Anasui, who I think is a solid B tier pick.
I do too. I
like Anasui. I like him more than Otoshi.
I do too.
His stand's really cool, but loses a little bit of identity throughout the part.
Also a trans character by accident, but hey, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's a trans. Wait, yeah, you're right. By accident, it is. It's a cross-dresser, and I like the footprints on his chest. That is a weird character design.
I feel like Araki really liked Diavolo's design at the end of part 5. It's like, I just want to kind of do this again, and
Dude, that's exactly what he did with the World and Crazy Diamond. He's like, I kind of like hearts right now.
Yeah,
I'm coming hot off of a heart phase.
I kind of like that. So I think with the exception of part 1, there really wasn't a character that was hard boiled in love with the main character of JoJo's. Like you had like fangirls and stuff, but there was no character that was like, no, I am doing everything for my life for this character. So I think it was kind of cool where we have an inverse of this, where we have our damsel, quote unquote, that's in love with our kick-ass hero being a man and everything, and get their spotlight.
They do end up together too. So he wins the love triangle.
Yeah.
But so the thing with Anasui that's kind of interesting, but also makes him pretty gross, is how in the beginning he's so just like, I'm only here for Jolene. Fuck you guys. I'm not even gonna pretend to be nice to y'all when Jolene's not around.
Yeah. Very Sanji.
Sanji's not as mean as Anasui is when we first meet him. His stand is originally like putting forces into object, and then the stand and the force will pop back out. But eventually it just becomes like I can phase into stuff effortlessly, which allegedly every stand should be able to do to some level. But I do kind of like how he's used in the final battle, where he's like, minor spoiler alert, skip like 10 seconds, he's putting his stand in everyone to like try to defend from Pucci. So they get into this huddle formation based around using Diver Down, which is pretty cool.
I put him almost at the bottom of B, because I think he's a good character. He does have a lot of standout moments. I remember really liking his stand. I think it was kind of cool.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm trying to think of like what his standout
moments were. He never had like a solo fight in Sonoshi.
Was he even a main supporter? He was in
He was in the final battle.
Oh, he in the electric chamber with Kenzo? Maybe. Well, when we reread part 6 quickly in the next week or two, we'll know for sure. But do you think he's?
I don't even then. Like Nah.
I feel like we're forgetting something. He wasn't that big in Underworld. That was mostly a Jolene fight and a Hermes fight.
Yeah.
He wasn't big in. Oh, he was big in Bohemian Rhapsody. I think he beats that stand.
That's right. He was in Bohemian Rhapsody. And he finds solutions to that, so he gets points on that.
He gets points on that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Done.
We'll leave him here. We'll leave him here in B.
Yeah.
Yukako. I think this is a low A character.
Yeah, I think
she's really entertaining. Has multiple arcs. Isn't like prevalent in the late part, but still shows up in moral support. I like how she's like fucking crazy, but Koichi's like, but dude, that kind of turns me on. I don't know, dog.
Yeah, I like that her stand never gains a physical manifestation. It's always her hair. Yeah, like even Rohan's stand got like a dude.
Yeah, and Carrera has the same stand pretty much, but she has a stand like manifested version with Love Deluxe. But I just really, this is a really entertaining character. It's like the first tsundere in anime. I think that like actually might be accurate. She was one of the first tsunderes to ever exist. But she is based off of Stephen King's Misery, so I guess Stephen King made the first tsundere. Nice.
Stephen King made anime. You know who he did kill.
But I also really like the arcs that do feature her. Like, the moment where, like, she storms into the house and she, like, won't hear Koichi's, like, screams. That whole arc is not very action-packed. It's just, like, this is a weird story that can only exist in JoJo's, but it is explicitly not a fight for half of it. It is just like a creepy romance.
It's definitely like a situation to be in. It's definitely a kind of a puzzle situation, and there is no combative components until the end.
The very end, yeah.
Because Koichi is a character that at that time is very passive, is very non-confrontational.
Exactly.
And Kaku's the person that pushes him to go like, no, I need to fight back against people. Like, I can't just be a bitch my entire life.
I forgot something in our tier list, Joe.
What'd you forget?
The most important
Oh,
tier.
top 10?
The one that makes us the most combative. But
Yeah.
I think we'll leave Yukiko there. I will put her
Yeah.
below these two because I really like what they bring. I mean,
No, I think here's the thing.
oh,
The thing is that I prefer these two fights a lot more than Yukako's.
but Yukako gets her own arc that's pretty novel and unique for JoJo's.
Maybe, but I like the fights more.
We can
but that's
split the difference here. And
Okay.
We'll go with this.
a Marilyn Manson though
You're
is
right.
a fire fight.
But Yukako's a better character.
Yeah, okay,
Okay.
that's fair. That they even out. That's how they.
I hit the point where I don't remember this guy. He's not one of the Boom Boom family, is he?
Let me look up Boom Boom Family. Really
He's not
quick.
Mike O. He's not. He's part 7. I remember that.
Yeah, he's Andre Boom Boom.
Okay, so I guess is he the only Boom Boom? I guess he's a. Well, all the Boom Boom family, they barely have. They're just some hicks with a stand. They're just some hicks with a stand that kind of breaks stand rules more than any other stand where they share.
That was the weirdest fight because
It's like Rocky wasn't sure if he wanted to do stands yet. Did you get that feeling? He wasn't
Yeah,
sure he wanted to
absolutely.
name it stands until like the first like 3 or 4 fights. Until like Scary Monsters. I don't think he
Yeah.
realized he wanted to just make it a straight JoJo sequel.
yeah, definitely for sure.
I think he's. I like the fight. No, not really.
No, not even.
I remember the end is like Gyro throwing 2 balls
I
and
think-
one gets like disheveled, but it's still like solid
I'm gonna
enough
be
to knock
honest.
him out.
I'm a huge fan of Part 7. I read it 3 or 4 times. Every time we move the family, I cannot remember what happens, other than the fact that they meet. Oh God, what's the name of the cowboy?
My fucking Speedwagon. It's not Speedwagon. That's such a horrible analogy. It's Tim. Tim.
Yeah, Tim.
No.
Something Tim.
Oh my God! Pause. We can't. I like that character.
I do too. Mountain Tim.
Mountain Tim.
is his name.
Anyways, this guy can go in E tier.
I would say almost F. Actually, I would say F. Absolutely F.
Man, I feel like there's some real F candidates though. But okay.
We'll get there, but don't worry about it. If we can move him up for any reason, we can. But right now, that's just top of my head.
Angelo has the best start. He's the best starting villain and fight of any JoJo part. You can fight me on that one.
He's like a great solid to make an equivalent level 1, level 2 villain.
He's level 1. Akira's level 2 because like Akira is less evil but stronger, and then Kira is the final. Like they're all building up to like what a real competent serial killer can pull out. But also like this fight is such a perfect passing of the torch where it's a Jotaro Josuke fight where Jotaro is the most interesting he's ever been. Is like in the part 4 stuff, and like you're seeing Jotaro in this fight and he's doing time stops, he's being strategic, he's being a mentor. This stand is really fun. I like how they're waiting for him to attack, right? And he's just waiting for the day it rains, and he just sets up this entire trap in the house based on it raining. I really like the scene where Josuke like goes through a door and the air humidifier is blowing straight into his mouth.
Yeah.
Just a lot of fun traps, and he's a rock, so yo Angelo.
Yo, Angelo. I think also I think this is the fight that really emphasizes what Araki wanted to do with his fights from now on, where it's like I'm going to focus more on the samurai-esque, like you just need the one cut or the one attack to knock out the opponent, but the problem is getting that one attack in.
Yeah,
It really.
I feel like part 3 already had that mastered. To be
Part
honest.
3 had near the end, but like
This is a more but this is like we have that, but the samurai fight leading to the strike is more interesting. There's better choreography. It's more creative. These dudes are shooting beams out of their swords.
He builds on more of the setup and the scenario.
Yeah.
Going forward with this than he did in the previous fights, because you would have random, you had Wheel of Fortune just chasing him on the mountainside, which is cool, but it didn't. Them being on mountain didn't change that much of what they were doing.
Yeah.
but I think it's a great fight, especially to set the tone for part 4, where it's like there's definitely going to be a lot of character interactions. There's going to be a lot of like old age and new age.
Lot of history in the town because he goes after Josuke's grandfather because he knows him from his times getting arrested. Also, like this is like one of the most evil people in JoJo's. He's like up there with Alessi. Biting the dog was a little too cartoonishly evil. That was fucked up.
Also, I think this fight does a really good job in establishing the difference between Jotaro, who got to stand as a 17-year-old, 16-year-old, and kind of learn from it from there, and Josuke, who basically had to stand his entire life in the creativity between the two.
That's so, because it's a good fight to show that. Like it's also so simple, but was so well utilized. I hate anything where going inside people's mouths means you can body control them. So that's a point against this and several other
things. That being said, it does lead to a cool moment where Josuke's like, I ate a glove, and then I tried a glove and ate it, and then I formed it back up.
He also punches through his mom and that random lady.
Yeah.
I'm going to put him in high B.
I think so.
I kind of like Akira more. Maybe here. Okay.
Yeah, I think there's.
Oh, this is just Anakiss or Anasui's like alternate version.
F because who cares?
Like that's not. Really, that's the same character in my eyes. Well,
yeah.
I guess it's technically not right.
Yeah, but at the same time, who cares?
There's just not enough. Yeah, it's just like So let's do Anubis instead, who I think is a solid C tier.
That's fair.
Cool concept, pretty solid fight.
I can punch the sword.
Yeah, maybe D. No. Anubis has a fun personality. I like how comic it gets in the end when he's like, "Oh shit, I forgot to turn myself solid, so I went through the cow. Oh no, I'm going to the river of shit." And then he ends up in the river of Nile.
It's a fight that starts off kind of creepy with the guy picking up the sword and murdering his family, and then escalates to just absolute cartoon shenanigans by the end of it.
It does have cool Jotaro versus Polnareff, so
that which we've already kind of seen.
We've seen it with Avdol, but so this is Yotsuya. I am a rock boy.
Oh, the original rock.
The original rock man. Good fight. So his stand, as I recall, like once it activates to you, increasingly larger things start attracting to you. You should probably look that up because it's been a while.
I'm looking up right now. I am a rock, which was an obvious like Araki was just like, I need to establish that these guys are rock humans. What do I name this? I am a rock.
Brilliant. Did we get the power right?
Let's see. The victim begins to naturally attract specific objects towards them. Push the flesh. The objects will eventually come in contact with the victim and push into the flesh towards the center of the body. Every time the power is activated, the victim will attract only one type of object. So basically, whenever he touches you, he chooses an object type.
Yeah, I remember it starts with like chestnuts or pine cones and eventually becomes like vases or something. Cool ability. He starts with a different ability though. The first time we see him, he like shoots saran wrap out of his eyes to like waterboard either Tsurugi or Yasuo, and it's like, that's not what your stand does, buddy. What, is that a rock human trait that they can make saran wrap out of their body? But I don't think he's as strong as Aisho. His personality is also pretty subdued, but he introduces one of the best mysteries in JoJo Leon, which is the rock humans. And I think the way that fight ends with like Josuke like it's not like the end of a cliff and Josuke like traps in a bubble and then pummels him to death. Pretty cool finish, but I don't think he goes higher than C.
I don't think so either. He's definitely the weakest of the rock humans in terms of.
Well, that's not true because the Aphex brothers exist. So these guys, they're not meant to be real characters. They're just henchmen.
Yeah, that's true. They are the twins in Better Call Saul or Breaking Bad, but actually worse.
Because those guys had a personality. These guys are just dweebs. Also, their stands are, if I might remind you, one of them can make shackles out of his hand, and the other has a soccer ball that spews poison. So it's like not.
Doesn't one of them transfer something to the other hand? I thought that was a big part of it too.
I think he absorbed like. I just remember him like using his hands to shackle Josuke to like a car or something. Anyways, Josuke defeats them with the basics of CQC, and that was fucking rad. But it's like a one chapter fight.
Mm-hmm. What are their stands name called? Scott Key.
Schlot Key 1 and Schlot Key 2 or whatever.
I do think it's interesting that they're deformed, which might actually be like a Rokakaka thing where they were the first ones to eat it.
It could be. I'm gonna put them in E. They have less personality than a lot of these E characters, but them existing fleshes out the group just by having those silent henchmen. It's like the twins in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Yeah. Wait, you just said that. I thought you meant the skateboarder twins, but you're right. They're like the Mexican twins from the cartel, but less cool. Yeah, exactly.
So Scott Key 1, what it does is it takes an object in his left hand and transfers it to his right hand, but as it transfers, it dissolves and deteriorates. Okay. That's what he does. They crumble away like rock and recompose near the right hand, enabling the elder to slightly displace the objects.
It's a decent stand, nothing crazy.
Whatever.
Good stance for some mooks. All right, who the fuck is this guy? I'm gonna say he's the part 3 guy. I think his name is like.
That's the son. No. That's the son.
Oh, is this the son?
Yeah.
Well, the son's a fun fight. I think that's a D tier.
Yeah.
Fun gimmick fight, very fast. It's only one chapter. Mm-hmm. Like 1 or 2 chapters in the manga, but
one whole episode in the anime, which is kind of ridiculous, but also kind of funny.
Well, they stretched out that episode with like a half of like Joseph fucking around getting camels and shit.
Yeah. Which was kind of funny. I still think the episode's really funny, but like, I have nothing to say about this guy other than I have nothing to say. This guy's just a schmuck, and the tarot card's a schmuck that is Dia's henchman.
Yeah, he is a schmuck among schmucks. Kira gets to go into the waiting zone in the middle of this list. Mm-hmm. So instead, we're gonna do his dad. Interesting character. Kind of mischievous. Kind of like, I want this guy to die, and he's like the one person Josuke kills in the entire part. So that's pretty cool. I like his stand.
You're using the kill terminology a bit too firmly because he does.
Okay, he's a ghost, but he's pretty alive.
But also at the same time, he also turned Angela into a rock, which I don't think anyone can undo. Yeah. He also turned that one guy into a book.
Yes. Yeah, Josuke, you're right. He did worse than kill 2 people, but he just straight killed Yoshihiro here. Yeah. I'm gonna put him in C. Very important character. He adds a shit ton to the story. He has a good chemistry with his son, but also there's a little bit too much of him near. I like him in how he's used in the final battle, but there's a little bit. And especially in the anime, it looks really goofy when he's just like flying around. In the manga, you're like, oh, they don't see him, but in the anime, he's like, oh, he's right there. He's literally right there. So that kind of ruins it a little bit.
Yeah. It's kind of when you're reading this the story, there are some things where you're just like, that's kind of like creative liberty and like what's happening. That's not what's actually happening. It's to convey thing. Like for example, the most obvious one is the Dio Jotaro fight where they are literally flying through the town. And
I perceived it as they're jumping, but David Production's like, no. no, they're flying. And I'm like, you just made it worse. Cool.
Yeah. Great.
Great.
I do like that he is still like a dad and wants to care for his son, but he's kind of misplaced.
It's super misplaced, right? Because and I like the part of his story where it's like, me and mom were old when we had Kira, and like we didn't think we'd have a son, so we coddled him greatly, and I can't bring myself to not support my extremely homicidal maniac son.
Yeah. Also, he's the one that makes the deal with Dio, I think, so he can get the powers for.
Yeah, he's the one who got the arrows. Question: is he a ghost because of his stand, or is he just arbitrarily a ghost? Because I always felt like it was a stand, but I don't think that's confirmed, and I'm scared to find out the real.
I think it's the stand, and we're not going to talk about it.
All right, moving on. Arnold is a better dead ass ghost.
You're right.
Why am I okay with Arnold being a dead ass ghost, but not Yoshihiro?
Because it makes sense for what the story is telling, which is the idea that Kira has been blighting this town for a long time. So
also their house was in the near the ghost alley. So we'll go with that. Like maybe it's a fragile point in the. Also, theory time. Ghost Alley is a stand. And Part 8 supports this because Part 8 also has a location that is a stand. So, with the LaFleurs.
I agree. But we'll keep it there. But like, it makes sense because it's like, it's the will of, oh God, what's her name?
Raimi.
Raimi, basically wanting to find her killer and get her vengeance, but also make sure her town is safe. And it's fine for me because there's sympathy towards it. It's not very cartoony, and he looks fucking horrific. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So Arnold gets the last laugh on Kira, which is fucking sick. The dog wins for once. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to put him in C. He's a good boy.
Yeah.
The thing about Arnold, or actually the thing about Arnold makes me realize that Yoshihiro lives with Kira, so he sees his son masturbate with hands. Yeah.
There's some things we don't talk about here. I don't know why you're bringing
some things we just move on. Yo! Straight to
probably S tier?
Nope,
top 10? Probably.
Top 10. Yeah. I love Yasuo. It feels premature to do a character this good.
She's at least S tier. There's no doubt about that.
I can put her in S, but I'm going to fight for her in top 10 eventually.
Yeah. Not to get into things that happen in Part 8 too much, which we haven't been doing a great job on, but we're going to try to keep doing that.
There's a lot to talk about with her, and we talk about it every month on our Jojo podcast. Please subscribe.
She's a great Jobro character. She adds a lot to the chemistry of the cast. She adds a lot to Josuke's character as a love interest.
Best romance in JoJo's for me, easy.
Yeah, and like the romance doesn't feel like prince and princessy. Yeah, where it's like, oh, I love you. It's a very adult, and it's kind of, but it's at the same time you get this nice little like high school kind of vibe where like they don't want to say feelings for each other, but they both know that they like each other, and so they're willing to fight for each other.
And boy, did they fight!
Yeah, but like it's just kind of good, and you really want them to win.
Like, it has a level of like innocence, but also that innocence can be read as like deep maturity, where they're like, "You're the person I trust most in this world," and Yasuo is like a lost college girl. She's very contemporary, but also like you can tell she's not particularly popular, not particularly confident in herself, but she has a good personality. So it's like Josuke is very important to her, but it's also like you're not the only thing that matters to me. I have my own things going on every once in a while. You get the vibe that she lives her own life until a stand battle happens, and then she's brought into it, you know, like she doesn't feel like she just exists to be a love interest. She feels like a very fleshed out character. Yeah,
and the other thing is like, the other thing that's important is that she doesn't hang out with Josuke all the time.
She's paired up with other characters.
Yeah, constantly. In fact, there was a point where like they weren't like near each other at all for a long time. It's a very important moment.
But then when they do meet and she's wearing the bandages, why is that like one of the best parts in JoJo's right there, man?
There's a panel of her wearing bandages, and it like when you read it in context, it conveys a lot of feelings of like of that moment of being Josuke again, where it's this almost like looking of relief and love, and just the idea of like of everything I went through was worth going through for if I can figure out what's wrong with this person.
And then Josuke straight up grabs her hand for the first time and like,
yeah, she's like, come on, let's go.
Come with me, I'm gonna sing about large fries. And she's like, oh, I love you. I love large fries, but not fried chicken.
And then they run into his ex-girlfriend, which is super awkward.
Dude, yeah, yeah, they run into Carrera. But then Josuke has to run into her ex-boyfriend, and boy, is that a much harsher thing to deal with.
Yeah.
Man, her chemistry with Toru, very good, very creepy. Her stand is so sick.
Yeah. We've talked about Paisley Park a lot. It's one of my favorite stand conceptually.
It's not always used in ways that we like, but also there's a lot happening in part 8. But design-wise, it's like one of the coolest.
It's also like a perfect reflection of, because JoJo's a generational thing, so it's a perfect reflection of like this current generation, even though it's happening in 2011, 2012, 10 years ago.
Still counts.
Yeah, but like it's the idea of like the millennial having the things on the phone and getting information, but expanded into stand form, which on paper seems really lame, but then you see it happen, you're like, oh, this is kind of cool.
She's also hacker girl, so she can hack.
Yeah. Also, has a really fucked up relationship with the potential main villain of this series, which
it's very interesting. Been in great fights. I liked understated moment. I feel like is when she has to be the one to save Josuke from Blue Hawaiian, and she just comes with a fucking pipe, and she just starts poking the shit out of that Gimp motherfucker.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, that was great. That's a great arc too. But we'll get there.
We'll get there. We'll leave it there. We'll come back when it's time to talk about top 10. This is Wired Beck. I don't give a fucking shit.
Which one's Wired Beck again?
Don't you even worry about it, dude. He's a part 2 lame-o. Also, Senator Phillips gets to go in part E because I genuinely feel bad for what he has to go through. At least I think this is Senator Phillips. He's the guy.
Wired Beck the guy in the cactus?
Huh?
Wired Beck the guy in the cactus?
Wired Beck shows up and Lisa like one-shots him. It's right after Caesar dies, but right before they do the 1 versus 100 battle.
Oh, he's okay. He's literally just a fucking nobody.
He does a little more in the manga, and it's still worthless. So, that brings us to Avdol. This is our second Jobro in the list. Well, I guess Anasui also counts, so third.
And I guess Yukaka. Well, not really.
Yukaka's not a Jobro. She's a person who exists.
I give Avdol a C.
Yeah, I really like Avdol.
The thing is he has some cool fights. He has some good narration that's a little bit more deep, meaningful than compared to the Speedwagon because
it's not so
because we're introduced to stands in this part. He provides a lot of insight, like how stands work and why the stands operating this way and the different types of stands.
He comes off as very wise when he's doing it, as opposed to Speedwagon, who's like, "Holy shit!"
Yeah. That's good. It's just
in that wiseness, the moments where he does crack and lets loose a little bit are my favorite Avdol moments. Like when him and Polnareff pee on that dude, and he's like, "Yes, I am."
Yeah.
And when he's fucking Joseph in the middle of the street.
That's a great fight.
That is that fight wouldn't be as good if it didn't have a straight man, funny man dynamic. And Avdol is the straight man in that situation.
But the thing is, like, his stand is not great. It's just fire. It's like, okay, whatever.
It's a little too powerful too. Like, if Avdol was in that final battle, I can't see like Dio doing much. Like even Dio, like Avdol could just burn the whole motherfucker down. And it's like, I guess I'll throw knives at you.
Yeah. What else? It's like his personality is like wise old man. There's not enough like depth to it. Kind of still. He still has the Speedwagon thing where he's just narrating things that happen, but he doesn't bring a lot of other interesting aspects to the table.
His fake out death is pretty lame for how he does go.
He dies twice, which is always a minus for everybody.
That's always a minus.
I'm looking at you, Bruno.
I'm looking at you, every One Piece character.
You should have fucking died. Anyways, can we take a 5-minute break so I can pee?
Yes.
And get another beer.
Break time. All right, where were we? Viviano.
We do bottom.
Yeah, bottom. This is Viviano Westwood, aka Guard Westwood, user of Planet Waves.
Oh, this is the Meteors.
This is the Meteors. This guy is really cool.
AKA Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Earth, Wind, and Fire Part 2 Redux. The way he's just like a brute works really well for him.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is the arc where Survivor is active, right? So everyone is like really aggressive and they can see like each other's kill points. So it's just like this huge wrestling match with Jolene. It is such a badass fight. This fight is fucking great.
I remember reading Stone Ocean and really liking it and kind of just liking how she had to put objects in the way of her to kind of deflect the meteor.
Yeah, she doesn't realize at first that they're meteors, right? She's like, I'm just getting fucking blown up. And then she realizes it's meteors, but the way they work is the closer they are to Viviano, the more they melt, so they won't ever hit him. So what she does is she gets her boot and she gets his boot, sticks it full of like bricks, puts it on her shoulder. The meteor hits it while it's still big enough to launch it at Viviano's face, which is a very JoJo cool finale in my opinion. But I remember the fighting just having really good choreography too. Like it kept me at the edge of my seat. Viviano's like really physically imposing, and his stand is really scary at first because it's just like you're just getting holes blown out of you randomly until you realize how it's working.
Jolie is also like 100% alone.
She's in the ultra security ward in this fight.
Yeah.
Which is like which is the point, like a big turning point. So this is her first fight after her like major turning point as a character in part 6.
This is the point where she gets her resolve to break out of prison and get her father's stuff back. Yeah. Like she's like, oh, I have to go do it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say he's a B tier character because I really like his fight. And I think he had the right personality for such a brawl. Sometimes a simple character is what you need.
Yeah.
And I felt like he had that vibe. It's one of those fights where part 6 is the one where like I need to reread some of these fights the most, to be fair.
Yeah, part 6 is definitely the one that I have the least exposure of. Because like part 7 I read a lot. Part 8 we're reading currently, we go back to a lot to like.
And part 1 through 5 we've had the double layering of the anime.
Yeah.
We could change our minds when we revisit this list, but I'm thinking he goes here.
I think bottom B right now is fine because it's just his fight was fun. There's a lot of fights in Stone Ocean that are really good.
Yeah. It also has 2 of my least favorite fights to balance everything out.
Yeah.
Next up would be Cinderella.
Oh.
I like her. I like her because she's like Tonio.
Yeah.
And she has like this complex where she's like, my stand lets me be a fairy godmother, but if you don't follow my rules, I'm gonna be the bad kind of fairy godmother. So like it's a fairy tale in a JoJo's arc that is not at all combative. Like it is a decision that Yukiko and Koichi have to make. And it's like I personally like I feel like that's gonna bore a lot of people who are just here for like herder, like ghost punching each other and memes. But I like when JoJo tells stories that only it can tell.
I also like that the end of this, and it's really important, is that Koichi actually picks the wrong set of eyes. And she points that out. I was like, that's not the in her mind, in her narration. She's like, oh, that's not the right set of eyes. But I could see that they actually were trying to make things work and were doing their best for each other. So I'm just going to let them pass anyways, because that was the whole point.
It helps you sell the Koichi-Yukiko relationship better, because like Yukiko was not good for Koichi, but a big part of Koichi's character that I feel like is really understated is how incredibly forgiving he is. He forgives people who do terrible things to him.
He fucking forgives
Hazamada and Rohan. Like, are you kidding me? Those guys were so mean to you.
He fucking worships the guy Rohan walks on still.
No, he doesn't. He's like, I came back because I guess we're friends, but I was gonna leave you to die to Cheap Trick otherwise.
Also, please make me learn Italian real quick.
I really need to know Italian, dude. Also, the fun part about that is like Koichi's like, yeah, I'll blind myself and I'll get this pussy, and then my friend will heal my eyes because he can heal anything. So I'm brilliant. Yeah. I'm Giga Brain. But Aya just has a good personality. She's used super well in the plot. That is one of the best uses of the
too when like she dies, because she dies almost like pointlessly.
But that's what I think. That's what makes her so like Araki obviously fit her in so he could do this twist, but he made the most out of it. And because of that, like, it's a character that as soon as she's introduced, the main character of part 4, which is the town of Morio, gets fleshed out. Because Morio is this weird town where all these little things can happen, including a cosmetologist that will give you true love because of mysterious reasons. So for that reason, I think she's a C or B tier.
Yeah.
I like her personality quite a bit.
I do too. I think she brings a lot to the table.
I'm thinking lowest B right now.
Yeah, she fleshes out Morio, like you said, and it's really refreshing to meet a stand user that's not combative straight out the gate. Like it's like, I am using this to actually do a career.
Yeah, I'll do a career.
And here we are.
Fucking Wika Pipo.
Wika Pipo is the good other spin user.
Yes,
correct.
Yes.
Yes.
He attacks you with left side ataxia.
That's right. Which was super cool.
Which is really cool how it's portrayed. I'm not gonna pretend like I know how that works. Maybe the sound wave it makes just fucks up a side of your brain. But
yeah. Or spin stand magic. Who cares?
Yeah, spin stand magic. The thing with Wika Pipo is like he's introduced as a villain and then he's a neutral party until I forgot how he dies though.
He
and I can't for the life of me remember. Oh wait, he's the guy who gets fucking D4C'd for the first time. Holy shit. He's one of the Who Shot Johnnies.
Yeah.
You know, I really like Who Shot Johnny until I realized that, like, that is, like, D4C has the wrong power initially. Mm-hmm. It is not at all what it becomes. And I try to rationalize it to be, but I'm like, everything in D4C arc points it to being, like, he merged two spaces together. Because, like, the children are playing in one world, and then the dude is reading the thing in the other world, but they're all in the final version. It's very weird.
Yes.
Yeah,
he gets pulled into one of the other worlds and dies with Diego. Or not with Diego.
Just the most explicit spoilers.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I mean, I said it too.
Yeah. But I like this character also because in the world building sense that rarely happens to JoJo's, he is introduced as a spin user, but uses the spin a different method that Gyro does.
Yeah.
And I think that's really cool. That the idea of like, oh, I'm a spin user too, but the way I use it is much different. Whereas like Gyro is kind of has this like healing and like
medicine based.
Yeah. So I was like, oh, that's really cool, and it makes sense. And it brings more to Gyro's character because now he's fighting against someone from his home country. I think I really like him. I would put him in B.
Yeah, personally. The thing is, like, I remember liking his personality a lot, but I can't tell you what his standout moments are.
To me, it's he
not the fight in the snowfield, which is like,
yes.
Oh my god, that fight is godlike. That's when Act 2 is unleashed, and that is when like Johnny starts seeing the golden rectangle and the snowflakes. That is so brilliant.
And then he fights that same guy again on the carriage and then sinks into the ocean.
Yeah, Magenta.
Yeah.
Yes.
With 20th Century Boy.
Yes.
I go full arbor. Fuck.
Shit. I'd put him like above Angelo, I feel like.
Yeah. He
maybe above Akira too.
I think he's great because he's definitely like a character that, like, if Gyro was to go full hog into the brainwashing of his country, this is kind of what he
is from the Vatican, right? Or no? Or is he just an assassin?
Neapolitan or whatever it's called place.
It's the Vatican, straight up.
Yeah.
In Italy. Well, but so is HP, so can't wait till we get the fucking hot pants.
The Kingdom of Naples.
Yeah, I guess that's what they call it. Let's do William Zappelli. I think Will's like a D tier character.
Yeah.
I like him. He's just in the least interesting part. Here's the thing. I love his... Actually, Will has one very strong moment that I very much love. Everything else he does is very unmemorable. But the episode that he goes into the lion chamber and he remembers the prophecy of, like, you will die in that lion chamber... It's introduced right before the death, right? So that's kind of like I'm just giving this guy backstory. But it's well executed, quick backstory. You know, like when you want to make an instant ramen and you just make it right. That's what that was.
Compared to Bruford and whatever that fucko is,
Marcus.
Yeah, you're just like, who cares? This is neat because you can kind of rationalize that Zappelli went into this from the very beginning knowing he was going to die.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. The death is kind of like, it's brutal, but also way too quick. He goes in, and the first thing he does is get chopped in half. So it's like... Also, I hate the passing on your Hamon thing. Doesn't make any sense to me.
No.
And I don't like when Caesar does it either. How can you pass on your breathing power? I guess you pass on the energy you generate from breathing.
I mean, they do it in Dragon Ball all the time. They're
it's super stupid. Well, Dragon Ball has a loose key system, so it makes more sense there.
Anyway.
This is a Boom Boom family guy.
Yeah. If you want to know more about the Boom Booms, don't.
Is this Oingo or is this Boingo? I think this is Boingo.
I think that's Boingo.
Boingo's pretty fun. I think he's a C tier character.
He's the one with the book for sure.
Yes. I like how he gets teamed up with a whole horse. That's actually really entertaining.
That's a great kind of like repeat. And I wish I guess Araki does that more.
He does do that more from that point on.
Yeah, except in part 5 where it's just like everyone fucking dies.
It's kind of cool where it's kind of cool where Bradley's here. Okay, we have a special guest, Bradley.
Yeah, I'm coming to sign off on I'm just coming to check and make sure you guys are putting people in the right places. You feel me?
In this tier list, we will have special guest Bradley come in and he will get to muscle any person we voted up or down.
Oh fuck.
Irregularly though, because Bradley has other things to do, and he has not read part 8.
Genshin Impact. Oh,
now
here's what we got so far.
Yeah,
we haven't gone to Jolene yet. You can rest easy.
What's this very bottom category here? What do we got here?
That is just a staging area. We're doing Boingo right now, and I'm saying Boingo's a C tier. So this is a tier list, Bradley, of the character, their stand, and what they contribute to their arcs in the story. So, like,
dude.
And I think Boingo is one of the most unique stands in part 3, and I kind of like his gimmick of just being a coward. And then he's like, big bro, I have matured. And then Iggy just fucking kills him. Like, I forgot what happens, but, like...
It was one of the most entertaining episodes for me. Also, why does Mr. Person have a GIF? And everyone else has a PNG?
Because it's 2 people.
Is that it? No, that's his stand. He can be a GIF.
So we'll be good on Boingo for C, Joe.
Yeah, I think C's fine. Just throw him in there.
Yeah, C's unordered. We're to save time, Bradley, and it's actually helping a lot. The C and below are just unordered, and we can just not spend time ordering those boys.
Now.
So I want to get your take on Mirashone. She's the one who has Marilyn Manson in part 6. We fucking love that fight, and we think she's like, it's the one where like they have to play catch the entire time.
It's pretty badass.
Really like that.
All I'm saying is, I better see some heavy part 6 representation up here on this list.
How you feel about Anasui at B?
My favorite female character.
Yeah, we were like accidental transgender character representation.
Yeah. It's an alright spot. All I'm saying is Johnny better be up there, high up in the heavens on this list, man.
So, fun fact, we're going to save the main characters and the main villains, I think, to the last day.
Okay.
To the last day we do
well, just know, like, Ringo got to go where Johnny goes, and Johnny goes at the top, so...
You're going to have to be there to fight for Ringo. Where is he? I don't know if he's coming up anytime soon. I do want to ask you how you feel about, like, Avdol and, like, Angelo from part 4 with the water stand, and Viviana Westwood with, like, the meteor stand where he has to wrestle Jolene.
That was pretty badass.
Any of these stick out to you? Yeah, like, I was like, that's a really badass fight.
Dude, who has Survivor?
Survivor probably won't be in this list, but
yeah,
Survivor
did we ever like get to like physically see who had the Survivor stand?
I think what happened is Poochie gets the disc after hearing about it from Dio. Poochie.
Yeah. Poochie is like a dog name.
It is.
Poochie. Here, Poochie.
Yeah, I think Poochie gets the disc and puts it into a random inmate, and the inmate just kind of activates it.
Yeah, this is how it goes. Then we got like Cinderella's over here. We got Yukiko in A tier.
Oh yeah.
We got some Part 8 characters above her. While you're here, we can do Bruno. We all love Bruno Bucciarati.
Bro.
Bruno better die twice, Bucciarati.
Bruno can't die enough. Can't get enough of death.
Okay. Hot take.
Yeah, I don't think people are going to like our takes on Bruno because Bruno's pretty popular.
I'm going to have the hottest take that's ever lived. Bottom of B tier, borderline C tier.
I think that's very fair, actually.
Reason being is Bruno would be a better character if he actually died.
He does die.
But I mean, when he goes in and fights King Crimson for the first time, he gets donutted and dies.
You know what would be cool about this scenario? Giorno gets to really take the reins, and he gets to bring the crew back together.
That would be interesting.
That would have been a lot interesting, actually.
We had a part 5 talk, and that was my big thing, is that it makes so much more sense that you have Bruno die, and Giorno goes on to have this whole speech about this is what we were doing, and this is what happened, here's why it happens. And through the actions that happen through part 5 and what Giorno has done to help the rest of the team, they trust Giorno and join him on his quest to go take out this mob boss. And then you have maybe Fugo get left out still as kind of like the dissenter still. But it makes Giorno so much more impactful and meaningful and kind of make you feel like Giorno's growing into this kind of leadership role.
Yeah, like how are you going to be the leader of the mafia if you were barely an example in your little squad?
The leader of the bunch.
They all come to trust Giorno, but it's like...
Especially when...
I feel like this is getting more into white Giorno.
I think all but 3 of the people die in that arc of the party.
Yeah, it's just...
it's Giorno,
Trish, and Mista.
Yeah, they're the only ones that survive. So how much more impactful for it would be is that we decide to continue on this mad person's quest and we die doing it. You know?
That's badass. And Giorno has to climb to the throne in the corpse of his allies.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so sick, and it didn't happen.
Yeah.
I mean,
do you understand why
it kind of happened, but they really didn't nail it. They're just fate and arrow and fate and reality. It's they're just throwing out buzzwords near the end there.
I would have been so much more satisfied if Giorno had to crawl, literally felt like it was a struggle for Giorno to get there. But Bruno being alive in this weird zombie form is just so killer to me. And Bruno has these other aspects to him too that I think are interesting. And I think his sand is cool. I think his fight with swimming underwear BDSM boy is kind of cool as well.
That's a cool fight. You know what else is a cool fight? The train fight with Prosciutto. That fight is badass. And actually, no, he's not the one who... No, he does beat Prosciutto, but then he also has to beat Pesky. So he has to beat both of them in the end.
You know what I'm thinking? Bottom of B, because Bruno starts with a B, and he is a bottom... Also, if this was a JoJo's fashion tier list in terms of his outfit, would be very, very high up for me.
I think so too.
I don't know.
I think bottom of B.
Let me make an argument for top of B, because his fights are. Oh, man, really? How about middle of B? Middle of B is right below Wika Pipo.
The thing is that I am going to rank Pesky and whoever the fucking is the Grateful Dead higher than him, because I think they're much more interesting, and I think their fight itself.
You mean those both A tier characters? They will be higher. Yeah. Yes. Bradley, actually, this is a part 7 character. You might Wika Pipo, the guy with the left side ataxia.
Yeah, that was a fucking cool stand.
Yeah, I don't remember any standout moments for him, but we were both mentioning him showing up is good world building for Gyro's spin technique, and he's a counterpoint to Gyro. Also, he's the guy who gets D4C'd first, which is...
this guy himself isn't that memorable, but that's one of the more memorable fights in the story for me.
Yeah, the part in the snow where Johnny has to see the golden rectangles in the snowflakes is gorgeous.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't even, beat them. They basically subdue them enough where they can run away.
Yeah. We're only going to go for a few more minutes here, so we could do weather report.
I'm getting called back to my game. But I might jump back in here just to make sure you're being good boys and putting my characters where they belong.
Weather report to F tier.
Oh, okay.
Weather I really like, actually.
But snails.
Shit, man. That's not his fault, man. It's not his fault that he has one of the stupidest fights in JoJo's.
But snails.
But snails.
Man, snails can have sex with anything. Wait, what am I saying?
That's kind of awesome. Wait, what? Okay. He's an amnesiac with a very cool weather report is a broken ass fucking stand. How did he rain those frogs, Joe? Did he create a tornado in the Gulf of Florida that picked up specifically frogs? The tornado picked up only frogs, Joe. He had a target.
I do enough work when we do part 8 discussions. I don't need to do Araki's work on stuff that's already been published.
No, but someone's gotta do. No one can do it but us. I will say the frogs are a fun hazard for that fight.
Yeah, I
like the spacesuits he makes himself in Jolene in the Jumpin' Jack Flash fight. His personality subdued, and his gimmick of like he stands really close to you to talk doesn't really go anywhere. It's kind of dropped after a while.
I also really like the idea that Poochie knew that the only person with the stand strong enough to stop him was his brother, and he basically neuters his brother and does all this stuff to him, and it's really fucked up, and it builds more on Poochie's character that Weather Report exists.
It does more for Poochie. Here's the thing. I think Weather Report comes into his own when he has that identity crisis of when he remembers he's West Blue Marine, and he's just like, I'm going to electrocute these bitches.
Also, like, it was kind of weird that he... Like, when he gets his memories back, the first thing he does is start trying to pick up bitches, and then you get the flashback, and he was deeply in love with his sister, and you're just like,
I think what? I had a very, and I don't remember the specifics, but as I was reading, I was like, this is a man who is just completely nihilistic now because of what he's been through, and he's like, fuck the world at this point. And then eventually, like, the part of him that is West Blue Marine snaps back with the part of him that is Weather Report, and I feel like that is how I rationalize how he kind of like he goes way up and then he like kind of mellows back down until the end of the arc.
The thing is like him existing is not bad. I actually like that he's there. I like what he provides to Poochie and what he provides to the cast. Like him dying does kind of feel significant compared to like I don't know Bruno.
Yeah.
And so, like, you kind of get the idea. And then, like, you had this all turnabout again when, with the ending of part 6, with part 6's ending, which is interesting, but it kind of is a nice little bookend, and it really throws everything back in Poochie's face of what he's done.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later for sure. The more I talk about it, and I guess I didn't see this coming. I kind of think he's a C tier.
I would say he's low B. That's me. Because the thing is, I can't imagine part 6 without Weather Report.
But also, that's more the end. I feel like up until they escape the prison, he's not quite the most interesting. Like he's less interesting than Anasui at all points of the story until his big climax.
That's true.
He's not as interesting as Foo Fighters or Hermes, or even what's his name? Oh my god, the little kid.
Oh,
I really like that character too.
Fuck.
It's not Enrico. That's the other guy.
No, it isn't. No,
Enrico's the bad guy.
Yeah.
Holy
Stone
shit.
Ocean.
Burning down the houseboy.
Yeah. I do like that boy. Stone. Oh, okay, hold on. This is gonna have the list of characters. No, it does.
You're gonna say it. I'm gonna be like, how did I fucking forget?
Oh my god!
He's not even who we're talking about, dude. There he is. Fuck. What is your name?
Burning down the house.
Stand.
Emporio.
Oh shout outs to Emporio. Anyways,
I know he started with an E. But it's it's the weirdest name to give a small child.
How How hard are you pushing for this low B?
Not that hard.
I guess I'll give it to you. No, it's too uneven. The character's too uneven. I think we gotta put him in C.
I can also see that it's like, yes, I'm glad he's in Stone Ocean. I like what he brings to the table, but at the same time,
yeah.
okay.
Okay. Next we can do Caesar. Interesting character, Caesar. I've been reading some part 2 recently as well.
I would say Caesar's at least the B. At least.
I'd like to think so, but I can't really defend it.
I can't. So here's the thing about Caesar that I think that's really good is that he drives Joseph to actually work hard
and change. He's a really good Joe bro, actually. He's a really good buddy and
like the original kind of like this is the purpose of the side characters is to basically give the main character the opportunity to grow and to learn something.
You say that because it's the first, like, Araki goes on to not do that for the next 3 parts. So that's kind of interesting, right? Caesar is unique because every other JoJo protagonist up until Jolene is a static character, and the story is more like, how can the world bump into this character and this character resist it?
Mm-hmm. But I mean, I think it happens a little bit with Josuke and Okuyasu and what's his? Oh my god, what's his name?
Josuke changes Okuyasu and Koichi more than and Giorno changes Abakio more than the vice versa and stuff like that.
I agree, but like I feel like that's why
makes him kind of unique. Then he's a Joe who really forces the main character to go through development, and he's the more static one. Though he gets a bit of an arc too there, where he kind of like when it comes to avenging when it comes to like getting aggressive with the Pillarmen, he's the one who's more like more hot-headed when usually he's the cool one.
And I think too is like he's a very tragic character because his whole motivation of learning Haman and doing all this stuff was that he wants to avenge his family's legacy, basically.
And then he just falls into it either way.
Yeah, and Joseph brings up the question, it's like, none of these people were in your lives. Why do you care? Which I think is really interesting.
Yeah.
It's like these, like your dad gave up on you. You never met your grandfather. Why do you care upholding their honor? Like, don't you kind of want to do yourself and be your own person? And then because he tries to be more than them or like overtake them or prove to the world that they are more than just characters to be killed off in the JoJo's universe, he ends up doing that anyways.
Yeah.
So his fight with Wham is really cool, and it goes back to that whole moment of like JoJo's is you can throw as many punches as you want, but as soon as someone figures out how to land a death blow, the fight's over.
Yeah, and I think this is one of my favorite examples of like JoJo's is a series where like anything that can happen will probably happen, and if you screw up for a second, you die. And I think that's really cool.
Like literally, like the sun was this. You blocked the sun for half a second and gave me an opening.
And Wham is smart enough to take advantage of it. Here's the thing: is he better than Weather Report? I can't say I agree with that.
I think so, because they have this they have a great chemistry with each other that you really like that they're on screen with each other. Joseph and Caesar have this great fight in the plaza with the pigeon and the bubbles. I
like the Hell Climb pillar and how that really forces them to start working together.
And then you have the moment when like it's a ridiculous moment, but I love it when they use the icicles to make the ladder and save Joseph.
A rope of icicles, man.
And you're like, okay, there is a relationship building here. There's a connection building here, and so when Caesar does die.
It hurts. Bradley feels nothing for Caesar's death. I'm like, you have no soul, son.
It feels so good, and I think at least the B character, but I can't justify him being A because I think there's a lot more A characters and like fights and general premises.
I think he's a C character, but we'll leave him in B. Mm-hmm. This is the guy who stand his cameo. He just gets pissed on, whatever. E tier. Now, Cameo's pretty neat, actually. So maybe that's a D tier character.
But I'm not a big fan of the fight either.
I like the Three Wish Monkey Paw, but also like I feel like a lot of stories do Three Wish Monkey Paw. But I like how
Also-
psychological it gets.
Yeah, but like also like the stand, I don't understand the stand's actual power. I guess it's just a wish genie machine.
Yeah, it's
But
kind
I
of
feel-
dumb. It's
I
like
feel
a
like
stand
if-
where it's like if you don't take a wish, the stand can't do anything to you, so it can
Yeah,
only target people who are gullible.
And then also at the same time, like I feel like Dio would be like, "Oh, I can use this to my advantage," and would just get a bunch of bitches and tell them to say this thing to the genie, and the genie would do that, and he would reap the benefits, and then the bitches would die. You know?
Damn, you're eviler than
Like-
Dio.
I just I don't know. It's kind of just half-assed. I like the idea of the monkey spawn concept, but like things just kind of happen, which happens a lot in JoJo's. But I don't know.
I digress. Wham, I think Wham's an A tier character.
Wham is probably the
Wham is
Best villain?
probably the best character in part 2 that is not named Joseph Joestar.
yeah.
Here's the
God,
thing
what a
about Wham. Great fights. All three of his fights. The first one's kind of meh because it's just like Joseph playing dead and swinging balls at him. But the other two are the best fights in part 2.
Yeah.
The chariot fight's like ridiculously fun, and the Caesar fight is like so well choreographed and done, and just great personality. He's the pillar man who he has honor. He's willing to give humanity a chance because he knows he can crush a stronger opponent. It's like it's that stereotype that probably existed in every manga in the 80s, right? But I think it's just well executed in content. And like I think he plays off of Joseph really well. Now there's this one scene where he shoots his head like a crossbow, and that keeps him from being S tier.
I really like that fight, especially the one with Joseph. I think it's really cool too, where it's like Joseph does the same thing that Wham does, where Wham forgets one vital detail about the battle, and that's what gets his comeuppance.
Yeah, I like how the final blow has Joseph burning the Caesar scarf. So it's like Caesar's will is what defeats Wham, and I think that's awesome.
And it feels, because Wham is kind of like the pillar man that starts this whole like time limit thing. So it feels like we've accomplished what we set out to do originally when we do it. And then Cars is there and you kick his ass and you're like, okay, whatever, I don't give a shit.
Notorious B.I.G. man.
Man, my stand can make you write things that you weren't meant to write.
Okay.
I guess.
All right.
And then
okay. So some people on this podcast and channel, between the four of us, there are some that really hate when Notorious B.I.G. makes Giorno write shit. And I gotta admit, it's pretty fucking dumb. It's not the worst thing ever. Because, like, Giorno didn't write it, right? The stand wrote it.
I think so.
The stand that doesn't have a mind of its own and just follows... Oh, my God.
Which makes it worse, I think.
Oh, that does make it worse, dude. The stand just follows sound, yet it can compose sentences. This is where Araki fucking kills me, and why, like, he can't... Why JoJo's is not always my favorite manga, because I think of things like this, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty dumb.
This is why he went to monthly, and all the better for it.
I'm gonna throw this guy in D.
Yeah, that's fair.
Cool fight, because
like
Spice Girls gets to happen, and, like, there's some really tense parts of that fight.
I mean, the fight's good once you get past the whole writing on the wall kind of nonsense. And it's... I'm back and forth about stands that trigger after the user is dead. There are some of them that
I'm cool with postmortem stands.
I am too. Like Stray Cat,
Yeah.
I really like, but Stray Cat maintains its conscience when it does it.
Yeah.
So the ghost dude is okay. I'm fine with that.
Axel Rowe kind of does it in part 7.
Yeah.
Like you have to like kill him to trigger it first.
Yeah,
But also
and like,
he
but
lives. But whatever.
through it, his is weird because it's almost like a false death and he gets brought back to life. So it's like, okay. But like Victoria's Big ID, this guy literally dies. So
how has he been an asset to the organization up until this point?
So what was his pitch to the boss? Like, hey guy, hey, Mr.
One time. You can call your one time, and I will come die for you.
I will die for you to kill your enemies.
One time though.
Now,
Pick it wisely.
now, if Rocky did his shitty flashbacks where he explained Notorious B.I.G. was more like Anubis, where it was like a transfer of the person to person kind of thing,
Awesome.
I'd be like, all right, cool.
Cheap Trick pulls that off way better.
Yeah.
Whatever. We'll leave him in wherever. D? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair. This is Chaka, which is just one of Anubis's users, so I don't feel like ranking him.
No.
Or we can put him right next to Anubis, I suppose.
Nah, fuck him. Anubis is much more interesting.
Yes. We could do 2 more maybe and then call it? Or do you want to keep going?
Green Day right there.
What's up?
Or Oasis, whatever it was. Which one was it?
This is Green Day. Chocolata.
Yeah, Chocolata.
His design sucks, first of all. Looks awful. But Green Day is a cool
He looks
thing.
like a clown.
The thing with Green Day is, and this is something Araki really like near the end of the parts, if it comes up more often, where he just creates a stand that will make stands well known to the entire world. But it's like, it was a terrorist biological attack. And it's like, bruh, how many people died that night? Like, if you step down a little bit, you just disintegrate. That's too powerful.
But at the same time, it's a fight. Very fun fight.
It is a very fun fight and a good gimmick of you just have to climb higher. Like, that is just, like, good storyboarding, like, good planning on Araki's part to create a fight like this.
In my years of growth as a man who has, like, ingested a lot of media, I find fights that add verticality to them are really a lot more interesting.
True.
And take that verticality into account of like, this is part of the situation. And not just like, verticality is great when it's not just horizontal movement upwards.
Yeah.
So like in the fight, they have to steadily rise to keep out of range of the stand.
What's cool is that his partner stand sinks people. So it's a great combo.
Yeah. Correct. And so it's a really cool fight. It leads some really good moments, like with one of my favorite combo attacks, which is Mista and Giorno shooting the bullets to make the tree. It's one of my favorite moves in all JoJo.
I like the consistency of heat allowing Giorno to grow things faster. I think that is actually part of his power that I do like. And it's consistent between the Ghiaccio fight and this one, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
A thing that I don't like about him, 7-page Muda Muda, very memorable. I think that makes him pretty memorable to begin with. He's just extremely evil, but also he has a soft spot with Sekko. So it's like, that humanizes you just enough to where I don't write you off as like just completely stupid evil. What I don't like about this fight and this character is that he can somehow separate his body. That's not how anything works, bro.
I believe his excuse was that he could control the moss, and by controlling the moss, he can stop the bleeding from happening, thus stopping him from dying and allowing him to reconnect later.
Okay, but he can move himself.
God, I'm not making excuses. I'm stating what he said.
I don't think they explicitly say that the mold is doing it. I think we're doing Araki's work for him right now, but I could be wrong.
I know for a fact he uses the mold to cauterize his wounds so he doesn't bleed out.
I will say one of the best fights in part 5, though.
Which is a shame, but I
think it's a good fight.
It's a great fight. I do like the fight a lot. I like
C tier, right?
It's hard because I really like that fight. I think that fight has some really good moments. Although in the anime, it's really funny because there's a moment where the beetle hatches out of his head and Giorno is falling, explaining what is happening, and he's falling for like a solid 2 minutes talking about this beetle.
This is where anime, like JoJo's, is meant to be a manga, 100%. And all the fights work only in manga logic because your time stop, Dio, cannot be actually 35 seconds. That's not how this works. I don't know. What are you feeling?
The part of me wants to really push for a B, but that's mainly because of the fight. So I'm gonna have to go C because I don't have any other like backup material. Does that make sense?
The character's not bad. I think it's a good villain. I think we can.
I do like in the anime. They make him and Sekko the people that cut up the assassination.
Sorbet. Yeah.
I'm like, that
is a good addition for sure.
Yes. By the way,
we'll put him in low B.
yeah. By the way, Part 5 anime much better than the manga.
Yeah,
IMO.
you mentioned.
I'm saying that. Yeah.
Okay, is this Polnareff or is this Mr. President?
This is Mr. President. This is the turtle. I give the turtle top 10 best turtle ever existed.
Man, this turtle gets cloned at some point, and that is maybe the worst thing to happen in JoJo's ever.
Wait, it gets cloned?
Remember when Giorno clones the turtle, and then the clone has the stand too? I don't even want to talk about it. It is horrible writing. It is terrible.
Okay. Put him in F and leave him
What was
there.
Part 5? What the? There's so many weird things.
Why do people like this
I don't
part?
because
I don't-
fights. Because fights and backstories that have pretty music to make you think that they're well written. So, yeah.
And Abacio's soundtrack is actually kind of hot. Like, I love his sounding.
That's how he fools you. That's how they get you. Vanilla Ice. This guy has a high kill count.
2.
Killing 2 main characters and not being the final boss is unheard of.
Well, no, not anymore.
Shit. Fuck. Well, no, that's probably the final boss.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
We're hoping not, but it probably is.
Mm-hmm. Vanilla Ice, though. The thing about Vanilla Ice is that I wouldn't call his fight one of my favorites in Part 3.
It's got its tense. I think the standout of the fight is the circle attack. That is the only part of the fight I really love.
It's also the intensity of it, where it's definitely like
anyone could go, and you've been with the Stardust Crusaders for so long that like it's really getting to you.
Yeah, and I think what really sets it off is that Abdul is gone immediately, which is kind of
which is lame, but also horrifying in a good way.
Yeah, and it kind of sucks because Abdul doesn't get a lot to like develop his character anymore or be involved in the fight. But it's also good because it's one of those things where it's like, oh man, things just suddenly got real serious. And I think it heightens the Dio fight even more when we get to Dio later.
Because we don't even have a full party going in.
Yeah, you're just like, holy shit. We lost our main magic user that casts fire and
our
basically our rogue. Yeah. It's like, oh no. I don't know if we can do this.
And Polnareff lost his foot, but he's going to be all right. It's all good.
Did he lose his foot?
He gets straight, like, half of his foot's wiped off, and then he just puts a bandage over. It's like it was only the toes, I guess.
Yeah.
He only grazed me. When I think of Vanilla Ice's personality, I think of when Dio asks Vanilla Ice to kill himself, and he does it immediately. I think that says a lot. I think that is a display of devotion that leaves an impact on you, so I think that's pretty cool. However, I mentioned earlier, stands that are this powerful kind of take me away from it. I like how stands are relatively balanced throughout most of the series, and then you get like the more broken ones in the final 3 fights, but this is excessive. At least Bohemian Rhapsody doesn't one-shot you, like...
But like this, if Vanilla Ice wanted to, he might have actually been able to kill Dio. That's the thing.
Oh, easily.
Because it's like, I just go into ball form.
Dio time stops, and then he's like, I can't walk into you right now because you're a ball of death, so...
Imagine Vanilla... The best way to ever think about it is imagine the stand user as a MOBA character. Would that MOBA character be bullshit? Yes. If yes, then probably not great.
I think every stand would have a bullshit MOBA character.
Maybe.
I'm thinking like a C.
Yeah, I think his fight's very horrifying. It's very... It really sets the tone for the finale of that arc.
Mm-hmm.
But him himself, I'm like, okay, whatever.
Okay. How many more do you want to do?
I want to do at least like one more good one. Like
Daya's pretty interesting because she's got a great personality and she's got a good gimmick, but also she doesn't show up much in Part 8.
Yeah.
So it's like, and her fight's interesting, but not the most exciting. Basically, it's a fight of like, you get to see her gaslight Gappy for like 4 chapters. But
cool.
There's also a lot of mystery involved. The thing I don't get, the fight starts off with her getting a huge gash on her leg to trigger Josuke being worried about her, which is how she heightens her power. Is like if you're worried about her, she can start stealing your memories. How did the gash happen and then get healed immediately?
I don't know. That was about 3 years ago.
Let's say
magic.
Let's say that this is like Highway Star, where there's a separate trigger method that is separate from the stand attack, and we'll go with that. I like how she's obsessed with Josuke at first. I like how she's like kind of like the girl who's coddled, but she's like kind of naughty.
Yeah.
Like Norisuke's like, stay away from my girl, and Josuke's like, I cannot get your girl off of my nuts, dude.
Yeah. Also, isn't she like blind?
She is almost blind. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like when we do see her playing with like Joshu and Hato and like breakfast scenes throughout the series. But really, at the end of the day, there's not much to her, you know?
Yeah. Now, granted, we have some theories which you can hear about in our Jojo podcast.
And it is a theory of, and this is kind of weird. Well, so there's the theory that she fucked up Gappy's stand throughout the part, which I don't subscribe to. Because he's
there's also a theory that she might be
very important to the flash forward in part 8.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's all we're going to kind of say there. You can hear more about Jojo of that in our podcast, which you should go listen to. Like, comment, subscribe.
It's very good, by the way. We have good conversations.
We do, and we talk about how we feel about things, and we're unafraid to have terrible opinions.
Oh, we got some good ones too. Daya has room to grow, but she's a C or D right now.
That's the thing. Is like she's very much in the shakes kind of department for me, where it's like I don't know where I want to rank you, because if some of our theories come out to be true,
she might be interesting, and you add a lot to the story.
Yeah, but if it doesn't, then you're kind of like a C tier character.
Yeah, we'll throw her in C.
Yeah, because it's like I like your stand ability. I think it's an interesting arc you have, but you don't add anything else to the rest of your part you're in.
Is this D and G?
What?
D and G.
Like D and like the letter D and the letter N and letter G.
D ampersand G. That is a character in part 6. Is that this dude?
D and G. This picture I have does not have an eye patch.
Who the fuck is this guy?
I think that is him because the hats match.
D and G definitely had an eye patch.
Yes, that's him. That's him.
Okay, fuck this character.
Is this Yo Mama?
This is Yo Mama.
Oh yeah, no, that's F.
Or Yo Ma. Yeah, I don't even have to talk about this. I hate that fight so much. Obnoxious stand. Like, part of it is like, I get it. They can't get rid of it because it'll just come back and be more troublesome. But also just get fucking rid of it. They don't even, like, I feel like they don't even try. And its attack is I'm slowly spreading saliva on the fan of, oh my god. What a lame fight. So frustrating to read through.
He loves showgirls, though, according to the wiki.
What the fuck is that?
Showgirls? It's
I know what Showgirls is. Where does that come up? Does Yo Ma go like, by the way, Jolene, I love Showgirls. Have you seen it?
Yo Ma is. I assume most of y'all haven't read part 6. Yo Ma is a character that is basically your annoying cousin at the family gathering who will not
slowly melting you. By the way.
Yeah.
Oh my
and
god.
All over your dinner, and you're not hungry anymore, and you just want to go back home and play your video games. And if you bring out your Game Boy, he's going to want to play it the entire time.
He's going to ask if you have games on your phone, and then he's going to melt your phone. That is Yo Ma. Oh my god. Danny. Look, man. I'm sorry that Danny died. You know what? I'm not going to put him in F or E. Because Danny was Jonathan's only friend, and in the manga, his death hurts a lot more because they sell it way more that, like, Jonathan has no friends in life, and Danny was it. And he gets killed by Dio.
I think they also emphasize more in the manga that like his wealth kind of isolates him from everyone else too.
Yeah.
So
I think the manga is
really
better for part 1 and maybe 2.
Yeah.
2 has bloody streams, so it's an even match.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Urban Gorilla, personality-wise and fight-wise, not my favorite. So the fight is basically like don't touch the ground or the trees, and you're
Urban Gorilla is just Oasis and Green Day Part 2
in one, but also he has a rock animal called Do Re Mi Fa Sol. I can't do it. He's not particularly interesting. I think the fight is cool because it introduces Rai, and it has the moments where like you see how selfish Rai is over the mission and how he's willing to throw Yasuo if he sees his dead weight away. But like it's a lot of character development for Rai and Josuke and Yasuo. But the fight, it's like Brainstorm is not a particularly interesting stand. It basically just disintegrates you if it touches you, but it's slowly like it kills you with like holes, right? Like it gets in you and like disintegrates your skin a little bit. So I think this is a D tier. Like the fight's not bad, but it's also not one of my favorites. And I would need to reread it, but I don't remember really liking Urban Gorilla's personality too much.
The thing about it is that it definitely feels like a fight where it's like I'm going to introduce Rai, who's a new Jobro, a new main character of the series, but I need a fight to go along with him to kind of show what he can do and what everyone else can do. So here's his character. Part A is filled with characters that feel very fleshed out and very important,
and they're recurring and like they all fit into the world.
Yeah. But like he's kind of like the Aphex brothers, but got 3 extra chapters.
Yeah, and I feel like Dr. Wu Tomoki is a more memorable of the minor doctors, and so is poor Tom. And I will say, Urban Gorilla has 2 moments that come to my mind right now. Rai shooting the crossbow fork. He gets like a fork and he fucking crossbows it. Pretty rad. And then how Josuke finishes off Urban Gorilla is pretty metal. But also, Araki is notoriously bad for drawing any fight that takes place underground. So that is a strike against this fight, because it has underground sequences.
Yep.
What are you thinking?
I'm okay with D. Like, I enjoyed the fight, but I'm kind of like also what... The thing about that fight that I remember most is Rai in his fucking house that's all of the ski lift.
Yes. Yeah, that is like it's a cool setting, and I think it's a fun introduction to Rai. Here's a good one, maybe to end it on.
Darby?
Well, we could end it on Tsurugi, maybe. Or... Well, we can't do Diavolo yet. That'll be fun.
But Darby is
we're gonna do 3 more. We're gonna do... Okay. Wait. Is this not Aisho? This is Aisho. This is Aisho. No, sorry. This is Bohemian Rhapsody. Fuck. Okay, cool. Darby is an A tier character.
Yeah.
This is Darby. Fantastic
older.
Fight. Fantastic personality. Great finale. Super entertaining throughout the fight. He really steals the show. You get to see both into his mind and his opponent's mind. Really fun stand. Really open up the window for what... This is the fight that birthed what part 4 was, you know?
Yeah.
I would dare say S, honestly.
Yeah, I would say top of A at the minimum.
We could do top of A.
Yeah, because he is definitely a fight that's like the problem with his stand, and he makes a really good point. It's like, my stand cannot fight you. That's fine. However, if you beat me up, you lose any chance of figuring out where Dio is. So I'm going to use this against you.
Yes.
And so that's the bait. And I think it's a brilliant setup. I think it's really cool. And it puts our characters in an uncomfortable situation. And the ones that are more comfortable in it get sidelined very quickly in the fight. So you're left with Jotaro. And it's really cool because it makes Jotaro also seem a lot cooler.
Oh, this is a big Jotaro moment right here.
Yeah. Because
it's maybe the defining part 3 Jotaro moment is like, what are you going to do, Darby? You going to call?
Yeah.
Little bitch?
Because, like... Throughout Will and I have this, I guess, opinion, but also the fact that, like, Jojo was designed to be cool. Like, Araki wanted you to think, like, this is the coolest motherfucker you can be there.
And I personally feel like it doesn't hit until late part 3.
Yeah, and I think and that's a really hard character to make. It's really hard to make a character that's like I want you to think he's cool and he's cool and he thinks he's cool.
Yeah.
And this is definitely a point where like Jojo, yes, he can punch things hard and fast, but then he can also think his way of a situation and bluff his way out too.
His cool-headedness is used as a weapon a couple of times throughout part 3, and none more so than here in the Dio fight. You know,
this one
and the Darby younger fight as well,
and the lovers fight too is another one that it shows itself. So I think this is a moment where, like, definitely for me, where it was like, oh, I kind of think Jojo is really cool. Yeah. Like he's actually kind of a badass. Like he's very cowboy-esque and really like that.
Yeah, he's very cowboy-esque. I mean, Clint Eastwood is his inspiration after all.
Yeah.
We can leave Darby here. Two things though that come to mind with Darby is his little collection and how he tells the story of like this little soul chip I got from this American gambler who was sure he would beat me. You just feel like he's a very traveled man who's taken a lot of souls.
And he's also like, you can tell he's not influenced by Dio like some of the other ones might have been. He is like, I was naturally just kind of an asshole, and I've found this other person that's evil, and I'm using that for my own benefit.
This is Devo.
Is that Crocodile?
This is Crocodile after he gets punched by Luffy real hard. This is the guy who has Ebony Devil. And Ebony Devil is one of the stronger fights of early part 3, I think, especially in the anime. They do this cool like rotating shot where like Silver Chariot's trying to hit it, but Ebony Devil's like flipping and whipping all around and like slashing its ankles and shit. I think the only memorable thing about Devo is that like he gets hurt, like he hides in a fridge like an idiot, and Polnareff is like, "You removed all the drinks from the fridge," and he's like, "Oh," but the whole thing is like, the more you hurt me, the more rage my puppet's gonna have towards you, and it doesn't really connect or land.
He's like the first post-mortem stand, basically.
Yeah, he doesn't die though. Polnareff has to kill him.
Yeah, but this was definitely like the fight where it kind of opened me up more to the idea of what stands were going to be more in the future, because it definitely, because up until then we had Grey Tower,
horrible,
Hierophant Green, Blue Ocean, Blue Moon, whatever it's called.
Worst stand fight in the series.
Strength.
Oh, yeah, I don't really like it.
Strength is fine. And then we had the Polinar versus Abdul one before that.
Which is very straightforward.
And all of those were very, like, shonen fights where, like, oh, we're fighting each other, and then I do the thing.
I feel like Yellow Temperance is also before that, which is not particularly stellar.
Yeah. So this was the fight where Polinar literally had the thing, like, okay, I can't hit this thing. It's out flipping me. It's out doing things to me. I need to figure out a way to decisively defeat it in one go.
And he uses the mirror, which is simple but effective, and foreshadowing for mirrors.
Yes, and I really liked it. I was like, okay, so it's going to be more emphasis on the character needs to creatively use it. Actually, Yellow Temperance happens after this fight because at the end of this episode, they had this shitty
the fake out with Kakio and yes.
Yeah. But that being said, it still was a great fight. It was just like, oh, okay, we need to think about how the stand works and operates and what I can do and how do I use that to defeat the stand. So I think it's a good.
When Ebony Devil slices off the bellboy's face, that's a little much, man. That's a little fucked up.
So
he slices the face like vertically. You can wear it as a mask now. I still think this is a D tier. The fight doesn't elevate it that much. IMO.
I like if we're ranking fights, it'd probably be higher. But as the character on a whole, it's fine as a D tier.
And then we have this drug motherfucker. What's his name? Ungalo? I believe it's Ungalo. He doesn't actually get to do much. He's kind of the most fucked up of the children, we'll say. That set of children. And he really gives his father a bad name by existing, but his stand is fuck busted.
Yeah.
And it's kind of hard to understand what's even happening because, like, I think, like, Poochie shoots this guy, and then the stop sign character is like, no, I will protect. And it's like, wait, what? The stop sign silhouette's like, I must protect my master. It's like
Also, this
absurd.
fight leads to the greatest line in all of JoJo's.
Oh my
which
god.
Is, where the fuck is Mickey?
Where the fuck is Mickey? If this shit doesn't have Mickey, it ain't Disney. I forgot about that. Thank you, Joe.
Which that line will never exist in the official translation.
Sucks. You guys will never know.
Which sucks. Because that line is fire. If it does exist,
wait, the fight can't exist. There's too much.
Yeah.
Like it's gonna be like they're gonna have to cut out half of the fight.
Yeah.
There's a part where Kenshiro and Rao from Fist of the North Star are fighting in Tokyo, and like.
Well, that they can do that. That's Shonen Jump. They can do whatever. But it's like Spider-Man makes an appearance.
Spider-Man shows up. Fucking Gundams. Absurdity. But that being said, like once it gets going, he doesn't get to do much, and the fight itself, I remember it being a little confusing at times, and I remember like there's the part with the 3 goats which doesn't do much. I think my favorite parts of the fight are near the end. Yeah. And I can't remember why exactly, but that's just how I remember feeling about it.
I think this arc is much better once you know what is happening, because the foreshadowing to it is a lot more clear.
Yeah.
But until then, you have Ansui in the back of the truck going, "Where the fuck is Mickey?" You're like, "Why do you give a shit?"
Where the fuck is Mickey is making me want to bring Ansui to A, dude. That is a standout line. What if? No,
maybe.
No, we can't. C tier?
Yeah.
Cool stand.
Cool stand. Great line. That
he gets to go in the. It's not ordered, but it's roughly like we could do like upper half.
His stand is so wild that it's memorable, but I fucking hate this guy. He's just kind of a punk ass bitch.
Yeah.
Actually, all of him and his brothers are punk ass bitches.
That's not true. I like Rikyo and Donatello, so I actually like 2 of the 3. And Donatello has an incredible fight, and Rikyo has a fight that I think broke Bradley.
Oh yeah.
Rods, oh my god, part 6 is wild. Those last 3 penultimate fights are on another level of just crazy Araki. You think Araki's ever done like hard drugs? I feel like he hasn't, even though it feels like he should have.
God, that man's brain must function on a whole different spectrum and like fucking dimension. Like his brain is constantly existing in 2 different locations at once.
Yeah. That's true. I think, are we good for today? It's 10:30.
I think we're good for now.
All right. Don't go anywhere because we'll probably stitch this into one video, but that's where we are right now.
But if we don't, this is the end of part 1. We'll see you later with the other 4 parts of ours.
Bye-bye. I mean, we've barely made a dent. Holy shit.
Yeah.
We haven't even gotten to the good characters yet. Like, we have 1 S tier.
Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah.
More to come.
All right. Bye-bye. I mean,
Bye.
wait, don't. Not bye-bye. That's... Stay tuned. Picking up where we left off. Let's see the status of this tier list. Move Diablo to later.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we are starting with some interesting characters today. I will start with the lesser character, which is Wang Chung. F tier. He's like barely a character. He's a little bit more of a character in the manga, but he's still just like mystical Chinese man.
He saves Theo's head.
Yeah, a lot of I mean, he is important for sure, but he's also minor. So both are true. Man, we have the Dio train here, and I guess we'll
Dio, and Dio.
And then Dio. We'll do Diego now, but we will save Dio. Man, I'd say Diego's not top 10 maybe, but I would say he's S tier for sure.
I think that first Diego is alternate universe Diego.
This is well, again, let's not get too spoilery, but yes, this is other Diego, and then this is the Diego we know and love. And I'm actually okay with rating these separately.
Yeah.
So, like, let's do Diego first. I think he's an S tier.
Yeah, I do too.
He's just a really enjoyable, like, rival character. he has like an attitude and the cockiness of Dio, but like he goes off on his own little side adventures throughout the story too. He's not just always battling Johnny and Gyro. He's doing other stuff, and honestly, for a large portion of the story, he's fighting people who the good guys are also fighting against. So he's almost an ally at some points.
He's a very neutral party, and I think especially because he's basically that version of Dio. His backstory is a little bit more interesting too. Where
definitely,
yeah. He's a person that is driven to accomplish things. He's not insane.
Yeah, he's very driven. I think that's the perfect word. That encapsulates his character. He also has a badass stand. However, dinosaur lamps puts him below Yasuo, and that's that.
It's true. You like King Lamp?
Some of the dumbest shit in JoJo's. However, I'm not as fond of Diego from Another World.
Yeah, I would put him in C tier. He's neat. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, he's like, you get a cool pop off when you see him. But like, the problem is he doesn't quite have the charisma of normal Diego. He's very like kind of one note antagonist for the short portion of the story that he is in there. And while it's cool to see his stand again, it's also kind of annoying to me personally that is the placement of that arc is also something
it feels
that
like
is a little weird.
Araki put that in there just to like show like, look, it's more powerful than the world, or it's as powerful.
Yeah, and it's like on one hand, and I think you've brought this up, it is the closure to the race, and I think that was necessary. But also, you could write it so the race closes roughly near the finale of the story. So it's like,
I mean, it does. It's just
either way, he is post-game content and not quite as good, not nearly as good as the main antagonist boss.
He's like, it's like in Persona 5 regular, where you have the boss that's your personal character's final boss, and then you have the final boss of the game that's just the final boss of the video game.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that feels accurate.
Mm-hmm. You're like, oh, I guess that's right. This is Persona. We have to do this every game. All right, let's go do that now. Okay, bye.
And I feel like it also, that fight in general, since that counts here, I think Johnny picks up on it too quick, given previous struggles to figure out what's going on. Some country bumpkin from the 1890s picks up that fast is a little bit odd.
Yeah.
So that's that on him. Okay, next is Tsurugi. That's an S tier. That's an S tier. I would argue he's above Diego.
I think so too.
Tsurugi is such an interesting character, and the thing that keeps him from like breaching top 10 territory is just the uncertainty of where his story is going in Jojo Leon.
By the way, Jojo Leon's just all filled with fire characters. I think any of the main cast is going to be at least B tier.
Yeah, definitely.
But no, Tsurugi is interesting from a plot perspective. Has an interesting stand. Has a great fight that they're involved in. Has an interesting character. Has
a couple of great fights actually, because Tsurugi's also part of Ozone Baby. He's like Ozone Baby has like four main characters, and he's one of them, right? So
Make fire truck, arts and crafts time.
Yeah, Dad Son arts and craft time, fantastic. And like he gets team up fights with Yasuo. He has some stuff with Josuke. He has some stuff with Jobin. He's all over the place with Mitsuba. So like, very important character to the plot, and kind of the most interesting thing. Like, if this isn't the final arc of Jojo Leon, we know for sure that Tsurugi will be one of the most important characters in the story, because the lingering mystery is all about Tsurugi, you know? So
yeah. Well, pause the video real quick. Because you can start again. I just want to make sure.
So Joe was just bringing up how like crazy stuff has been happening to Tsurugi in the story, and he's linking it to the concept of calamity, which is something in late part 8. And one of those is like pretty much confirmed to be involved with the
Yeah,
Calamity.
because we see a video image and we're like, oh,
Yeah.
look, that thing. What the fuck is that? And now that we know what's happening there, yes, that makes sense.
The one thing that could get this character to drop in the S tier, maybe even to A, is if Araki forgets, which WoW is not a thing in Part 8. It could very well happen, you know?
Or it turns out he's Diavolo the entire time and takes off his shirt because of full grown ass man.
There's also like the way his stand progresses through the story. I really love, but I might not like the most recent progression. It depends how Araki explains it. So I'll leave it at that. So this is a character that still has a lot of room to grow, even as Part 8 approaches like its final 2 arcs. This character is still prone to growing. Also, like when he's introduced, like there's no way you think that he's gonna be as interesting as he is, but he really, I feel like he really got both of us hooked.
He's an antagonist for one of the arcs.
Yeah,
it's a small arc.
Yeah. Who the fuck is this? I feel like, is this Skolopi? From Part 5 with Rolling Stones.
I think so. No, Skolopi has purple hair.
Who is this?
That looks like is that Ringo from?
No, that's not Ringo. Oh, he is part. Is this Disco?
Chocolate Disco Hon.
Is this Chocolate Disco?
I think it might be. Yeah, it's Chocolate Disco.
My stand is Chocolate Disco, and that's all I got to say to you. What a good gimmick character, but like, it's not much of a character. I think he goes in E.
He shows up for one chapter and then dies.
He has one line in the entire series, but he has a stand that is a proper fight.
His name is Chocolate Disco, but his stand name is Disco.
Okay, there we go. However, as fun as that gimmick is, it won't get him past E tier, I don't think.
I think also like Gyro basically annihilates him through some like weird bullshit.
Lenses using air pressure.
That's right. He refracts the way the air is moving, so he can't properly line up his stand because the stand is like
it's really... battleship. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trish Una. Boy, this will be interesting. Hey, by the way, I think we're doing Bruno dirty, but
no.
Oh man. Okay, just remember, people like will just see where Bruno is and then bitch about it in the comments without hearing me try to defend him. But it is what it is.
Good.
Good. Go ahead and bitch.
Trish,
she's got to be below Bruno.
Oh yeah.
Is she even C?
Like, as in, like, do you think she could be lower, or do you think she should be higher?
I think she could be D, to be honest.
She could be. Heard her at dinosaur ass and footprint.
the dinosaur footprint. So until the Naples portion of the story, right, where they go visit the boss and she almost gets killed, she's barely a character. She's just an annoying mission objective. And then afterwards she gets one major fight in which she's admittedly pretty cool in. Mm-hmm. And then she is a fair part of the final battle.
Right, yeah. I mean, it's like the problem with Trish is the same problem I have with Bruno and Giorno and a bunch of other characters in Part 5 is that they're not utilized for what was set up for them at all.
What can you say about Trish? I can't even think of characteristics about her that stick out to me aside from being moody.
All I think is girl and just girl. that's it.
Yeah, how did the psychopath Yukiko turn out as the better female character of the two? That's fucked up.
But I'm trying to think, and I want to say there's some sort of weird thing with her dad, and
what was her motivation again? She just, I feel like she just wanted to be free from the threat of her dad, but she wasn't she wasn't a very active character. She was very passive.
Yeah, up until up until after Bruno's initial death, and even then, like she really doesn't like do anything substantial until the it's not Soft Machine, Spice Girl,
yeah.
Arc, and it's just like okay.
The fact we watched part 5, like what was it, 2 years ago, and still can't really remember much about her is kind of telling.
Yeah, and like we also read it. Like I was also like reading it every once in a while along with part 5 just to see the differences of things, and it's just I can't remember anything about her because like there's a whole bunch of people that I have not like even thought about in a long time, and they've done that with me. Like, I knew who Wang Chung is, and at least I could say Wang Chung is a sniving little creep.
Here's the thing, right? We have these minor villains who do their one thing, short and sweet, can't complain, in and out. And then you have Trish, who's there, a major part of the story, and the waste of potential weighs down my ranking.
Because, like, once again, like I said, like, there's such a great similarity you could have done, and we've mentioned this before on our podcast, where, like, Giorno is the son of Dio, who's this big, like menacing dude who is the villain of part 3 and doesn't even know who he is. There's nothing about him. And Trish that's going through the same exact thing. You think there'd be some sort of connection, or like they would have some sort of like, but they don't even get a fight together.
Yeah.
So it's like,
well, they technically have the final fight together with Mista as well and Bruno's corpse.
It's more like an extended cutscene.
Bruno's corpse, bro. I'm gonna break the light in the back of my head. We'll talk about that later, but that weighs heavy. That ruins both Bruno and Silver Cherry Requiem. So, fuck it. Top of D tier.
There we go. It doesn't matter. We're not ordering D tier, so.
Well, it's vaguely she's the best of the D tier. I'll say that.
Yeah. Anyway,
Dr. Utomoki, though, that's a character.
Yeah.
He's really entertaining. He's just mysterious in that arc, and he's got like a fun catchphrase gimmick. So he's like, he's just a fun villain who does really creepy shit.
His stand is cool. It's a cool fight, and we get what's her name? The mom. Mitsuba stand gets shown off there, and she has a really good counter to him.
So he's the antagonist of a good fight who also properly helps flesh out the doctor side of the Part 8 plot. So we meet Urban Gorilla first, but Dr. Wu Tomoki is like really ingrained. We learn about a lot about the Rokakaka, that arc. We learn about how Wu Tomoki knows how to manipulate the ingestion of a Rokakaka so that the negative side effects don't happen, and that's like really integral to making that black market trade work. You know, so I don't know. So, at least C tier for me.
For sure. He's a villain that just has his arc, but he does a really like all the villains in Part 8 do a really good job of establishing ironically better than Part 5, establishing the structure of this crime organization that's happening in town. Because you have like Wu Tomoki is high up there because he's processing the drug.
Yeah, he's super integral to like how they get the drug to used as effectively as they can. I will say, Joe, you're getting a little robotic. I will pause real quick to see if we can sort that out.
Yeah.
I will say that is quite a good fight. It's mostly because of Mitsuba, but I wonder if that reflects on his ranking.
I mean, that's how we've always been doing it, is like how good is the fight, how good is the stand, how good is the character.
The stand is like used cool, but it's also underwhelming. He just gets to break up into rocks and infect people's bodies.
That's still pretty cool though, and like
it's pretty different, I will say.
Yeah. I'd like C is fine to me. Once again, like he's integral to the plot. He has a cool gimmick, but like
fleshes out the world.
Yeah, he's not causing some crazy introspective about your moral decisions in the story. Like, I don't know, some guy named Joe Bobin, something like that. Anyways.
This guy's name I can never remember. It's the one character in Part 4 whose name I can't remember, which is impressive because they're all Japanese names. I want to say this is Take something, but he is the user of Superfly.
Yeah.
The thing about this guy is I like his stand, I like his way of life, I like how he's used in the story as just like, let's just throw in this extra villain in the like July 15th portion of the story. However, the fact that he wears a mask because he's shy is just such a dumb addition to the character for me for some reason.
And he lives alone in the woods in the cell tower.
Yes, but what is cool about it is seldom do you see someone who's mastered their stand as much as this guy, and I think that's pretty cool.
Like he's flying around on bolts and shit.
And I think there's some really good portions to his arc. Like Mikitaka's little sacrifice, the way that the tower can reflect shit, and like Josuke has to like maneuver around the reflections, and he can ride the bolts, and he has like callus knives in his callus.
He called stuff in his calluses. I was like, okay, well,
I'd say that's like a low C or high D kind of character.
I would toss him in D, I think.
All right, we can toss him in D.
I
like the arc. I would put him in C personally, but I'll save some of my points.
Save your BP.
Dolomite.
Ooh,
I like Dolomite. He actually fleshes out the world in the other direction of like, what if a rock human is not part of the Domicon gang hospital group? He's just kind of like the fuck up cousin who lives in the swamp, and they're like, we'll just leave him alone.
Paraplegic.
Yeah. He gets piped. I actually really like his arc. It's very tense.
Yeah, it's a great fight. It's a very unique, I don't know unique, but it's a very intense stand. And like it's a type of thing that I thought I would not like, because I generally, in my old age and his stand basically went through a huge popularity phase when I was a teenager. I don't like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, zombie fiction, basically.
Basically. But I think it was really interesting in this and how this all turned out.
That scene with Josuke in the bathroom, do you remember what happens in that scene?
Yeah.
That is such a good moment. But then also the fact that the way the fight turns out is not how your traditional JoJo fight turns out, and I really like that. It has a very swervy ending.
Yes.
He's still in the story, and I'd like to see him come back. It's definitely on the table somehow, but we'll see. It's a very Highway Star-esque fight, and I will say Part 8 has a lot of long-range stands, and but like they all function a little differently, but also like they bring out very interesting choreography that's different per fight. So it despite the fact that there are that many long range stands, they don't wear down on me because they each function in their own little unique way, and there's a lot of characterization. So I think he's like C at least. I'd push for B.
I'd put him at bottom of B. I really liked him. I like you said before, he's like the complete opposite of
Highway Star.
Of Highway Star, but also the rest of that Rockman group.
Oh yes,
where like, he has an insane backstory, but you kind of emphasize with the guy. You're like, okay, it kind of sucks how everything turned out for you.
Yeah, yeah. We'll just leave him there. That's good. Donatello Versace. Underworld is one of my favorite Part 9 fights.
Okay, I thought this was the tampons.
No, this is not the tampons. That'll come later. He's also the most competent of that group of characters. That fight is nuts. There's a part where he summons the entire roster of the Miami Dolphins. He summons the roster of the Miami Dolphins, dude.
Yeah.
And his arc is a little prolonged because it goes into heavy weather too. Like he's still important in that arc. I'd say he's a B tier antagonist. I actually really like him and his arc.
I really like him too, and I like his interaction with Poochie as well.
Yeah, he has good interactions with Poochie.
And my one complaint about the fight is how it gets resolved. It's kind of batshit crazy, but okay.
I don't remember.
Do you want me to explain on the film, or do you want to pause it and I'll explain it to you?
Pause it and tell me. We're back, but Joe was mentioning the first half of the fight with the plane sequence, which I think is brilliant, and I love how that ends. For the record, I love how the plane sequence ends. I just don't remember how the second half ends.
I guess I don't either. I think that's the point where she says she has sex with snails, or likes that snails have sex with everything. But
it might get interrupted by that arc.
it's hard to remember because heavy weather happens, and that arc is just I don't know how.
I'd put him
Yeah.
like here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe here.
I'd put him below Caesar.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, this is Donovan. He's the guy who punches a cactus, so whatever.
Who cares?
Hazamada I really like, and I think he has a really underrated arc. And he shows up a couple of times, and he shrinks. So these are all positives.
He does shrink.
So what I really like about his arc is it's a Josuke Koichi arc. It's really strategic. There's a lot of like clutch moments by either part, like Josuke healing Koichi while he hits him, Koichi making the squish sound effect and the sound effect of the trains, Josuke throwing the shard and crushing the arm so that way Jotaro will know that it's not Josuke. Just it's tense. You get a lot of it from Hazamada's side. His stand is super cool. Very creepy introduction with like Josuke coming out of the locker. I love a lot about the stand. He's super creepy, but I like how he's used in the Rohan arc, for example, as like Rohan wants to write about Koichi, but this little turd is useless. I'll just take whatever notes I can from his stand and send him on his way.
Yeah.
So I'd say he's low B for me.
I would put him in C. Do you think Jotaro could kick this guy's ass even if he didn't know about the stand?
Probably. He was trying to kill Jotaro with a pen, so I don't know if that's going to work very well.
I feel like he'd be like, ow.
Yeah. He's like, you try to give me brain damage, but keep in mind my heart didn't beat for like 30 seconds. So I'm already all fucked up, bro. Ooh, you're saying, oh shit, oh fuck.
Oh my god.
No! Fuck! Oh, my balls are exposed. Okay, we're back. Okay, we are placing Hazamada. I say low B, you say C, but like where in C were you thinking?
I would say like higher C, like for sure. Like he's much more entertaining. It's just he's more of a villain of the week character in part 4. Well, I guess not really because he comes up back later. But
I like his. Yeah, he can go here. That's fair.
Yeah.
This is even unordered, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Diavolo can wait. Dios can wait. Doppio, I guess, will wait as well.
Yeah, that's a weird one to do.
Kira will definitely wait. Ah, shit, wait. Ads are back on. This is just horrible. This is a disaster. Alright, okay. Fuck, now I have to move all the people I just moved. It looks like we're doing Do, Re, Mi, Fa, Sol, La, To, which is hardly a character. I'll put him in E because it's cool lore that it exists and what it is, but there are cooler versions of this concept.
Have you noticed that thing, the rock insects have been getting smaller and smaller with each new one introduced?
Yes. I mean, no, hold on. They're rock animals. The head doctor uses rock insects. It's a subsection, right? So it makes sense that if he's got like a utility belt of insects, he's not gonna have a fucking car. Speaking of characters that we might have to do later, this guy.
Antonio.
Antonio's an A tier character for me.
I do too. I think so too.
Super likable, super great change of pace that introduces a new archetype of character of neutral stand user who doesn't give a shit about what's going on. He just is doing his own thing, which introduces like
tomatoes.
I feel like this is something Araki really fell in love with because then he created Thus Spoke Rohan and Rohan at the Louvre, where it's like just these side stories of stands being used as supernatural urban myths, right?
Yeah.
And Aya has the same thing here. Antonio just has a super lovely personality. If there's an arc that I would show to someone, if I can only show them one episode of JoJo's, it is 100% Antonio's episode. It is self-contained, hilarious, creepy, great twist, really funny, which is hilarious. So I'd put him here, right there.
Speaking of Thus Spoke Rohan and Kishibe, I think if you're a fan of JoJo, you should definitely get out. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't, but I've watched most of them, and they're just really cool.
The thing that's keeping me from watching them is the fact that I don't think they're all adapted, so I think I'm gonna read them. Yeah, I don't want to have the non-complete.
Yo!
Let's do Tattoo U's 11 Men. So, conceptually, action-wise, this is one of the best fights in the series. It's Sugar Mountain and Tattoo U, so they'll both get benefited from this. Tattoo U is cool because conceptually they're not a character, but also they're the coolest thing in JoJo's, arguably.
It's kind of like a curse stand kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or it's like an evolution of Anubis.
Yeah, I could see it that way.
Where it's like the stand acts on its own and it's inhabiting these 11 dudes.
And it functions better than the Tomb of the Boom, where like it just works better conceptually. The fight is so. I guess I'll argue Sugar Mountain is S and they're A then.
Yeah. They're not characters.
They're not characters, so maybe B is like they're not. They're super not. Well, actually, that's not true. They have some speaking lines, and they do something really interesting at the end of the fight, which leads to the best moment of that arc, which is basically the trading of the whiskey bottle for an important item.
Yeah,
and that is like, oh man, that is one of the best moments in all of Part 7 is Johnny and Gyro's reaction to having to make that trade, which is super cool.
And Sugar Mountain's like top 3 arcs.
Sugar Mountain is like, I think it's my favorite arc in Part 7, to be honest. It's fantastic.
It's so good.
Okay, that leads us to Tomoko Higashikata, which is B tier. She does she's not a combat character at all. She's just a super spunky, super lovable mom character. She fought hard for her kid when he was sick. Like, she went out into the blizzard, and like you could tell she's a very caring, very loving mom who lets Josuke go do his own thing, which is what I love. Like when a parent lets their child kind of like go free a little bit and doesn't coddle them. Very different from like Holly, for example. She's not a bad mom like Giorno and Jolene's, so like just maybe best mom in JoJo's actually.
Probably.
It's between her and Mitsuba, I guess.
And Holly, Jotaro's mom.
Oh wait, no, hold on. Does Diego have a good mom or a horrible mom? I remember there being something about his mom. I think she
a good mom. His mom was like sick and then she died.
Right. So she's top 3 with her and Mitsuba.
What about the mom?
Okay, Holly is also up there, but not the Holly that people might think of.
Yeah, the other Holly.
The other Holly. The cooler Holly. Dude, Emporio, what an interesting character. Mm-hmm. It's like a different take on a Hayato style character, which I really like.
Mm-hmm.
Super important at the end of the story, but not as important. Well, I feel like he's important when we leave Dolphin Prison.
I feel like he's important throughout the entirety of it because he provides that basic operations for everyone, and he provides details to Jolene about the jail and like how they're stand users.
He's a support character in multiple fights. Like Jumping Jack Flash comes to mind. I think Highway to Hell, he's in that fight. He's super important. Jailhouse Lock, he's in that. Yeah. So he's relevant throughout the story. He's just kind of a timid boy who has to kind of be brave.
That's the one thing, is that like he's very static, I feel like, for the entirety of the story.
Well, I feel like he has to really develop as a brave fighter in the end.
Yeah, but at the very end.
He is, and this is skip forward 20 seconds in 3, 2, 1. He is the character who saves Part 6, and not in like saves it from being bad, saves the situation. He is the clutchest character maybe in all of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Yeah.
So for that reason, I think he's at least A.
Okay.
How about here? I think that's fair.
That's good.
Okay. Let's do. So this is Tizano. I think he's Clash's stand user.
I thought it was talking head user.
He might be talking heads. Yeah, I think they're both. I like how they work together, and I really like that arc. So I think they're both C tier.
I think they're both C tier too. It's probably like one of my favorite.
It's cool how they're like pretty openly gay, which is like JoJo's is the gayest thing ever, but there's like 2 gay characters in the entire series, so it's like that's kind of weird. Actually, no, Scarlet Valentine as well, but
oh yeah,
yes, but very cool fight, very cool stands on both of them. I just can't remember which one has what, and the problem is their personalities. They don't exist without each other. They don't have distinctiveness at all. But, yeah.
They're wrapped around each other the entirety of the fight.
Enyaba, very important, kind of annoying, but kind of has a funny fight where, like, Polnareff is, like, super sweet to her. She's like, I'll fucking kill you! I'll rip your dick out!
Kyutaro!
Kyutaro! Cool stand. One of the more interesting first half of part 3 stands. I do like how she is a cultivator of evil. I've grown to really like characters who are the enabler types to the real main bad guy. So, like, Yoshihiro has something similar.
I would put her in C because I think her stand's really interesting. Yeah. Her fight's interesting because you have a little bit of mystery there. It's one of those other moments that makes you go like, okay, maybe Jojo is actually a cool character when you see that he writes his name in the book.
Yeah, Jojo is very understated, and this is the moment where like it might click for a lot of viewers.
Yeah, it's like, oh, he actually thought about. He walked in there's like something's wrong here, and set himself up to do this just in case.
Yeah.
So then again, it kind of ends really stupidly. He's like, I suck, and that's why
the suck is pretty bad. But I think the tension of the fight with the zombie army is still like Araki knows how to do zombies, man. What can I say?
That's weird. It's kind of cool. And then like it turns out the whole town never even existed.
Yeah, I don't know. Very creepy finale there as they leave. Yeah. Granny Erina, 2 versions. I think. Well, interestingly, I think we can actually separate these here. Well. We'll keep them together as an average, but Granny Erina goes above Erina. And I think they're both C tier.
I think they're both C tier.
Mostly for Granny.
Yeah, because like,
just a sweet old lady who doesn't take shit from society. And
young Erina bitch slaps Dio and then cares for Jonathan. Like,
yeah, man. Okay, Erina like. Part 1's writing is like for the first 3 episodes / 2 volumes or so, it's like ahead of the time where it's just like really good classical storytelling, I think.
Yeah.
And then it gets into dumb vampire bullshit, right? But those first 3 episodes, Erina has a great moment in them, you know?
I think they're like the thing with part 1 is I loved the whole like beginning of it where it's like Jonathan and Dio's rivalry, and then Dio is trying to usurp Jonathan and this whole dilemma, and then he like sells his soul to the devil.
Yeah.
And like once you get past the mansion though, once this dumb bullshit happens, then it kind of really falls.
And then it ends super strong. So
yeah, you're like, okay, cool, we kind of wrapped this up. It's like that middle part really kills it.
Yeah. Yeah, it really does.
It sucks. But like, I really like the setup of part 1, where it's like, oh, like it's these kids are not going to get along. They are going to hate each other for life.
Mountain Tim. I think when I think of Mountain Tim, I think of his cool stand. I don't remember him participating in many fights. I think Catch the Rainbow might be his primary fight, which is interesting because that's also the one where shit goes down.
Fight. He's at the end. And he beats the Boom Boom Family.
Was he in Boom Boom Family or Wired?
Yeah, he's the one. In Boom Boom Family. He saves Jonathan and Johnny and them. He's like, I have a stand. My rope, my body.
And then I think he's a very loyal character. Why? I just don't remember why he's so loyal to Lucy Steele.
He's also involved in Come Away. He takes the first hit of that fight, I believe.
Which one?
The one that's the guy that has his skin peels off and it's bombs.
Oh yeah, Oyo Komova.
Oyo Komova, yeah.
Yes, he is part of that. He's very loyal. I just don't remember. Like, I remember him being really loyal to Lucy Steele, but I don't remember why. He was kind of simpish.
I think it literally was just like cowboy chivalry.
Yeah, cowboy chivalry. I wasn't remembering if he had like. God, man, Part 7 needs to be reread. That's what we're learning here. Because the minor characters, I remember really liking them. I just can't remember the detail.
I think Mountain Tim is cool because he kind of comes out as like he knows what he knows about stands. He knows kind of what's going on. He's like there's a stand user going on, and this is like it's causing a ruckus. Like he's not participating in the race. He's kind of like the guy that's overseeing the race.
Yes. He's like a warden. Like he's the warden style character.
So it's cool because he's like investigating what's going on. And he provides the dramatic irony for the reader because he's the one that figures out who is this race is.
That's why he finds out who is the main antagonist and rushes out to save Lucy. And I think it's a really cool sequence. Let me actually.
And he has a fire line at the very end of himself.
We're not very good at this, are we? No.
But he had a fire line. I just really liked it. It was very touching. Bradley cried over it. Kind of thing.
All right, so we're back. We just did a quick refresher on Mountain Tim. Yeah, he's a bigger simp than I remember. I remember him being a simp for some reason. He's definitely in love with a 14-year-old. But besides that, he's also the knight in shining armor in that little portion. So, where did I drop him off at? I think he's a solid B.
I would say it's like mid B.
Yeah.
I would love to put him in A, but
I like Weka People better.
Yeah. There's just he doesn't do a lot, but I'm like
the arc, the Catch the Rainbow arc is where he shines the most for sure.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I also like his design. His design is also really cool.
This is maybe my least aside from Yo-Yo-Ma. This is also Anasui. We were like, what were Anasui's main fights? One of them was Yo-Yo-Ma, so we obviously wouldn't remember that because it's fucking Yo-Yo-Ma. Deep Blue Moon and Captain Tennille or whatever he got renamed to sucks. This all sucks. I hate them.
Isn't his stand is I can go in the water
and shoot scales and barnacles, and it's just a lame fight because talking underwater. Oh my god, where would you put this?
F?
Yeah. Okay. Hermes is fucking cool, man.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectrum.
Yeah. Hermes is like great personality, super cool big sis style character, has some interesting fights, amazing stand. I don't like the design of Kiss, but the use cases of it throughout part 6 are bonkers. Araki kind of snapped with this one. And most beautifully, it's consistent the whole way through, pretty much, which is a miracle in anything that is not part 8, partially 7.
Yeah.
And her fight with Sportsmax is fucking badass.
Which one's Sportsmax again?
Limp Biscuit.
Yeah.
Speaking of Araki being the god of zombies, he created the greatest zombie encounter of all time.
How can I make zombies more impossible to deal with?
Well,
I have an idea.
It's got some ideas. However, she doesn't get that many solo fights. She's always the support character. She has 2 solo fights, I think, and then like 4-ish support fights.
Secondary.
Yeah.
Yeah, she has the one with the guy that's trying to kill himself.
Highway to Hell,
which is a fun arc.
But it's basically her figuring out how to stand as well. So it's a somewhat of a coming of age arc for her.
Yeah. And then she has the Limp Bizkit art, which was good. I'm trying to think what else she has.
I like her more than Inasui. I know that.
I do too.
She comes in super clutch in Sea Moon. If you'll remember, like her and Jotaro team up to do some really clutch shit, and she comes really clutch in Made in Heaven as well.
Yeah.
She's actually super, super clutch in those arcs.
I would put her in A, honestly. Yeah. I really like her. I think she's
more than Emporio too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Terrence Darby, I like, but not as much as his brother. Cool fight, cool little gimmick with having the dolls.
It's the same kind of fight again with Darby, Elder Darby, but with video games, but it's still entertaining.
It's entertaining, but the thing is he explicitly cheats, which is a little less interesting than Darby, who has to cheat in a human way, not a supernatural way. So
Yeah,
because
like,
of that, I think he's like a low B, maybe the lowest B.
how does he cheat in Stardust Crusaders?
His stand literally mind reads.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Which
yeah.
leads to an amazing finale. Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
No, no, no. But
I forgot about that part because I was thinking, I remember him. He played the game. Did he cheat?
yeah,
Because
very explicitly.
very explicitly, Darby set paid people off like the cat and the little kid.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And Darby has to like move away so the sun melts the chocolate, or maybe Joseph does that. But anyways, Darby younger, low B,
Yeah.
maybe C.
No.
Okay.
No, I would put him in B. He's still entertaining. He's fun. He's memorable.
Don't really like ACDC.
This.
He's annoying. His crying thing doesn't really do it for me. His Art of War thing kinda does it for me. The fight's kind of lame because he just drips a lot of like hot blood on Joseph. Like it's very soft dripping for a lot of the fight. That fight has a lot of dumb shit. Like my least favorite stuff in part 2, like Joseph unraveling the string of his hat, but then also unraveling it in such a way that it creates knots that if you cut it, it's still a rope. Super stupid.
Yeah.
And and the thing where he takes over Suzy Q is also the worst part. So he single-handedly has all the worst parts of part 2.
Mm-hmm. The only good thing that comes from this fight is the fact that it just happens. I think that's a really like cool thing that like Joseph walks into it and he has to deal with one of the final 3 bosses of that part.
He off-screens logins in Machina, so it's like that's kind of lame too. I think this is the D tier character.
Okay.
Maybe even E. No, there's some real losers down here.
Yeah, there is.
At least he gets a lot of screen time relative to, relative to the length of the part. Tarkus, whatever, man. E tier.
You're getting that F tier, boy.
I do like their backstory of like being consumed by a rage that they were betrayed when trying to like rescue the queen or whatever. But
goes on way.
Hazamada Kobayashi. This guy rocks. He's super fun. Man, actually,
this guy rocks?
This guy locks. I think he's a A tier character.
He's a
great fight that is underrated. It's Koichi having to. How unique, how JoJo's Bizarre Adventure are some of these Part 4 fights. You will never see them in anything else, unless they're the entire concept of the story. This is just one little arc where the whole fight is about a con artist coming to your house and you having to resolve the situation with a non-violent stand. And he also gets used very well in the I Am an Alien arc when Josuke gambles with Rohan and they bring him in as like a cheat keeper.
Yeah.
So very entertaining, comes back multiple times, very emblematic fight of the series. I'd go with low A.
Okay. I agree. I really do fight. I think I also like that it's a very non-combative stand, like Darby Elder and Darby Younger. So I think all those stands, whenever it's a non-combative stand, they have to figure out another way to deal with it.
They're usually pretty good, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, this is one of the few characters that could beat Ultimate Cars in a theoretical sense, and I like that. Dr. Ferdinand is just kind of like a researcher style character, but cool fight, right? Because Dr. Ferdinand is that it's like the first great arc of part 7 is the Scary Monsters arc. However, man, that is one of the messiest things in the world. The way that Scary Monsters is transferred from this character is super dumb. That's like it wasn't monthly yet. Araki wasn't sure how he wanted to handle the power system. You can really tell.
Yeah.
But
no, it wasn't, because like right after this is when
they travel through a devil's palm and like Diego was infected. It's bullshit. It's just like it's nonsense.
I think this is when he went monthly though, because he goes monthly in the wire fight. That's when I remember that. Yeah, so it's definitely went monthly, but I still think he was still like running off of his like weekly juices. It's like I'm
gonna say like C tier.
Yeah, I agree.
For the
It's a really
fight,
cool fight.
The character is not bad. Like they show up and they do stuff. This is Susie Q. She's pretty cute. D tier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very.
She forgets to call everybody.
I quite like her in part 3.
Yeah.
When she calls Joseph, which is anime only, I think, but is a great scene. She gets cheated on, poor girl.
Oh, poor girl.
Foo Fighters, can we like just throw her all the way up here?
Yeah.
Foo Fighters fucking rocks.
Yeah.
Super interesting concept of a character, even if it makes no fucking sense at all. But what do you mean?
That's what she is. She's just plankton.
Yes, but how is this plankton inhabiting a body that is not decaying, Joe?
I don't know. Let's not worry about it.
I'm very worried about it. It's super dumb.
Drink some water.
However, just drink water. Just heal your wounds with water.
Yeah.
First of all, it's technically a water user, so that's a plus. I love the gimmick in most Foo Fighters fights of having to replenish. It's used so well. Especially, I think, in the close quarter combat fight with Poochie, where they're shackled together. Jolene, but like she's involved in that arc. And in the Ultra Security Ward Dragon's Dream fight. Those are some really big highlight moments for Foo Fighters. Sad things happen to this character. Very interesting philosophy to this character. Super interesting concept. Very cool usage of the stand. Also, the introductory arc fucking slaps. Do you remember? It's like six of the prisoners are taken out, and then it's like, wait, but only 5 were marked down for coming. Who the fuck's the 6th? So it's this cool, creepy mystery arc that becomes a swamp battle that I'm dying to reread now that I talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it introduces the concept of the disc. The stand disc in that part too,
which is very important. Forever is a creepy monkey with a weird stand. It's like a cool stand, but like it's not super cool. That's a E tier, right?
E tier.
Yeah, fuck them. Which brings us to Granny Arena, which will go above, or sorry, not Granny, Granny Susie Q, which will go above Susie Q. Wherever that is. Okay. Formaggio is actually super cool.
Formaggio, which one? That's
Little
part 5.
Little feet.
Yes, that's a fun fight.
That is a badass fight. First of all, the character is like a fun, like just tough guy, right? Tough guy gangster. But he's very smart. A lot of the fight is from his point of view. I love when Araki does this. Because a lot of the fight is him hiding in the rat and trying to figure out how he's being tracked down by Narancia. He uses his stand on himself. He uses his stand in Narancia in interesting ways. There's the part where he traps him in the bottle. There's the part where Narancia has to make a phone call. But the highlight of the fight is the finale, where after Narancia, he goes small, and after Narancia blows up the whole street, he's like, well, fuck, I guess I have to face you head to head. And then Narancia just fucking punches through him with the Aerosmith. So cool. That fight is badass.
It's a great fight. Part 5 has
Part 5 has, I mean, it's still JoJo's. It's still good. It's just, Part 5 still has some bangers in it. I'm going to say above Terrence.
I think so too. It's really memorable fight, and overall it's a great Narancia fight too, and like really brings that character out, and we get to see a lot more of what that character can do and why they can be in a gang, because up until then, they're kind of a bit of a chuckle fuck.
Yeah, because it was Zucchero before him who we put in E tier. So.
Yeah.
It also introduces Narancia in a really cool way, where like Narancia is the immature, hot-headed one of the crew, and I feel like that was a great introductory arc, because he also had to be really smart. Like he has battle smarts that are really highlighted throughout the part. I like how Mirashone looks like Bruno's sister. It's pretty cute. This is Sugar Mountain. You can go straight to S tier. We talked a little bit about her. First of all, she's like a mythical entity in this part, because she's like, her stand is like super neutral. Like it feels like the Walleyes or the Devil Palm, but like with a person.
No, this person. Well, she is not the stand user. The stand user is the tree. It's just the tree user. her as like a way to talk to people.
She's the hippie girl who like is communicating with the tree and telling people its will.
Yeah, and like basically she's trying to trick Johnny and Jorno so she can get her parents back, I think, too.
Oh, from the tree. That's such a good, very, very good point.
Because like it pushes people out, like it can only hold so many people. So once like it gets to a certain point, it pushes the last person that had it out of the tree.
God, that is so good. We talked about the Sugar Mountain Tattoo U arc before. We're just gonna drop her an S and move on. She's fucking great.
Yeah.
Fugo can go to D tier.
I was gonna say F for Fugo, but you know.
We'll split the diff.
Okay.
Top of E.
Fugo is like the number one thing of Part 5, which is wasted potential and wasted everything. It's like you introduce the character, you give him a stand, and then you don't do it. Even his fight, he doesn't do anything.
His fight's fucking lame. Man in the Mirror is a overrated fight, and people are like, it's not like I love the fight or anything. No, you should say that fight is bad. There's so much nonsense, like when Abakio has to be like half in the mirror and half out, and just like the mirror dimension where passively like live things can come through and not come through, and like the use of the poison's kind of interesting in that fight, but it's so dull. Even in the anime, I'm just like, until like the last portion of it, it's such a boring fight if you know what's happening. Like the moment to moment of that fight is super dull.
Yeah.
Also has the part where Abakio, like, his hand is moving by itself, which confused me for years, but apparently like it's some Moody Blues bullshit, but even that doesn't quite work for me. Whatever. Strizo is kind of cool.
That's
the vampire from Part 1. Well, he's just a Hamon user in Part 1, but he shows up in Part 2 as the first antagonist. Mm-hmm. He is such a cool place to take Hamon users. He's kind of like the last hurrah to non-Joseph Hamon users, you know?
I really like that they bring him back in Part 2, and then you have that betrayal with him, and then it's a great way to show off that I really like Strizo Part 2. It's one of my favorite instances because it really shows off like how Joseph thinks. It's ridiculous, but at least you're getting the idea. It's like, okay, Joseph thinks ahead and sets things up not to happen now, but to happen later.
It's ridiculous, but it's hype because it's got the grenades, it's got the machine gun, it's got the shot glass reflection, it's got the part where like they blow Strizo up, but he starts reforming itself. It's got the narration of like his physical stats where he's like, rib cages, this much PSI power could crush an entire cow. Like, it's super fun, and he kidnaps the girl and tests like Joseph's.
Like, who gives a shit? I don't know.
Except it's not who gives a shit, because as soon as he rips out one of her teeth, Joseph is like, fuck you! And he goes in. And that is such a good way to like show Joseph's character. I think this is like at least a C tier, right? Throw him in.
I think so.
Okay.
He doesn't do anything in Part 1, but Part 2 he pops off for.
In Part 1 he's almost insulting.
Yeah.
But it's in everything. Stray Cat, dude. Stray Cat is such a fun little character. Like, the fight's fun because it's from Kira's side. It's used as the way it's used as a weapon is pretty brilliant. That is such a that was a Rocky really actually writing well and like using stuff from the past, and not just like Araki's fun because he moves forward and creates incredible moments and fights. But when he reaches from the past in really creative ways is when like he really shows his true chops as a writer. And I feel like Stray Cat is a really good use of that. Hayato tries to use him. Kira's combination with Stray Cat is just one of the coolest power-ups. It's so good. Yeah.
It's kind of cool too because Kira basically gets like 4 power-ups throughout the series in that part. And it's really cool when you get the villain stand user actually teams up with another stand user. And I think it's the only time that happens.
And it's cool because the villain stand user, Diavolo does it a little bit when he utilizes, but it's so stupid. When he utilizes Aerosmith, but really that's Risotto doing it, so never mind. Diavolo doesn't do anything cool, I guess. But what's cool is like the villain has his own journey in Part 4, and it's super highlighted. We spent a lot of time with Kira, which is why, I mean, I won't reveal it, but which is why he's going to rank very high in this list, God be damned. But what's cool is that he has his own arc, And then parts of his arc he utilizes later. It's like, I had my own journey too, motherfucker. I went through some shit. So I'm gonna utilize it. So
it's also great when you get an arc that like you watch the arc and you're like, this is the villain, but I really want him to win right now.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
Especially like he okay, you gotta give him props too for humanizing Kira in a way where it's like he forces Kira to contemplate why he's protecting Shinobu, which is just one of the many things that makes him a fun, complex character. Yeah. I think C's fair because he's also just a cat plant.
Fucking cat. For cat.
What a weird stand. My stand is that post-mortem I turn into an air-controlling plant. That is the weirdest, like, we're talking part 6 levels with that one, but,
yeah. Nearly part 8.
J. Guile is really cool, actually. Gotta be a C tier as well, I think.
That's, the original stand.
Hanged Man.
There's no such thing as a mirror world, you idiot.
Yeah. I wish you were right, Kakioan. I wish you were right. Hanged Man is a badass, man. It's used in such a
stand.
It is like it's the first stand where you're like, wow, stands can be very cool.
Pretty cool.
Yeah. Not very cool. They're very cool when you get to like Mariah and Darby, right? But this is pretty cool.
Yeah, like the way that Jean-Pierre Polynarf.
Oh my god! Pony Nerf? Anyways.
Jean-Pierre and Kakyoin deal with it. I think it's great where they throw all the coins in the air and they figure out where the reflection goes and they stab them all. I think it's super neat.
It is super neat.
We're not ordering these. Stop moving people around.
I'm just trying to put them with some other part 3 characters. And their part 4 is over here. It's somewhat... It's just ordered by part, except like these are the characters that are obviously important in the story, like these 4, so I'm putting them in the front. But anyways. George Joestar's kind of an idiot.
I'm gonna beat up this zombie! Ah!
No, that's okay, wait. That's George Joestar the second. This is George Joestar the dad.
Is that the dad? Okay,
Yeah.
whatever. He's still an idiot.
He's still an idiot. Whatever, D tier. Sad death. Steven Steele is like a pretty cool character who is... I don't approve of his choice in women. Actually, it's really fucked up, but he's a cool character.
To be fair, he did to save her. He really wasn't trying anything. He's just like, I'm going to save your daughter because that's kind of fucked up what's going to happen to her.
And also, like, the fact that, like, she looks like his deceased wife is like, I will spend my life even just taking care of you because, like, it's the only thing that would make me happy. So it's creepy, but Lucy enjoys it.
I really like... I won't put him in B tier, but I can't, like, think of any, like, ways to, like, justify that. I really like...
No, he's important in the whole part. He's very humble. Yeah. He's very clutch. He's very helpful in certain parts of the story. He's got a cool backstory. He's just likable.
He's basically the Speedwagon of that arc, but he doesn't do a lot of stereotypical Speedwagon stuff. Like, he provides exposition on things. He's not sitting there like, oh my god, Johnny used this technique that allowed him to do this while he flies in the air.
Yeah. Ghiaccio is fucking great. Super entertaining because he's just angry all the time. But his stand is cool, quite literally, and that fight is such a banger.
Might be one of the best fights in part 5. Probably is the best.
It's like a top 10 fight in JoJo's. It's up there. It's like top 20 at least, right? So I'm going to throw him fat in the A tier, right next to Wham Antonio.
And the anime did even better because he has an attack at the very end that I read at first. And I was like, I don't really understand what's going on.
Yeah, gently weeps.
Gently weeps. And then you watch in the anime, and they do it perfectly. Like, oh, this is actually really cool now.
Yeah, it's still kind of silly because like, how do you have that much control over the ice? But it's cool.
But it's like, all right, fine.
The one thing I dislike about this fight is, and I've blocked it out of my mind until we watched the anime together, is when he freezes a disc and then dematerializes it and then rematerializes it.
I remember we all went, whoa.
Like when this fight was coming out, like we're kind of like we have our some dissenting opinions about Part 5. I think Joe and Bradley dislike it more than me. I think who hates it between you and Bradley more? I think Bradley really doesn't like that.
Tyler hates it the most. I think I'm after Tyler, and then I think it's Bradley, and I think it's you.
Yeah, I think there's a power gap between me. I still see a lot of merit in Part 5. But, we were all like, man, you know what? Part 5 got its problems. Gyatso fights next week, though, and we're all fucking hyped, right? And we were.
Yeah.
And we were watching that together. We're like, wait, what?
We paused the episode. We went to the Wikipedia page to check if there's anything in there about that segment. And then we went back to the comic and reread that page, and we're just like, what the fuck?
This is a call to action. If anyone understands what Gyatso did with the disc, please let us know.
The most we could get was that he completely froze over the disc, molecule by molecule, and then melted it into his suit. And then it has somehow the ability to restructure it.
Stop talking. Stop talking. I don't want to do this anymore, dude. Greyfly is a loser. So, also, lame fight. F tier.
Yeah.
Steely Dan is a super memorable villain with a very annoying stand, but in a very good Jotaro moment. So I think that either averages out to C or... I think his personality as a character overwhelms the fight. So I think it goes into B.
Yeah. It's one of those fights that when I was watching Part 3 that made me really latch onto the idea as a stand. Be like, okay, I really, really like this. Because Jotaro can't deal with this guy, and he's picking on him the entire time. So we have to use our two other stand users using a mechanic that we're not going to talk about to go deal with this stand.
You know what else we shouldn't talk about? The fact that his stand makes no sense. Okay, you're in my brain, but it doesn't mean that if I attack you, I automatically get reflected damage.
Yeah.
You're pinching my nerves, right? But you could pinch the nerves at any point.
I think Araki just needed a reason to have him go into the body and chase after them, because I think the simple way of doing this is well, my stand's connected to you now, and just
it's possessing you. Okay,
yeah.
They could have possessed him, and it's also a spirit in your brain.
Yeah.
Okay, it shouldn't have been that the stand was pinching the nerves. It should have been that the stand merges with your brain a little bit.
Yeah, that would do a brain fight. That would have been cool.
Yeah. Well, they did do a brain fight, but it wasn't cool.
Yeah.
This guy goes with Tiziano.
That's the Shark Man.
This is Shark Man. Clash. Clash is a cool name. There he is.
Yeah.
Green Baby is not really a character, but is a very interesting fight.
Very fun, very cool, very trippy. I really, really like that segment, mainly because Yo-Yo Ma ends and we go into this, so it's much better.
And there's a horrifying, worse than death's worst case scenario that can happen in that fight, which I think is really cool. Which is if you land above him, you are fucked. Granted, he could be he would move eventually, and then you would eventually not be tiny. But yeah, it's if you fall above him, you are going to perpetually shrink.
That being said, speaking random words, baby, and getting godlike powers is kind of dumb.
Yeah. But the character, the baby itself has no character, but it's a cool plot device. It's dumb, but also it's mythical. I wish the one downside I have to Part 6's story is that it gets very biblical, supernatural, which Araki really loves that kind of shit. It gets very occult, which is a very good strength of JoJo's. I just wish it wasn't as mysterious as to the mechanics. I would have liked one or two more explanations of why.
Part 7 has a lot of that biblical and mystical side to it, but I think it's done way better.
It's done better. This, oh my god. Is this the user of Survivor?
I thought that was Dragon Dream's user.
No, this is not Dragon's Dream. I think this guy is who uses Survivor.
Okay, I'll look up Survivor and see. He
has the Survivor disc.
Yes.
I'm not excited about the next conversation we're gonna have.
Oh, it doesn't. User. Yeah, that's him.
I don't think he even did much. He was kind of just zoned out for a lot of that fight.
Yeah.
I think eventually, isn't he the one who has the tree grow out of his mouth with the teeth, which is the worst shit I've ever seen?
Yes.
And Anyway, Survivor is really cool, so he facilitates a cool fight, so that's why he goes into E instead of F.
The weakest stand.
The weakest stand. Alright, let's talk about Speedwagon. Meme Daddy himself.
Yeah.
Let's just like King Crimson this and put him where he is and not talk about it.
Okay.
No, we'll talk about it. He's okay, right?
Yeah. The thing is that
he's over memed and too low.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So like no matter where we put him, if we don't put him in top 10 or even S, we're gonna get shit or an A or because I think he's a C tier character.
I do too. He has a really cool moment though. It's probably the coolest moment in part 1 where they tell Jonathan to shoot Dio as he's transforming, and the gun goes off, and you see that Speedwagon that does a shot, and Jonathan didn't actually shoot him.
Yeah, that's so cool. Also, I love Speedwagon withdraws coolly. When he's like, "I'm not gonna cock block my bro," and I much prefer him in part 2 actually because Joseph, you really feel a connection with Joseph and him, and like you really like you don't get to see them growing up together aside from that flashback scene, but you really feel like Joseph has had Arena and Speedwagon all his life, and he very much cares about them.
Yeah. But he just does narration for fights and provides some cash.
Exposition, yeah. Actually, he gets pluses for being the person who facilitates the rest of the story through the Speedwagon Foundation. That is so powerful it exists in multiple universes.
Yeah.
Okay. Mista is high B, low A, right?
I would think low A.
Yeah.
I really
we'll give part 5 the bone here.
Yeah. He's really cool.
I'm even thinking I'm thinking like here.
Yeah. He has a great personality. His backstory is actually kind of sad, and I like his stand a lot with the pistols and the interactions. Yeah. I like that he kind of is a very reliable member of the team and he's always action oriented to go do things.
Yeah, he's very action oriented. He has goofier moments, but I think something that it's a problem with most of the Par 5 cast, bar Narantia, is that they're all serious, brooding characters. And he's like a cool, serious dude who has more goofy moments than the other cool, serious dudes. So that's why... And like, the thing is, like, when you have... And they're all, like, cool characters individually, but when you have them as a group, it's just a lot of, like, man, you guys are just cool guys who are like, yeah, we're badasses who will kill a motherfucker. It's like, that gets a little old. And none of their relationships with Bruno are different from each other's. They all view Bruno in the same way and respect him in the same way. And there's none of them like ever go against Bruno or argue with him or like disrespect him. There's not even a slight change in how they view Bruno. With again, maybe Naranch is a little different. Where like I think he can't make decisions without Bruno, while the others like are just fully loyal, which is like the difference there. Anyways,
I'm telling you, man, Part 5 would have been so much better if Bruno was dead. Yeah. Like it is the solution. I feel.
Yeah, I think the more you say it, the more it makes sense to me.
Yeah, because it's just like you have no room to go for your main character, so why have him in there? But we're not.
Bro, Soundman fucking slaps, right?
Yo.
His motivations are kind of iffy near the end, but at the end of the day, he just wants fucking money, and he'll do it.
And then I have my hot theory where...
Yeah. Joe has a hot theory that, so there's the thing where, like, Sandman's stand ability changed from the first chapter to when we get to see his stand fully. But in reality, the way we see that character show up, it makes us think that he's not the same Sandman as the one we originally saw.
Because when he gets introduced, he comes out from...
underneath, like, a sheet.
Underneath the sheet, which is very telling because we figure out later what another character's stand ability does. Yeah. And it involves things on top of things.
Yeah.
So it could potentially be that this person is an entirely different person when we get
However, when we see Valentine's ability, it's not the same quite, but like
it still follows its rule. It
still follows the rule, so it could be intentional, which I think is cool. Great fight. Yeah. We'll say that. This fight is fucking dope. I especially like the portion in the water. It's super intense.
Yeah, and then even like not counting the fight, just him. He's a Native American he's a great kind of like, I don't want to say contrast, but parallel to Gyro. You know?
Yeah, somewhat.
Because they have like the same idea where they come from a society that has kind of reprimanded them, but he's trying to do what's best for that society.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, I like that connection.
I really like the character. I think he's super cool.
I think he's super cool, and you're cheering for him in those early races. Like you're like, well, you don't even like Johnny at first, to be honest. Johnny's an asshole, so it's like, you still kind of cheer for Gyro and Sandman all of the time.
He's the first character you see in Steel Ball Run.
Yeah. Do you think he's done a little bit dirty, given that he is the introductionary character? But I feel like that scene is more like to build up Gyro.
I feel like that scene is mainly to build up the setting of what's happening.
Yeah.
Where you have this Wild West kind of feeling. People are like basically like they're grabbing on.
Oh.
Is that if you win it, you're going to get this huge prize.
Yes.
So I feel like and like I think there's no better way to do that than a Native American who's trying to win the race so he can buy the land back for his people, even though his people really don't want him to do it that way.
In that sense, he's a greatly tragic character, which means him coming in contrast with our main characters is actually like really good. I'm thinking like low A, high B.
Yeah, I would say high B.
Like maybe I think top of B right now then.
Yeah, I
like him more than
I do.
Maybe
actually.
He's high B, or maybe they're both A. Maybe that's the solution.
Maybe.
I'll
Curious.
let you choose.
I would put Sandman in high A.
High A?
Not high A. Sorry, in A.
Okay. We'll do this then. I feel like this is more accurate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because his character's a lot more.
Yeah, fleshed out.
You flesh out deeper. His stand is a lot more fun.
Yeah, because like Kobayashi is here because like fun introductory to like what stands can be. It introduces a new branch of stands. Super fun fight. He's used multiple times, and he builds the setting of Morio, which is the most important thing for a Par 4 character to do. Like the best thing a Par 4 minor character can do is build the setting of Morio. But Sandman is complex and has a great fight. So
it's what makes Part 7 great is that everyone in there is kind of a morally gray character.
I think if he's in B, Anasui is also higher than.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Guess is cool. I like her. She's actually super entertaining.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't show up a lot. I thought she would show up more when I was reading Stone Ocean.
She shows up just enough to be like, "Hey, this is Geraldine's creepy roommate or cellmate." Yeah. Interesting fight as well. Yeah, she can go and see.
She's the first like actual stand fight of the series or that arc. But her stand is also just
Little Feet.
Fugamaggio again from Part 5.
Formaggio.
The
thing is, the way that fight plays out is so different because it's basically just Jolene having to run around in a rat suit, which is pretty cute. Yeah. But okay, we'll throw her in C for now.
Mm-hmm. Just put it in there. It doesn't matter where you put her.
I'll put her with Green Baby. Okay. No, sir.
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Smokey is like barely a character. It's cool that he's like Jojo's black friend and he's like the Speedwagon shout out. I hate how he's in the final fight. He did not need to be there at all.
Yeah, he's just there.
I think he's a D tier character.
Yeah,
he's friendly and I like how he's introduced and because of his introduction you get to flesh out Joseph immediately. So I think that's pretty cool. Hato Higashikata I really like. She's underutilized, but also she shows up frequently in small roles.
Yeah.
Her stand is very basic, but when she used it, it was the hypest shit.
It was. That Vitamin C arc, like that ending of it was
god tier.
Yeah. And like it was so quickly Iraq was able to set the emotions for this one character too. So you immediately go like, oh, she's fucking.
You're super invested in the relationship that she lost in that arc. And when Josuke's like, permission to kill him, and she gives it to him, it's like, whoa, let's go. However, because she's not very frequent, I think we gotta throw her in C, right?
which is a shame. Oh, I would put her in low B because we see moments of her with the family.
I love her moments with the family. Absolutely.
Yeah. So like it's I'm always happy to see her. And I think like
those moments she shines more than Daya does in those moments too.
yeah, because she actually has a personality and she's actually like she is really much like the big sister that gets annoyed by every.
You're underrating. Daya has a pretty cute personality. You don't get to see it very often, but she's like just like the cute sister who doesn't want to be coddled, but like is like inexplicably adorable. And I like how Norisuke handles both of them. Like Norisuke. Sorry, we've gotten shit for saying Norisuke in the past, but Norisuke has a distinct relationship with all his children, which I really like. A Chung baby is a great arc, facilitated by the baby.
It's a baby. I have nothing to say. It's a baby.
However, that arc is maybe the most personally touching in all of JoJo's. Just like, but Joe, you have a great relationship with your dad. I have somewhat of an estranged relationship just because he lives in another country. It's like a divorced parent, and you only see him a couple of years, and like I have great love for him, but also I've also had stepfather, and just dad relationships and meeting a dad, and like I also like my dad. I have a hidden Josuke brother as well in the family who we met once, and he was the Josuke in the relationship. And my dad, like, there was no invisible baby to force that relationship together. So it's like, this touches on parts of my life that I really relate to. It's also so that arc is so incredibly humanizing. People say Joseph went through character assassination part 4. I felt like that was an amazing addition to the character, in my opinion.
I feel like Joseph's old. I don't understand why people, when someone gets old, they can't conceptualize they can't be as cool or as unique as they were before because they don't have the mental capacity and they don't have the physical ability to do it. And yet,
through all that, Joseph is still himself. He's still a jokester. He loves, like, he takes care of the kid. He's a goofball, and he will sacrifice his own life. And the line of, I just wanted to look cool in front of my boy is incredible. Yeah. That is the most human line in JoJo's, potentially. So I think because of that, I think I have to give her a low B because I love that arc so much.
That's fine. I think that's good. I think just overall, because I agree with you with the characterization between Josuke and Joseph, it does a really good job of like it's kind of showing what Joseph's feeling is about this whole Josuke situation and how it brings out a little bit of like of Josuke's like anger and kind of like frustration with the fact that this is his father.
And if say you didn't know Joseph, right? Say you didn't love him from part 2 and 3, you could totally see that like go into that arc and be like, Josuke's dad just shows up and is an annoying old man who's fucking everything up. You would really side with Josuke. You're like, you're being a little rude, but I totally understand where you're coming from. And I think that's like just another amazing part of that arc. And having the baby be an object that they have to come together for because it's a baby and they have to take care of it. It's very well executed.
This part is for babies.
Let's do 2 more.
Okay.
And they're going to be Whole Horse, who is easily a mid-B character. Like, come on. Whole Horse is super likable.
His stand is a gun.
Yeah, his stand is something that should be in every action manga, which is the redirectable bullet.
Yeah, it happens so it's so stereotypical. It happens twice in JoJo's.
Yes. What else? I think he's got a very fun personality. He's in multiple fights in that arc. He starts off. He's the first villain we get the POV fight from, kind of, because you have like Who Shot Dio or like Shooting Dio, whatever it's called, where he has to man up and try to shoot Dio, and he's like, "There's no way I can fucking do that."
Yeah.
However, I don't know if his fights aren't as cool as these guys, so I think he drops like here.
He has a very bombastic personality that I think you can attach.
I feel like he plays off well of the straw hats, the Straw Hat Crusaders. Yes.
I'm glad that Araki brought him back for multiple fights. because he's in the Hangman fight originally, but he runs away, so it's kind of like I'll get you next time. He's then in the Inya fight, and I think they beat him up there.
And then, well, he helps out in the Enya fight, and then he's in the Oingo Boingo horse combo.
Yeah.
So, next up we have Shinobu. I really like this character. Part 4 needed this character, and I think she's super well executed.
Mm-hmm.
She's the vindictive wife who falls in love with a serial killer, and she becomes the object of protection when Hayato has to step up. Every scene with her, as she's like lusting after Kira, she is fun. She's actually super cute when she like lets her anger go and like she like just kind of starts longing for Kira. She's actually like a cute wife who goes out of her way to impress her husband and has cute interactions with Stray Cat where she like tries to play with it. So I think she's a low B character. Part 4 isn't as good as it is without her. She's super integral in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with the low B. I want to say more, but like it feels like
she's not a fighter in a series of fighters, but like she's a good, fantastic character, you know. So it's like
I think too is like because
I think she might even go like with Stephen Steele, for example.
Yeah, if it wasn't for Shinobi's relationship with her husband that Kira kills, Kira would never have been able to get away with his plot because. Like, basically, if it was any other wife, they'd be like, you're not my husband. I can tell.
Yeah.
But because Nobu is looking for something so different, and then Kira comes along and is wearing the same face as her husband, but now is acting completely different, it allows him to get away with it. So it kind of adds on to that layer of, like, oh my god, this is so difficult to get this guy. And that's all chance encounter, sure, but, like... chance encounter
Part of Kira is his supernatural luck. They even bring that up. That like Kira's a lucky motherfucker. He's blessed by fate despite being a horrible human being.
And then the way he dies is perfect because it's the most unlucky thing that could possibly happen to you.
We'll get there. I think we're good for tonight. Look at the progress we made.
Yeah.
And by tonight, I mean probably, you'll hear us in another second, but it's break time for us for sure.
I'm going to go put on a shirt.
Nice. Bye-bye. I mean, see you later. And we're live again. Okay. Let's see. We've covered, like, over half. Well, that might be overdoing it. But we're close to half.
We've done a good bit.
So, I just found out that there's, like, 0 alcohol beers as I was grabbing a drink, and I realized I bought the wrong thing. So that's just a fun fact for anyone listening. Like, why does that exist?
So, just so you're aware, we might have some negative bias from Willer going forward in this section of the tier list.
Why?
I don't know, being tilted from your beers.
No, I bought 2 different drinks. I'm good. There's no negative bias.
Never mind. That
being said, if anything, there would be positive biases because, I was doing some rereading on part 6, and I was going to do some on part 7, but that'll probably have to come next time. Because there's certain arcs where I was like, there's a specific detail I know I would like to talk about. I just don't remember what that detail was. It's just that feeling. Mm-hmm. So, while we're here, the Marilyn Manson arc is fantastic. It's still so good. I would move this down like 2-3 spots, like maybe here. Mirashon's pretty fun though. Probably actually, but Hermes was also amazing that arc. So I'd probably put Mirashon here now.
Okay, makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, because the arc is super cool and Mirashon's super cool. So I think it's still very worth the A tier, which is. Not quite, which is almost the same for Viviana Westwood, where this fight is incredible, man. I forgot about the portion where, like, Jolene holds a string to redirect his punch, and then she converts that into, like, throwing her jacket over his face and then beating the crap out of him. There's just such good choreography in that fight. Westwood is just an angry guard who is made angrier by Survivor, but I'm pretty sure we said that last time, too.
Oh, we did.
What else came up? Foo Fighters is definitively S tier. I was reading the chapter in which he's like 1v1ing Poochie. So good. But we knew that already. And Weather Report. I really wanted to get to his flashback, but I read the Jumpin' Jack Flash fight, and like that is a pretty solid fight. But Weather Report and Jumpin' Jack Flash's user, which is Lang Wrangler, I believe is his name, are both like very cool-headed characters. They don't really stick out to me personality-wise. But Weather does a lot of cool shit throughout the part. So I don't know if that's enough to move him to B tier. Like, it feels wrong having Weather Report, such an important character, in B tier, but... Or C tier, rather. But, like, you agreed to it as well, Joe.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine with moving up to B. I don't remember a lot about whether...
That's the thing. Anasui, actually, I got to see do some cool stuff, because, like, I feel like Anasui is more involved than Weather. I feel like Weather's not very commonly used, but he does do cool shit, but his personality doesn't stick out to me, so it's a lot of, like, pluses and then, like, negatives. Like, he comes out very neutral by the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we can leave him here for now, until otherwise stated. Let's do some new characters then, because we got Holly Joestar Kira.
Yes. A tier.
I think, yeah, I'm cool with A tier.
Yeah.
She is a very important character in Part 8 who actually, like, has a personality which is pretty different from the original Holly. Well, that's not true. The original Holly does have a personality. Like, don't
she
get
just
me wrong,
doesn't.
But, like, whoops.
She's just more of a MacGuffin in Part 3 than she is in Part 8. Part 8, she's still kind of a MacGuffin. She's still like a motivation for our characters. But we get flashbacks with her and other instances of her that make us, like, really that shows off Holly's ability and her knowledge.
And her motherhoodness is, like, I want her to be happy at the end of the story, and I'm very invested in that storyline finishing. A might be a little high. I think B.
No, I don't think so. I think because, like, there's that whole chapter, remember?
Where she has to save someone else, even though she's the one going through the most. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And then she has the writing and all that. Really cool.
You're right. That was really cool. And then you have Holly Joestar, who, solid, like, D tier. She's cute, you know?
Yeah. Okay!
Yeah, she's very, excitable mother-style character.
Mm-hmm. Takes off of her mother, Susie Q.
Man, let's do Oasis. Seko is his name?
Yeah. Dog.
Seko, cool fight. Very interesting personality, where he's just a super submissive dude, but I like the point in the fight in which Chocolata dies, and you get to see, like, how Seko mourns for his fallen weird lover, and then how he, like, gets into serious mode. I thought that was something to give his character a little depth. And the fight's pretty solid, so I'd say, like, he's potentially C or B tier.
That's pretty positive from you, considering I remember you say you hate that fight because you can't figure out what the hell's going on.
Oh, I mean, Araki can't draw underground fights at all, but from what the characters are saying, like, I can piece together that there's cool things happening. Like, I love how Bruno is able to deafen him because his ears don't matter. Like, he already, like, barely exists. And he's just feeling people by their spirits, which is, like, so stupid. But, like, so he doesn't need ears. But
Trish.
Yeah, Trish, it's you. Ugh. Anyways, where would you put him?
I put him in C. Like, I like Chocolata a lot more.
Yeah, that's fair.
I like Chocolata's fight a lot more. I like them together. I really like that dynamic, but I think the Bruno fight isn't nearly as good and has, I don't know, like, it just leaves some dumb bullshit with Bruno at the end. So,
yeah, agreed. Which leads us to fucking Hot Pants.
Yeah. Willer hates this character.
I hate this character stand a lot, and that does, since this is the all-encompassing character plus stand plus arc tier list, that does knock her down. I do like her backstory. It's very tragic, where she, like, her brother went through some shit, and she should feel very guilty about some of her decisions in the past. which led her to become the person who she is today. And it's cool because part 7 is like you have 2 main characters, but then you have like a revolving cast of allies of like about 3 to 4 allies, and she's the most prominent one, probably, right?
Yeah.
So, like, this is like a C or B for me. Like, C is by the way, a character being at C is not bad. I think, like, it's like an average character. I think when you start hitting D's, E's, and F's is when you're like, oh, they don't like that character too much.
I would put her in B because I like that she has this very solid neutral ground with characters. She is very much like going after her own like wants and needs throughout the entirety of the story. She has that fight with Diego later.
Yeah, where she's fighting alongside Diego. Yeah, which is a super cool sequence.
Yeah, her stand. I just wish it was a lot more consistent and made more sense.
Yeah, so the problem with her stand, and we didn't say it, is like every once in a while it just like does something that is so contrived, and like we just need to move the plot along, and it to the point where like it's used by someone else who isn't even her near the end of the story. I'm like, this is such a contrived scene, and it reflects poorly on Hot Pants. How I feel about this Hot Pants inclusion in the story,
yeah, like it's that their stand is like because Araki likes to put in a healing stand in every part. That's like the thing that she is, but it's just really the thing with
the face mask is what fucks me up the most.
The face mask thing isn't even the worst thing. It is the
worst thing. No, the face mask is worse because it is an automatic scent tracking activation. Automatic? What? Yeah, you should look this up in case you forget. I'll even pause for you because it's like obscenely bad in my opinion. All right, we talked off screen, and yeah, like the end one is bad. Don't get me wrong, but I much more dislike the way it's used in the like mansion infiltration arc. But
we'll keep her there.
I suppose we can put her like maybe above Steely Dan.
Yeah.
But below Steven Steele, that feels right to me.
Yeah.
The baby has no personality, but I like that arc so much. Bradley was giving a shit for the baby being above Weather Report. And that's fair. Like I could be talked down to putting the baby in C, but it doesn't seem like Joe wants to do that particularly. So
I don't mind. I don't care.
Who the hell is this? Is this the user of Rolling Stones?
Let me look it up. I'm
gonna keep it real with you. I didn't even rewatch the episode with Rolling Stones in the anime, like the last episode, because I was like, it's a moderately interesting concept that comes at a weird point at the story. So it's
that's like the Rolling Stones.
This is like D tier. It's a cool concept.
I don't really care. I actually despise this arc because it's pointless.
I wouldn't say it's pointless, but if you say
pointless.
E, I won't fight it.
It's pointless. The reason why it's pointless is because all this stuff happens, and then we get the foreshadowing of it happen. So it's like, who cares?
Well, it paints a picture, and I think like there's some interpretations of it of like if Mista didn't do what he did, certain characters wouldn't have died. Like but because of the way the fight plays out, like certain fates are sealed.
But who cares? Like we've already seen it happen. Like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I won't fight it.
It doesn't matter. Like it would matter if it happened like during like the whole heist when they had to go find the treasure that Misa did that, and we see those faces. We're like, oh, are these people gonna die? And then it happens. It's like, oh, cool. It sets it up. It sets the tragedy up. This doesn't do anything. It literally does nothing.
It'd be cool if this was the first arc or something, or like
it would be really cool if it was the first arc,
or the first 3 or something.
Yeah, as a setup and kind of putting the bomb underneath the table.
Yeah, maybe you introduce Giorno, then you do this to like foreshadow the gang that Giorno will join, and that's what it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Like after Bruno joins, you get to see this or something, and then you get introduced to the gang proper in real time.
Yeah.
But that's not how it went, huh? Dude, I have no earthly idea who this is. Is this Diego's mom?
We're
gonna have to pause to find this character for sure. Actually, I think this is Scarlet Valentine looking at it again.
I'm looking at Diego Brando's mother. That looks like her.
Really? I wouldn't expect her to have dark hair. Then where's Scarlet Valentine? This is the S's though. Look, Santana, Sadao, whatever. Sadao or Sator. You know, the head doctor's name. Yeah, and that was Scolopi, right? Scolopi is the so this would be Scarlet, I think.
Are you sure?
Go look up what Scarlet looks like. Alright, we have confirmed it is Scarlet. She has a very plain looking design. But she's a fun character. Like, she adds a lot of tension to the story. She's not very important, but the scenes where she's in, it's like, yeah, like, she kind of needs to be here.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what that really equates to in a tier list.
A D.
A D. You're right. Whoa, why am I moving Will Zappelli? Where did we put you before? Fuck.
I don't remember.
Oh, no. It was probably a D. Where did Scarlet go? Okay, Scarlet can go over here. She can join her part 7 friends. Okay.
I'll put all my little minute locations. Iggy the Fool!
Iggy is pretty cool. Just conceptually, having a dog as a party user, as a massive fan of Mother 3, I always like that. Iggy doesn't give no shits for a lot of the story, so they can have a lot of gags with him. A lot of playful interactions with Polnareff and Jotaro. I love his title fight. It is just as much Pet Shop's fight as it is like Iggy's big fight. His death is super sad. I like his personality. They'd say Iggy's a B tier. I like his stand too. Very powerful.
I think he's B tier, but like low B.
Low B.
Because he really didn't like form to me until that Pet Shop fight, and then it's like, okay, cool. This has some sort of like.
But at the same time, right? I think that fight is such a high because we look at characters like Akira and Angelo and like Westwood and Versace, who are only there for like an arc or two, and we're like, man, but they made such an impact at that point of the story, and like they led to such a cool encounter that it's worth it. I feel like Iggy might be like Pet Shop and Iggy might be my favorite fight in part 3. Like genuinely, it's a toss up for me. So I do think it's worth putting him like maybe above Hato.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Next up, we have Eluzo.
Luzo?
Eluzo.
Oh, loser.
A loser, yes. He is the user of Man in the Mirror, which his personality is decent, but I hate that fight and I hate his stance. So I'm thinking about putting him in D tier.
Yeah, I agree with D tier.
All right.
D for the loser.
The loser. Next up is Axl Rowe. Okay, Axl Rowe is very cool, and his fight is both thematically super rich, fun zombie-esque encounter. He's a very like fun antagonist during the fight because he's really bearing down on Johnny and Hot Pants. He's got a cool backstory actually, where like he was a soldier in some war, and he led to like the death of many people. The Civil War, yeah. Yes, his stand is called Civil War, so you're right. I should have known better.
I would put him in A.
Yeah, this is an A tier.
Above
Holly.
Really, yeah.
Maybe not above Sandman.
I don't know.
What would you say?
I put him above Sandman. I like that fight a lot more. I think that fight does a lot more for the characters. It has a cool upgrade. You have Jesus in that fight.
Yeah, we'll get to Jesus in a second. But I don't think he goes above Emporio and Mista So I think that's like
Nah.
the perfect spot for him.
Yeah. Like I think we're just doing the fights alone. Like if this was just only fights, I think that fight would be an S tier because that fight's awesome.
We put Sugar Mountain up there for.
But the thing about Sugar Mountain though is that
It's so good though. Like
it's
there's so many layers of Sugar Mountain that I like. Like it is super well constructed.
Mm-hmm.
And Tattoo U got this high, maybe a little too high. Maybe Tattoo U can go below Axel Row.
Yeah, I could see that.
And then Axel Row, but like I do like Mista, and I feel like we need some sort of.
I think that's fine.
I do want to. Oh, I do like Hermes more after rereading that. I forgot to mention, so I'd like, if possible, I'd like to move her like, honestly, above Yukiko.
Okay.
She's a really cool big sis character, and like, out of every stand user in the series, her and part. Okay, Iggy's out there. Her and Part 4 Josuke are the biggest like stand masters. Like they're using their stands to blow your mind with, and it's still consistent. And I feel like that's such a cool aspect to this character. In the Marilyn Manson fight, she puts a piece of gum in her mouth and ties it to the baseball they're throwing so she can have a escape if she needs it. And she keeps money in her boobs, which is a fun, like literally inside the boob.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways. Axel Row can go here for now. But man, that fight is a banger.
Yeah.
Tell you what, he could go with Mirashon.
Okay.
And Gyatso. Maybe here.
Yeah.
I think that the thing is like Mista might be a little too low. Is what this is revealing.
Okay.
Don't just okay.
I'm more concerned about that people are in categories and the intricacy of them sliding next to each other, unless I have a very strong opinion. No.
I have a strong opinion about the ordering, so we can go here. There we go. This looks good to me. But I mean, when you put him next to Tonio, you're like, well, he's better than Tonio. And when you put him next to Wham, it's like, well, he is better than Wham. So here, there we go.
Okay, there we go. We're done.
Pork Pie Hat Kid is a goofy kid with a fun fight.
Yeah, with a silly ending too, though, with Johnny carving a wood statue of himself.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty bad. Is that the worst body double in JoJo's? There's been a lot.
I don't know. I think the Jotaro one might be worse.
Where the Jotaro one is just like he leaves his jacket behind, right?
Yeah.
So stupid. I hate that shit. This is like a low B, high C for me.
It's a cool fight. It's a cool gimmick fight.
Yeah, we'll be conservative and throw him in C. And so I've been ordering like these unordered tiers, at least for organization's sake. I try to put like the characters' parts together, with the exception of like main characters. So like he can go over there with the part 7.
Yeah. Oh, Zappelli's in C. We need to put him up there.
That's what it was. Okay, and he is a part 1 character. There we go. All right. Let's do... Well, we can't quite do him yet. So let's do Santana. Santana's really creepy and makes a really big impact when you first meet him and is super resilient in that fight.
Yeah.
Like, the way he learns about a situation, he learns about humanity, the way he, like, shows off more and more of his terrifying skills. And particularly, like, the last portion where he crawls to the sun and then crawls into Stroheim. And even after Stroheim is blown up, he's still not done. He jumps into the well. Just like, this dude does not give up.
Yeah.
And he's super creepy. So, like, gotta be at least C for me.
Agreed.
All right. C it is.
I think that fight is, like, it's really good too because it showcases Joseph's like just strategic ability.
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of that aspect.
Part 2 is just kind of like, with the exception of AC/DC, just great arcs, like non-stop good arcs.
Mm-hmm. Non-start good fights. Like you feel engaged in all of them.
Yeah.
Except
Damo is a super imposing villain with a like legendarily good battle.
Yeah. I put him in B.
I think he's an A.
Okay, that's fair. I was being conservative with my B. I'm fine with putting him in A. Like I would want to put him in A.
Yeah. Let's put him like He can go ahead of Axl Rowe for me, TBH.
Okay. Yeah.
He's such a masochist in that fight, and he's got the prior relationship. His design and the way he's introduced are super unique. When he's doing the shit with a dollar bill to Norisuke, it's like, oh, you are an evil motherfucker.
I also really think it's the way that he's introduced is really funny because he kind of shows up. You're like, this guy's not good, but he looks like a goofy idiot. So he's kind of like unimposing, and then when the shit happens, like, oh no.
And he reveals a lot of one of the first initial mysteries of Part 8 are revealed through him. He has a super tight finale to that fight. He's very important, and seeing him afterwards in the fight in a flashback was a really hype moment that solidified Part 8 as like a cohesive story unlike any that Araki's told. Where like the stuff that he did still has ripples today, so it's like I very much like him. And his stand is so cool and looks so cool, and visually with the handprints all over the place, and they keep like stretching out over the walls. Like very visually memorable fight as well.
This was the fight that I caught up to in Jojo, and I remember getting to it. I was like, no.
Yeah, I think I also caught up to this fight, but then I stopped reading it to stockpile chapters after this fight, which is.
And I forced Willer into reading it with me, and now we have this podcast.
And now we are birthed. Bruford, he's better than Tarkus, so I'd put him like a tier above Tarkus.
Okay, yeah.
Jojo, not yet.
Luck and pluck of luck. Sort of pluck.
Kraftwerk was like a very tough enemy for Mista to beat. Like, he uses his stand well, even though I don't know if his stand makes total sense. Because, okay, you're freezing the bullets in time, or like in space, but the car's still moving, so shouldn't you just move away from the bullets because of inertia? Like, he freezes all energy on stuff that's being sent to him, yet the car moves, but the bullets keep moving with the car. I think that's kind of like immersion breaking for the fight.
You're right. His ability is position locking.
Yes. And I like the portion where, like, to catch up to a car, he throws a bunch of rocks in air and jumps off of them to, like, cut the car off. And the way he gets knocked out is really cool. But his personality is somewhat memorable. He definitely had a personality and, like, was very... He taunted Mista a lot and was very smart. I like when the enemy is, like... you see into their mind and how they're rationalizing the enemy. That happens a lot after part 4-ish. Yeah. So it's like
this was the first fight in part 5 after I think the Bruno fight, where I was like, oh man, this is really cool. These are some good fights that we're getting into.
Yeah. I'd put him like, well, I think this is after Formaggio, right? Or is it before?
This is right. This is after the boat.
Oh, this is right after the boats. This is before Formaggio.
Yeah,
I'd put him with I put him in C tier with his part 5 comrades.
I think it also like really shows off Mista really well.
Yes, that is a great introductory fight.
Like there's the scene where he shoots into the
telephone booth thing.
Yeah, like blindly. He's like, I can't see who's in there, but I'm gonna just randomly shoot, and then the
pistols will redirect.
Yeah, and they are able to hit him in the ankle or something that cause a blood trail.
The finale of like splitting the bullet into 2 and driving the bullet further into his brain is kind of sick.
Yeah,
I'd keep him there and see, because as I mentioned, like totally.
Mista has good fights.
Mista has good fights. That's why he's an A.
Yeah.
We can do Ryohei Higashikata. He's just a cool grandpa who's not in the story for very long, so I'm thinking like a D tier.
I died. Yeah.
I died. It was an important death. Let's do Hayato. How you feeling?
A tier?
S tier for me. Hayato is such a refreshing, unique, and important character who we still haven't had anyone like Hayato in the story since, except for, I guess, Lucy Steele would be the second Hayato.
Yeah. She's a non-stand user that gets involved in this action and figures out what's going on.
But the thing with Hayato is he's such a main character for like a couple of chapters there, and he's a presence throughout the arc. I like his like kind of broken child. Like, I'm really smart, but I'm emotionally fucked up because I've been really affected by my parents not loving each other. So I'm just kind of like a creepy child. But as I'm witnessing the horrible things Kira's doing, like, I have to do something. The scene where he contemplates killing himself just to end the cycle, just that amount of resolve, and then immediately blowing himself up to save Okuyasu, and challenging Kira with Stray Cat and outsmarting Kira. Like, this kid is the GOAT. He's so good. He helps Josuke beat Ghost Dad. He's the one who warns the crew at the end that, like, Bites of the Dust can be activated manually. Like, Hayato is the fucking guy. And at the end, he does not get a happy ending. He's like, it's just him and his mom, and his mom is gonna wait for his husband forever, and he's like, I'll wait with you, Mom. And he's crying because he knows the fact that, like, he lost his dad permanently, and his mom will never know the truth. This kid is fucking awesome.
He's pretty alright. No. Yeah, Hayato's great. I love Bites of Dust. It's hard to top the climatic arc, I think, in JoJo's.
Yeah.
Like, it really feels that, like, that Western showdown style that Araki likes, where everyone's gathering up in the streets for this final hurrah, and just the anticipation of, like, what is going to happen and how they're going to get out of this, and the fact that this entire arc, you are with someone that's not part of the main cast, that has no powers, and it's a complete, I have to outsmart this enemy. Yeah. And Hayato does it like 3 different ways, and it succeeds for him.
It is I think that is the ultimate JoJo arc, right? Like, to this day, I still think the finale of Part 4 is the best finale. On a certain day, you could catch me saying it's Part 7, for sure. Yeah. But Part 7 has High Voltage, which kind of muddles the water. This is just straight fire.
It's bad, but it's not as, like,
it's not. It is not
triggering.
Love Train. The High Voltage is not Love Train, and it is not Bites the Dust and Crazy Diamonds Unbreakables. So, can I?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I would go as far to say that he's, like, over here.
Makes sense.
All right, we'll take it. This is why I let you slander on Part 5 endlessly, so I can make these moves. Oh my god, does anyone like Anne? Does anyone in the planet Earth like Anne?
Put her an F.
Yeah, fuck her.
The original Hayato, but worse.
The original Hayato who didn't do a Hayato.
Yeah.
Stroheim. So, like, Stroheim
right?
is a nut. Yeah, let's get the elephant of the room. And, like, there are some people who will never like Stroheim because he's a Nazi. And I can't argue against that. I think that is a valid point of view. I think he represents something horrible that is unfortunately still a problem to this day. But, yes. And this is me exposing myself a little bit. When it comes to stories, I don't care if the character's real-life analogy is completely disgusting. I care about how that character influenced the story, right? And furthermore, I think one of the main themes that no one ever talks about JoJo's is the idea that anyone can step up and be the hero. And unfortunately, that means, yes, even the disgusting Nazi that was going to feed an entire village of Mexican people to a vampire god. So, but, it's all uphill from there. I think his brave, sacrifice to Santana is good, and Cyborg Stroheim's pretty hype. Yeah. And I feel like Stroheim is a good example of this anyone can be a hero, not as good as an example as, say, a Hayato, of course, because that might be Hayato and Lucy might be the ultimate examples of, what I think is one of the main themes of JoJo's, but all that being said, I think he's a solid, I'll throw him in C.
Yeah.
I think that gets us the least crucified, but also shows that I do value Stroheim's inclusion in part 2.
Mm-hmm. It just sucks because, like, if you ever want to do a live action, like, part 2, which you shouldn't, but if you were, I don't know how you would do Stroheim ever.
Oh, what? You can do Stroheim.
Big Nazi boy is going to be the hero. I can see it already on the headlines.
Well, Inglorious Bastards has like an ex-Nazi in the good guy crew, and Stroheim dies in the end, anyways, in the epilogue,
Sure.
in a war. So.
In the epilogue, not in the.
Yeah, not in the part. But he's clutch. Like he's Joseph's last ally in the last fight. Can't discount that.
I brought a bunch of lights.
Well, no, he's also the one who sneaks into the plane and then like crushes his leg falling down with Joseph. Rubber Soul is kind of lame. His gimmick is he says like English words every once in a while and has a lame goose stand.
Do you understand?
Do you understand? And then Joe Turo gets to say it. It's like a E tier, TBH.
Yeah.
Not much to say about him.
Is there another like disguise manipulation stand like his is? There's Cream Starter, kind of.
There's Cream Starter. There's Rubber Soul. There's it's either I don't think it's Thoth. I think it's Osiris, who is a
Oh right.
There's kind of Foo Fighters. Kind of it can reshape itself. There's some others, I'm sure. Rosas is a very minor character, but he has good scenes, so he gets to go in like, I don't know, E or D.
I don't know who this person is.
Rosas is like Susie Q's butler dude in part 3.
Oh, we can go to E or F.
No, I don't think he's not bad. He's short and sweet, and I like. If you're short and sweet, I can't be too bothered by you.
It's true.
Oh man, we're stuck with my part 4 bangers back to back. Shingeki Yangyu, aka Shigechi, aka, and this is funny because this is not his name anymore. But for a long time, we knew him as Fatty because because the Scanlations dubbed his name like Fatty. That's what Okuyasu and Josuke would call him, and like there is no basis for him being named that, but he was just Fatty for the longest time. This is just a weird kid with a really funny story and then a really depressing story.
Yeah. It's a roller coaster of emotions because it's like...
Because you hate him and then you're like, oh, okay, you're kind of cute. Then you hate him. Then you're like, no, baby boy, no.
Yeah, because you go, like, you have Harvest and they meet up with Josuke and Okuyasu. And you're like, okay, he's just an awkward little kid. Then he gets all gremlin-like. You're like, fuck this guy.
Yeah.
And then Josuke and Okuyasu make up with him. And then there's that scene with them in the lunchroom, and they're just bickering, but they're still kind of friends about like the tea and the sitting down and
you can see that over time they did form a little relationship with the guy. They take care of him and like befriend him, and they treat him as like a relative equal instead of looking down on him, which is I think
maybe like a little brother almost.
Yeah, like a little brother, but not like. The fact that he's like potentially mentally challenged does not like make him coddle him or anything.
Yeah.
So I think that's really cute.
And I think it's really built up because when he goes up against Kira in part 4, and then everything that happens to him, you're like, oh, like Araki made a character that, they left that. How do I describe this? Was him dying wasn't very hateful. Like it didn't feel like it was missing a hole in the party because we had all of our main cast. Mm-hmm. But him dying really didn't feel fair. You know?
Yeah. And you know what? That might be even better because it's like, oh, you get the vengeance of like, oh, he killed a Bakio. We're gonna get his ass, right? But then you have like the dude, Kira is just so like fucked up. He just killed this kid because he will kill anyone if it keeps his identity hidden, and that's pretty gross. And it's not like the random street vendor that fucking loser guy kills in part 5. It's just like you got to know Shigechi, and It's very and like the part where Kira blows up his face, especially in the manga, is just so sad because it's all downhill from there. And the door handle scene is still like one of the most memorable JoJo scenes.
Mm-hmm.
I've already touched the doorknob, so I think that I was thinking C, but the more I think about it, I think it's like a low B.
Yeah, like he's vital. He's the point in the plot of part 4 where it stops being an anthology kind of like, oh, here's all the people that happen to live in this city to this is the plot of the series or this arc. This is why we had to meet all these people, is because the idea of community versus the idea of isolationism and so forth. And
it immediately sets up the hatred for Kira. And you want to see him get taken down, which then gets flipped on you as the viewer starts to enjoy the Kira scenes.
Yeah, because we first hear Kira through Remy. Yeah, we're like, okay, she died by a serial killer. That kind of sucks. As a reader, you have some empathy, but you don't really have a connection with her really yet. But Shingechi, you do, because you get him for that arc, and you can kind of see how he's interacting with Josuke and everything. So I think it does a much better job of like. It's a much better call to action than just the ghost girl that's already dead.
Harvest is a really fun stand. It's like the first colony stand, and it's very powerful, and I like how they utilize it to... So, like, his introductory arc, not the most exciting arc, but it is a very fun, lighthearted, good time that it's like, again, it's cool that not everything has to be a fight. Sometimes the story is half of the story is just using our stands for schemes, which is super refreshing, and then it turns into like an altercation. So I
like him using his little robot boys to like suck in the alcohol and then inject it into Josuke and Okuyasu.
Yeah, drunk Josuke and Okuyasu is a huge vibe. That's such a fun scene. Yeah, I think this is a good spot for him right there. Next we can do Highway Star. I love Yuya. He's a super fun minor antagonist turned minor protagonist, and man, that's such like a fun like. This doesn't happen in any other part except 8, I guess. And maybe 7. 7 gets, like, messy, because, like, it's just... Everyone's involved in the mess. But, it's cool that we meet him as an antagonist, and I really like his stand and his fight. First of all. Like, those are already enough for me to, like, consider a B or A tier for me. But then, I also really like him in the Terenosuke fight, which actually, because they're so linked, we can do them both together.
Okay.
The way he's used as the protagonist of the Enigma fight is super cool. It's cool that Josuke brings him back to find Enigma. It's cool that he's like, Josuke, you only got me to, like, track down, right? You don't want me to actually fight. And when the fight starts happening, even he can't help but, like, step up and become the hero. Because anyone can be the hero. That's the tagline. So, I don't know. I think he's, like, at least low A, TBH. But I could see people being like, "Oh, I don't like him that much. He's just a dude."
I can't argue against low A. I kind of really do like him. I think I rewatched Highway Star like a few times, and like this is just a fun fight in general because it's a motorcycle chase basically.
Yeah.
They had an awesome scene with Josuke breaking up the motorcycle and using it to like go around this baby carriage.
There's multiple awesome scenes. There's like when Josuke has to make the tight turn and like make sure he doesn't shatter his fucking knees. There's a part where he has to ram the motorcycle into the wall, and the whole time he's like, "Oh, I thought it was a gas problem, or I thought it was an unfixable problem, but it's just gas. No problem." Yeah. Crashes into the wall. No problem. Slams into the car, closes it down, steals the gas, gets back on the road. I'm like, oh my god, Josuke, you are so on top of this shit.
And then during that fight, he calls Koichi, and Koichi has to go and find out where the fuck this guy is.
And then you get the awesome scene of Koichi just bullying that stupid nurse.
Yeah.
And then, like, the finale of the fight is super entertaining so you get to see his personality. He's got a very memorable personality with his 3 groupies who it comes back in the Terenosuke fight where it's like, man, but if this was one of my 3 girls, I'd want to fight for them too. So it's like he understands the concept of fighting for people, and he really does like his groupies, and they're an important aspect of his life. It's very quick and efficient characterization. And then the entire I already healed you is like the most iconic beatdown in part 4 potentially. So seems like A is potential here. Maybe I put him above Holly. And then maybe above Sandman? I'd put him here. That's where I'd put him. But where would Joe put him?
I'd put him below Sandman and Tattoo You. Actually, I would put him below Holly. I like Holly a lot more.
Then
I think Holly
we split the difference and put him above Holly.
Okay. To me, Holly brings a lot more emotional value to part 8, which is why I like her.
Yeah, but Yuya brings a lot of hype and cool, like multiple cool moments.
I thought, Holly showing up, that one scene was enough hype for me, for her, because it was like, but
that scene does lead to maybe the best line in all of JoJo's, which is the Josuke line about just
motherhood.
About motherhood, yeah. If you guys read like recent JoJo Only On, you probably know the line. Fine. But because of that, I get to put Enigma Boy in high B.
Okay.
Because
I like that fight. I like his stand.
That arc is great. His stand is super fun. So, like, basically, you can turn anything to paper, but in a very convoluted way. To turn a human into paper, you need to fear them twice. Which leads to very tense, like, is Josuke gonna bite his lip? Ooh, is he gonna do it? And then he does. He has to do it with Yuya. His personality and even his theme song in the anime are super memorable to me, where he feels like a Yu-Gi-Oh antagonist, where he just relishes in the fear, and you get to spend a lot of time with him in that arc. So, super memorable fight for me. Also, visually, especially in the manga, the portions in which, like, Enigma is taking someone's body into paper, and it looks like a weird, like, Escher painting is a very fun touch.
It's really cool. Also, there's the point where, like, the gun just appears.
Oh, the paper gun, the paper fire, the acid, the fucking paper that turns into a paper shredder might be the funniest one, though.
The irony.
So I'd put him above Akira.
Yeah, I would too. I like this fight a lot more.
Yeah, so I think that's fair. Next up, we have Sports Max.
Yo, Limp
Biscuit.
Pancake.
Flaccid Pancake is its name in the video game, yes. So, Limp Biscuit, very cool stand, very important character, not only for Hermes' character, but also, like, he is the most pivotal part of Poochie's plan initially. So part 6 doesn't happen without his stand, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
As a character, I recall him being just like a very angry, homicidal asshole. But I do remember it being pretty entertaining. The fact that he, like, as I recall, and I don't want to spoil too much, but he himself is affected by his stand throughout the fight. Because, like, Hermes beats him, and then the fight keeps going. Like, that was the halfway point of the fight, which I thought was one of the best uses of a, like, post-battle stand encounter. And it gets really fucked up, and it is the scariest shit. Like, if you picture actually having to fight this stand, it is stressful and horrifying.
Yes, it's it's kind of like fuck. What do we do?
So I'd say he's at least a B tier. He's like I wouldn't say it wasn't a halfway point fight, but probably like he's like the defining a third way through the part.
I think his fight was the last fight before the isolation ward.
Yes, I think so.
Remembering.
Because he revives the bone, which is the whole point of that isolation ward arc.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm thinking B. And I'm thinking, like, above Terrence.
Araki just knows how to write these types of stands and actually make them interesting and not have them be kind of, like, stereotypical.
Yes, definitely. I say we move Terrence Darby down a little bit.
Okay. That's fair.
Cool.
You want him below Hot Pants, though?
Yeah, I'll take that.
Okay.
If you're down for it.
That's fine by me.
We can also do Blackmore and Mike O. They kind of also come in conjunction. So I don't remember much about Mike O, unfortunately. I do remember his stand, and I do remember how it's used, and I particularly remember the scene in the bathroom where someone was using like a window to like protect themselves from the stand, and I just remember that being very intense. But
It was so the way the stand works is that he can make he can
makes
take
balloons.
nails and blow up into balloon animals basically. He was using dogs to sniff them, and they had to be behind the window to stop the dogs from sniffing
Yeah,
the shit,
that part's
basically.
good. But then if the dogs blow up, they turn back
Open
into a
the nail,
flying
they like
nail.
kill you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a weird stand. But also, I feel like his inclusion was pretty short, because it's around the same time Blackmore stuff is happening, as I recall.
It's like right afterwards because they're trying to figure out who leaked everything.
Yes. They're both, like, on their Valentine's, like, hit squad, basically.
Yeah. I would put him. I would put him in C. Like, I think the surrounding parts of that fight is a lot more interesting than the fight himself. He doesn't do a lot. He kind of goes out like a bitch too.
Yeah.
Um,
I think Blackmore, though, is, like, at least a low B, because he's super cool design, super cool stand, kills major character,
yeah.
very imposing, and I like how him tracking down the leaker is actually pretty interesting to see the way he goes about it. He feels very professional. So he just comes off as like a very cool grunt
Yeah.
with a very cool stand.
And I think it's a good showcasing of like progression with our characters too, because we see Blackmore fight another character and win. And then when he goes and fights our two main characters, they beat his ass pretty hard. So it's a cool like way of showing like, okay, our characters have now progressed to the point where like they are above this point now.
To be fair, also his stand is only strong during a certain portion of time, and they have to catch him near the end of that portion of time.
True.
Yeah. So I put him like above Steely Dan, above Terrence.
Yeah.
Probably not above Hot Pants.
I think that's good.
God bless her soul and her shitty stand. Wow, Dyer. Wow. You know what, Dyer? You're kind of memeable. You get to go to D tier for memes. You don't even remember who Dyer is.
I think he
Do your best.
He's one of the Haman users.
He's Thundercross split attack.
Okay.
Oh, Joe, you haven't Thundercross split attacked me in so long.
I know.
Oh no. It's like remembering the game and how I lost the game and all that.
I lost the game.
Oh, Jack the Ripper? Yeah, nah. That's like a E tier.
He made CGI horses.
It's cool that it like feeds into London lore. That's very Iraqi.
Yeah.
But also fuck him. Rohan Kishibe. Before we do, let's take a quick break. I gotta go refreshen up. We're back. So, we were doing Kishibe Rohan.
He's thus spoke.
So, Rohan's an interesting character because he's the most fleshed out character in the series as far as like no single character has been written in as many styles of Iraqi writing, if you get what I mean. Like, as Iraqi has evolved, he always still makes Rohan stories. So it's kind of interesting because he's the only character who has gone through so many iterations, aside from like what, maybe Dio? Because Dio shows up pretty late. But there's also not like a part 4 or 5 Dio. So it's like, yeah. But Rohan, I really love this character. I think he's super entertaining, first of all. Super memorable personality. Very cool stand. Broken stand. But his internal limitations on how he uses his stand. And I feel like they're pretty consistent. And I like how the stand grows throughout the part where at first he needs to show someone a manuscript, then he can draw it in the air. Then the stand can start actually, like, he draws it in the air, but then it actually forms into the stand. So, like, just cool stuff like that, which I think actually leads to some cohesion breaking moments in future stories that talk about his past where he could always summon the stand. But let's do a Rocky's work for him, as we have to do as JoJo fans. It is our duty to do a Rocky's work because he's so sloppy, and say that it's because he didn't summon the stand like that. He couldn't see it back then, but that's like what was always happening, is that the stand would be summoning, but even he wasn't aware of it. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Sure.
Let's do that. Supernatural powers.
He's got very good arcs as well. He's got some very entertaining ones. His first one is just super different and weird and fucked up, where he's keeping Koichi hostage and Josuke has to enter the room without falling trap, which leads to a very fun finale of like he's literally blinded by rage, and then we get to find out Josuke's hair backstory, which is a weird sentence, but is a good backstory, good hair. He gets the gambling arc. He gets to be part of Highway Star. He gets to be part of Rock Paper Scissors. I feel like there's another Rohan only arc that I'm missing. Oh, Cheap Trick, in which he gets to be a total badass near the end. So like he's a very prominent character who gets a. Some people say like part 4, like some people go on to say like, oh, Koichi or Rohan are the main characters, even though Josuke has the most arcs out of all of them if you count. But I digress. People also say that about Polnareff, and Jotaro has more fights than Polnareff as well, so whatevs. Anyways, Rohan to me is an S tier, but I know some people don't like him.
I think watching the Spokeshi's Bay Rohan has really improved my thing of him, of his, like, my opinion of him. I really like him a lot. I think that those shorts are really good.
So I haven't watched those, but I have read Rohan at the Louvre, which is a backstory. It does kind of make his path through life a little weird. He seemed more considerate when he was a kid, but so then you kind of have to piece it together. Like when he was younger, he was a loner but more considerate. He always had his lonerish, quiet personality, kind of arrogant. But I feel like that arrogance goes up when he becomes like the greatest mangaka, which leads him to abusing Koichi, and then he has to come back down through the power of friendship into being a normal human being. And I love how he and Josuke just never get along. They never, like, even in the arc where they squash that beef, it is still not totally squashed. And I think that's really fun to have a main character. Like, it's a Bakio, but less off-putting.
Yeah, well, they don't, like, they're not gangsters. They're just angry neighbors.
They're just angry neighbors.
I would put him in A. I don't like him enough to put him in S, but I think over time I just like him more. I like that he is a more selfish individual in JoJo's, but understands that sometimes he needs to work with the group to get things done and not to like hinder himself. Like he has to use there's the moment in Highway Star where he has to use Josuke to save him. So basically.
And the I refuse moment is a very memorable moment in the fan base. I also think in that arc when he's in the bus with Josuke and it's right after they did the gambling thing, I think that's a really good way to lean into it, where like their relationship is just at its worst. They like try to have a little gambling match. It just made it worse, but now they have to patch it up and fight this enemy together. And at the end of the arc, they have to kind of apologize to each other because Jotaro comes over. It's like, you kids get along now. Which is super cute. But I also like how Koichi doesn't trust him at first, because like as forgiving as Koichi is, like Rohan is such a little shit, right? But Koichi comes back around because Rohan has a good heart. And I love how Rohan spearheads the investigation. I love how he kind of like loves Reimi and like is very sad to see her go, because he's the one who accepted the quest to go get Kira, and that led throughout the entire journey of the second half of part 4. So it's like, I don't know, I think he's just really memorable with a fantastic design. Let me elbow him into S tier, and I will give you some points, some BP to spend on future battles.
Give me my money.
Yes. I will put him in the lowest of S tier, though.
Okay.
For you. I also put Irene here. Though, like, she has very good lines. Okay. I am noticing some absolute losers in the middle here that we should just get rid of because like these edge points are getting to really good characters.
Mm-hmm.
For example, we have
Dio.
Dio, a total loser. One of the Boom Boom families. So
Yeah, no, fuck them. We've established.
She can go with the Boom Booms. We have this character who doesn't show up in the story, but shows up in the fighting game. She's the user of High Priestess, and I don't really like High Priestess as a stand. The things it can transform to are a little weird. I think it's weird that her diamond teeth are broken, which has all sorts of bad implications to how strong Star Platinum is. Because if he's that strong, he should be literally like atomizing people with his aura barrages. But that's even because okay, he's holding back sometimes, but the times where he's not holding back, which is fairly often, he should just melt people. So I don't really like that. The only part I really like of that fight is actually the stuff in the submarine where like it's inside Kakyoin's breathing tube or it's become the steering wheel. When it's out in the ocean, I think that's really lame.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it has a cool like beginning. It's like, oh, it can blend in with a different environment. That's really cool. They're gonna have to like fight against the environment or like tear the submarine apart.
Now I'm a face. I'm just a face.
Yeah, I'm the entire Earth.
So E tier.
E tier.
Okay, good. Then we have Marco, who is the kid who we meet. He's one of those good Nazis, but unlike Stroheim, fuck Marco. All he has is a wife, and he dies, and Caesar feels bad for him.
Marco!
Yeah, so you can go in E tier. Next we have this guy who is the stand user of like. I believe Tenor Sax. Yeah, his stand makes the illusions in Dio's mansion. He barely exists.
Which shows up for an anime all of 2 minutes, and then they punch the wall and he gets...
Well, it's also how Darby Younger has that weird island room.
No, that's a set. Because they punch him through the wall, and they're like, oh, this is just like a television set, and they leave.
No, I thought that was part of the illusion.
Nope, it was Darby built that, and they were like,
I don't believe you.
It's just a fake wall.
Google this guy right now because it'll be in his Wikipedia. I need to know the truth.
Oh,
repeat that, Joe, for the people at home.
It replicates it can produce incomprehensibly large rooms or complex labyrinths. The stand can replicate not only the specific area's appearance, but its composition as well. In the case of Talent's T. Darby's island, the feeling of water and ocean breeze are identical to the real thing. To dispel the illusion, you have to just beat up Kenny G.
There you go.
Yeah.
I am the stand master. Okay, next up we have and like this isn't a super minor character, but might as well get her out of the way. She's the person who has priestess? Empress?
Oh.
Empress.
Yeah. No, Empress is the one. Empress. It's Empress.
Yeah, it's the pimple on Joseph's arm.
Yeah.
Now, while that leads to some cool Joseph moments, it is not my favorite fight especially because the stand is kind of annoying. And the user is just like seducing Polnareff, but then she's fat, and it's like, oh no, anything but that, I guess.
She explodes.
So like it's at most a D tier.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess we're fine with D. Like there's some cool moments in that fight. It has Hamon usage. That's cool.
Yeah.
Next up is Okuyasu's dad. So while I actually like this character, we might as well just get him out of the way before more important characters. I think this is a tragic character. He got fucked by Dio cells, and it's cool. It's like, I wonder what happened to some of those Dio henchmen, and it's actually worse than you could have ever imagined. And it's just like, it's really sad when he's trying to piece back together the letter, but Kate Cho is like beating him up because he just sees him as like a scuttling old fool, and it like that part is the story is immediately like really sad, and it's only like episode 5 of like say the anime.
It's kind of fucked because you figure out that the brothers are literally just making stand users to find someone that can kill their dad because he can't die.
Yeah, But what about Josuke healing the dead? Well, shut the fuck up. Anyways, he's still ugly by the end, but Okuyasu goes outside with him, so it's like, I guess...
He can eat Antonio's food, and then he gets scratched off his skin, and then
he's just got healthier, gross skin. I'd say this is like a C tier character. I really like his inclusion.
Yeah. He kind of looks like an ugly Donald Duck.
I mean, he looks like a Kappa. That's what they're going for. Next, we have Tom Petty. Fuck Tom Petty. E tier. We got Nukasaku. Fuck Nukasaku. E tier. Well, you know, loser. He's kind of funny. No. We'll put him in D.
Yeah. He has one joke.
We have the dude who shot himself in the head. Fuck him. E tier.
Right. That's the guy that's giving out the orders from... he didn't. Did he shoot himself in the head or did he hang himself? It doesn't matter.
He shot himself in the head. It's total loser.
That's not Fat Man. That's the small guy.
Yes. He's watching over Trish.
Yes.
Initially. Chaka is just one of Anubis's dudes, but like...
this is not barber.
Chaka, this is the barber, which means like he doesn't have much personality. I think we were putting all the Anubis guys together.
Yes. Are we?
Yeah, we were. Okay. So like this should be the order of interest in these characters, I suppose. And I guess we got Logins or Machina, doesn't matter. E tier.
Mm-hmm.
That must be Machina, I guess, based on where we found him. And here's Logins. So we can put them together. Okay, I think that cleans up the middle of the list a little bit. Yeah. We could keep going for a couple more picks, though, to end it with some more interesting characters, like Polnareff.
Yeah.
Jean-Pierre, main character of part 3, her.
Shows up again?
Yeah. When he shows up again, it's kind of cool. I don't have much complaints about it, but I also don't love his inclusion in part 5. It's like, it's solid. It's all right.
Yeah, I like that he... It's weird, right? Because part 5 starts with Koichi coming in, and we have a little bit of Jojo, and then they leave, and it's basically its own island of an arc, and then Polnareff comes in as like a part 3 connection.
Yeah. It's really minor.
So, yeah, and it's kind of weird. I don't have any complaints about it. My main complaint, once again, is with Bruno. God help me.
Leave him alone. We've already done him dirty enough.
No, I'm going to keep stomping on his dead grave.
However, you know what? Do we put Silver Chariot Requiem on his back? Do we blame him for what I consider the worst finale in JoJo's?
I was going to blame Diavolo, but that's just me.
I don't hate the end of part 5 because of Diavolo or Gold Experience Requiem. I hate that because of Silver Chariot Requiem and how kind of boring that fight is, how many stupid mechanics introduces, how stupidly it's handled, how it's just walking a lot of the time and they're kind of like rapidly pacing behind them. That is your bites the dust that leads into the final 2 chapters. Are you kidding me? That's so lame. But let's talk about some of the positives, which are all in part 3, which would be Hanged Man, which would be Anubis, which would be fucking Ebony Devil.
The finale, in the Dio fight.
In the Dio fight, he's actually the least interesting of all the characters.
Well, he does have a clutch moment where he kind of saves Jojo for just long enough.
Yes, but like it's so brief that I wouldn't consider it interesting. However, he does have the Vanilla Ice fight, and like he is the main character of that fight, and I think that's pretty cool. Like, how can you hate Polnareff? I have a friend who we watched it with, and she hates Polnareff because he's a stupid character, and I can't disagree that he's stupid, but I will argue that he's very charming.
Yes. I like that he falls in the toilets a lot.
I like how he has to mature up and not go after that big titty MILF Egyptian lady who was super hot, and he knows it. I'd like to think he came back for her one day, but there is no evidence of
he turned into a turtle.
No! Oh no, you're right. Yes, turning him into a turtle is so cruel. Anyways, I think low B is where I'd put
Low B's
Polnareff.
good.
And particularly, like, I don't know, I value some of these villains more for the fights they gave us than the moments
Yeah.
Polnareff had.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd put him above Steely Dan if we're looking at that, but I wouldn't put him above Iggy. How do you feel about How do you feel about Polnareff versus Iggy?
I like Polnareff more than Iggy.
Okay, we'll leave it as this then, where he's below Blackmore. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Yep, it's him on God.
That on him. You can't say on God.
On him. On Father. On Holy Spirit. On Son. This is the boy himself. And you know what? He's kind of a character.
Yeah.
And I
Do we
don't.
take biblical information as part of our knowledge?
Well, you know what? It was really cool when he like spread that fish and bread for the whole village in part 7. That was really cool. Or when he banished the demon legion.
Yeah. I like when he turned water into wine. His stand's kind of busted because it kind of does everything.
Yeah, his stand is kind of like very Iraqi style. But I guess we can also talk about his interactions with Johnny, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Where he's like, shoot him, Johnny. Shoot that motherfucker. Just cap him. It's like,
you can kill yourself.
He does have a character, and he's very important, and the fact that he exists is actually, like, super hype.
Yeah.
It also confirms many things. Well, I guess it could also be interpreted... Like, JoJo's likes to do this, of like, where it reframes the occult into, like, stand, where, like, he just had the ultimate post-mortem stand.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Jesus is C tier? Please look forward to part 7 never, by the way. There's not much to say. I love that he exists, though. Like, there's no doubt. Like, how cool is that? Right? Also, he's important in part 8. So,
that's pretty cool. Come read part 7. We got cowboys, milk,
balls,
Jesus.
The president of the United States. And a cripple. Risotto. Wait a second. Who the fuck are you? That's Risotto. Who is this?
It's a part 5 guy. No.
That looks like a part 7 guy. But it wouldn't be... It's not Magenta. It's not Dr. Ferdinand. It's not Oyo Komova. Who the hell is this? Pause. Okay, we're back. Who is this?
This is I gotta look him up. This is a character who has a female. So basically,
isn't it Robert something?
Is it what?
I feel like it's Robert something.
No, it's Mrs. Robinson. That's what it is.
This is Mrs. Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's barely a character. What does Mrs. Robinson even do? It was before the scans even showed up.
Yeah. Mrs. Robinson, yeah, that's her or him. They're basically hired as someone to like get rid of the competition in the race, and they don't have a stand. They use the insects to do stuff, if I remember correctly.
E tier, I remember now. Moving on. Let's do Poco. Poco's the little kid from part 1. E tier?
Yeah, sure. Oh yeah, they had to go rescue him.
Yeah, he has a little moment where he has to like he gets hit in the face, but he has to move the lever.
Mm-hmm.
We can actually do Risotto Nero then.
Yeah.
Who I would say is A bordering on S. Well, I don't know. He's not Sugar Mountain tier. Don't get me wrong. So yeah, I guess A would be more fitting.
Has a really cool fight. Is one of 3 people in that arc of characters that like seems really interesting. Nearly kills the
final antagonist of that arc.
Yeah,
It
he's
should've.
the stray cat of this arc, and boy, is that a menacing stray cat right there.
Yeah.
The one thing I don't like about that arc is him controlling Aerosmith might be the dumbest thing. Aerosmith should not be considered made out of metal. Unless stands are metal that is matter that is created and then uncreated when they're summoned, I consider them just like a weird spirit particle that should never be explained. But making them metal makes us have to actually think what stands are made of, and that's just not good. Like, it's just kind of immersion breaking on the highest level to where he can manipulate Aerosmith because it's metallic. That being said, Risotto fucks Doppio up, dude. He fucking goes in.
Yeah.
He's got a great design with his little sleep cap, his big man titties, and his striped pants. And the parts of the fight where like he can go invisible by manipulating like the way the sun hits the metal. He can spawn shit out of people. I like how Doppio and Diavolo have to beat him. I especially like when Diavolo like spinning the scalpel to be able to track down Risotto, but then it was tracking down like a piece of blood that Risotto left behind. So then it's just all sorts of fun, creative things that both characters in that fight have to do, and it's one of the most memorable parts of Part 5 for sure. I think bottom of A would be good for me, actually.
I think that's good.
Like, when looking at Part 5, I like Yacho better, and I like Tonio and Wham better, and I definitely like Yuya better, and Holly is more emotionally resonant, so, like, I feel like I can't justify moving him anymore.
Yeah. I think that's a good spot to be in. He's definitely a highlight fight in Part 5.
Definitely. Very memorable antagonist. And also, like, you feel that he is not just some uncaring assassin because he really does love his crew. He's got a very personal grudge of, like, you've been killing off my men, so we're going to kill your ass. And unfortunately, he's not able to.
Part 5 is a lot of, like, really good concepts that are put into place that could be really interesting. They're just never really fleshed out. Like, I think it's interesting you have two organizations doing kind of the same thing, trying to track down the boss and kill them by this point. You would think there'd be, like, it'd be really interesting if, for example, after Fugo leaves, they get a replacement from this assassination group that, like, decides to put away their differences and join them, and then you can have some tension there. And
well, that was a popular theory for a while, that, like, he was meant to come back as an assassin, yada yada. Yeah. Oh well. Better go fight with Trish or some shit. We could do, like, two more. We got Ringo coming up, and I wonder if there's any lesser... Guys, we're getting to the nitty-gritty now. We could do Kenzo, I think is his name, Wrangler, and Manish Boy. And we'll close it off with... Well, and then we'll throw in, like, a good one at the end, too, like... Throw in fucking... Well, nah. Let's just do Popo. Just four decent characters. Kenzo is overhated, in my opinion. People really hate this guy and the fight. And while the mechanics of Dragon Dream are a little bit nonsense, when you basically compartmentalize it in your mind as, like, there are certain zones in the battlefield that are lucky and certain zones in the battlefield that are unlucky, that fight is really tense. It is just a uphill battle for Foo Fighters, and when it seems like she's climbing out, it just becomes a deeper hole for her. And Kenzo, the way he moves, his weird, like, I can drown you. It's actually kind of stupid. I can drown you by putting my finger in your mouth, and then you get bloated. It's like, all right, that aside, his kung fu and, like, attacking through Dragon's Dream is, like, a weird neutral mechanic that you can utilize. So, like, it's like a solid C tier, you know? You know?
Yes, I agree. Sorry, something popped up. I didn't particularly enjoy this fight. I might have to give it a reread, though. I think a part of it, too, was I was really invested in figuring out what the fuck was going on with part 6.
Bone, yeah.
Yeah. So it felt like a roadblock. Because you have that really hype fight beforehand with the meteors, and then you have this fight, and you're just kind of like, didn't we just have a big fight in this same exact area? Why are we doing this again?
Well, no, like Jolene was fighting near her cell, and they were fighting like near the electric chair, which was very central to that fight. So I felt the environment use was really good in both of those fights, personally. And I just reread the Planet Waves fight, which is still a banger. So I should probably do Dragon's Dream soon as well. Next, we can do Lang Wrangler. So this is the user of Jumpin' Jack Flash. His personality is very basic. He's just there to do a job, so that brings it down. And the fight's pretty solid. It uses a lot of gravity manipulation. Araki really went ham with the Snapple effects, which I enjoy when he does that. When he just gets his Snapple effects and throws them into an arc and builds it around it. He has this weird mechanic where part of his stand is having a spinning centrifugal force launcher in his arms, so he can still shoot projectiles in zero gravity. But
and he can make you pee.
And he can make you pee. I like that scene. Is probably my favorite part of that fight, where Jolene's I have to do you know how there's number 1 and number 2. I kind of had to do the one that starts with P, but not the poo one. And then Weather Report's dude, I just did it in the corner. You could do it too. I'll have my Cloud soak it up. Cloud spacesuits is pretty cute, I will say. What else? But I will say Lang Wrangler's design is so dumb that I can't tell what the fuck the stand is, first of all. I think it's the bodysuit. It's never made clear. Yeah. He takes off his shoes and ties them around his ankles, which is just super confusing to me. And then his fingers and his toes have suction cups on it. But that's just a human trait that he has. So I think his design's super stupid and the character's not very interesting. Even though I put the fight in a B tier, I think the character himself brings it down to a C or maybe even a D. But the fight keeps it the fight's good enough to keep it from. But Urban Gorilla's down here. And Urban Gorilla is more entertaining than Lang Wrangler. The fight and the character. So I'd throw him in D. Fuck him.
Can you pause for just a moment?
Yes. Next up, how do you feel about Manish Boy?
I give it a C. Interesting fight. There's just much more banger fights in the series. I think it's a cool fight for part 3, but compared to everything else that happens, that's just okay, whatever.
The thing is, I think Manish Boy as a character is super entertaining as a baby who's self-aware and is forced to eat shit. And I think the fight is one of the best, and it is. When I'm feeling down about part 3, I remember how much I like this fight and how good of a Kakyoin fight it is. I would say this is a better Kakyoin fight than any given Polnareff fight in the series.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
So
however, he is a vampire baby that can live out in the sun.
He's not a vampire. He just has fangs. Okay, it's different. Okay. Next we have Popo. Oh, Popo. Cool stand and pretty cool fight. Where the stand, Giorno has to manipulate shadows in order to crush the stand. It's one of the better Giorno fights, actually.
Yeah.
Very cool design with Black Sabbath. Mm-hmm. It's cool how he conducts the trials, too. Basically, my trial is keep this flame unlit, and then if you fail to do that, you need to beat my stand as well. And I think that's pretty cool. His design is very off-putting. It is... It's so stupid. It's kind of One Piece style where this guy existing breaks all sense of me being in this world right now.
Right. But One Piece can get away with it because everyone's like that.
No, not you say that, but it's also I was just reading Dressrosa and somehow a giant went down the same tubes that humans go down to fall into the toy scrap, and it's there just shouldn't be tall people in this series. It would make a lot more sense. You look at doors in One Piece, it's how did the giant get in? Please tell me. And the fact that everyone is giant, shouldn't the doors be more accessible? But anyways, Popo looked like a bed at one point, and that is maybe the worst thing I could say about him. And I mean that. Terrible character design. Pretty cool place in the story. He died to a banana, which is actually a plus. Don't say that like it's bad. So, C tier?
C tier.
That was a lot. That we're reaching an hour 20 of this session.
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to do more, or we could take a break? We're getting to the main
Let's take a break
now. Yeah.
Because I have to use the bathroom. I'm going to let my dog back in and make sure all the other dogs are okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Break time. Okay, we are back. Look at the progress we've made, Jojo.
Yes.
Weird. Earlier, Anasui for once was in the right position, and now I have to move him back again. And Irene. Okay. All right.
And don't get all the Dios.
Where did we put Maiko? I was just thumbing through that chapter. Yeah, C's about right. There's a lot of cool things that happens, but Maiko is just an angry assassin man who loses. This is the one with the famous flesh spray from Hot Pants that I hate, where he does the mask, and that's a bad part of that fight. But okay, moving on.
I do like his stand though, and he makes balloon animals, and it pops, and the nail just goes through whatever pops it, basically.
Yeah, but they can also if he makes dogs, the dogs have scent, so that's pretty weird. Here's one we can start with. Magenta is not much of a character, and his stand's also kind of weird. It's fully defensive.
I am the ultimate defensive stand.
Yeah, and then he gets carsed. Eventually, he stopped thinking. I'm thinking a D tier. I mean, he's in a good fight at least because he's in Wrecking Ball.
I would put him in D tier too. The standout of that fight is Wikipepo. He's just kind of there for him to bounce his ball off of.
And we can attribute a lot of what's good about that arc to Wikipepo, who even briefly. I think he could stand to be higher than. There we go. I think that's fair. Wikipepo is actually pretty cool. There's actually a pretty extended backstory to him when we do get to Wrecking Ball, which I like.
Mm-hmm.
So we put him in D. That's fine. Moving Swifty along. We can do Cheap Trick. I do like how funny this guy is, and I think Cheap Trick's a really fun encounter. So we don't get to know the user very much, but Cheap Trick is a very personality-heavy stand. So one of the most. So it has that going for it. I like how it finishes. I do think the anime rushed it a little bit. Cheap Trick is cooler in the manga a little bit. He does a few more things that I think make his power better. One example is, at one point, Rohan has to rest, and he's sleeping, and Cheap Trick reaches over and calls over a bunch of delivery people so that they can walk into the house, and Rohan's like, shit, and that's why he has to leave the house and go into, the streets. So, pretty fun. I'd say, a C, maybe B.
Yeah, I think it's a cool encounter. That's about it. It's a very... I like how it sets up the use... What I really like too is I'm fumbling my words here, but basically it sets up the Ghost Alley to have effects on stands.
Yes, it brings back the Ghost Alley as effects on stands. Rohan Kishibe invented hell. Don't forget.
Yeah.
He invented hell. If it didn't exist, it does now. So that's cool. And that's where Kira ends up in Dead Man's Queue. So hey, it's all connected. All right, next up we can do... Oh, fucking Boingo. Boingo just gets... He's a jobber who gets way over his head. Pretty funny, but his stand's super lame. He could just change his face. There's no cool ability to it. There's no design. It's just strictly a stand on his face. So I think he's a D tier. Maybe E.
Maybe F.
Nah, not F. He's
You're right.
He's got funny moments. I like when he has to pretend to be Jotaro.
The smoke moment's great.
Yeah. We'll do E.
You know what? I think what would make that fight better is at the end. It's revealed that Polnareff, like everyone in that card knew that wasn't Jotaro, so they really were fucking with him the entire time.
Is that it'd be less funny, but it'd be cooler. It's kind of funny that they beat this encounter without even knowing that they beat it. That's pretty unique. Next up, we could do End Duel. End Duel's cool. I'd say he's like a low B, high C for me.
I think he's like a high C for me. I like his stand encounter.
Very Western feel in the end, but also like a fun don't touch the ground gimmick. Very horror movie-esque. Water-based stand, that's a plus. Very creepy. It can just like take people's heads into water canteens and it chases you down relentlessly. It blinds Kakyoin temporarily. But I also like
it's an enemy stand!
Endul's personality as the wise, like calm, evil, blind guy is really cool. And I like how he has that speech of like, rotten people need a hero too, and that's what Dio is to the 9 god cards, the Egyptian god cards. So I don't know what I'd throw him in low B, but if you make a good argument for C,
my argument is that
I lost him.
I don't think he's nearly as fun as the other encounters in the Egypt arc.
I suppose. Okay.
Like as a personality wise, like disregarding Alessi because that man is just a pedophile. I remember his stand a lot more than the user is all. But it's a really good fight.
I like the user, but I won't fight it. Man, Chaka, these guys got a little high for how little personality they have. I'm thinking we move them down to D.
Okay.
Yeah, all right. See ya.
Bye. You don't even have a stand. The stand owns you.
Cause we were putting them next to Anubis, but honestly, Anubis is the highlight, and they're not. So I feel that's fair. Okay, next up we can do. Why don't you pick someone, Joe?
Let's do Babyface.
Babyface. Where is he?
He's the third row. In the middle.
There he is. Malone. Weird stand encounter. I really didn't like it the first time I read it, but like it's not bad now. It's got some creepy bits.
I don't like how it has to activate. I like that it's a stand that has to like learn. It's like almost like a machine learning stand where it learns as it keeps going, which I think is interesting, but it kind of like stops really early in that regard.
It rushes into I'm gonna be a murderer psychopath way too quick.
And then it kind of gets its ass beat.
I do like the cube power is kind of weird because it's like it cubes you, but it also suspends you in a state of living because it's like Giorno would have died in one hit if half of your brain is gone. A quarter of his brain was cubed out, and Giorno's just like, oh, this is normal, so, like, what does the cubing even do? And I feel like, selectively, the cubing made him bleed in certain parts, but if it hits his face, it doesn't. So it was really messy. One of those par 5 fights that are like, Araki wants you to be awed by the spectacle, but not think. So...
Also chasing frogs.
What?
In that, right before that fight happens, Giorno turns a bunch of cars into frogs, and the crew has to chase him.
That's not bad.
Which is the reason why they can't help him during this fight.
You're right. That's stupid. Anyways, D tier.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Is he as bad as a Luzo? Yeah, he's about a Luzo tier. Now that I think about it,
it's like
this girl got too high. Now that I'm thinking about it.
Put in her E.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the idea of the stand, besides the rape part.
Yeah.
But like it just is kind of whatever.
All
also,
right.
wait, how does he get beat up? Doesn't he get hurt too?
Something goofy happens in the end, like the police get him, or like he gets like off screen by something, or Or does Bruno find him? Can you look it up actually? Because something happens there at the end, but I don't remember.
Yeah, hold on.
Paul.
What happens is basically this is actually kind of decent. Giorno takes part of Babyface and turns it into a snake and tells it to go back to its owner. The snake finds it, bites him, and kills him.
The snake biting him is a little goofy.
Yeah, but it's like, okay, that's a neat way to finish that
I've
guy
never
off.
loved Giorno's. I guess it's a mixed on Giorno's heat-seeking revival ability. It's like this guy already has like 3 abilities and then 4 more sub-abilities, so it's like it's a lot.
It would have been fine if it was just all like I could turn things into living things and they can be small animals.
Another thing that annoys me about him is like, is every child he gives birth to going to have the cubism power, or is it going to be a new stand power plus child, like per child? He can make an infinite amount of weird stand abilities. I don't know.
Once again,
it's not made very clear.
Sticking to the theme of part 5, wasted potential.
Yeah.
But we'll move on.
Yeah, I guess that is the theme. Let's do Thunder McQueen. This is an entertaining suicidal maniac.
Yeah, Highway to Hell.
Yeah, Highway to Hell.
I don't remember much about this fight other than thinking like this is just fun. I had a good time reading it because it's just a bunch of
the introductory fight to Hermes' stand, and it's just like this dude is a goofball who is trying to kill himself, and that's gonna kill Hermes. So that's pretty fun. I like how the stand manifests as like little propellers that try to like imitate the way you die. I think that's actually like a really visually creative thing to do. Yeah, like I remember having a pretty fun personality. The fight's not like the best, but it's pretty entertaining. So I'd say like it's a C tier pick.
I agree.
All right.
It's a good introduction to Hermes, and it's I was gonna say low stakes, but literally was trying to kill one of the main cast like at the very beginning.
While we're at it, we can throw Jongali A into it. Jongali A is like the kind of cold, silent badass that I actually kind of like. Like, I feel like he was pretty well executed.
Is this the sniper guy?
This is the sniper guy, the first fight in part 6. With his...
That doesn't happen?
The fight... Yeah, his portion doesn't... Wait, part of his portion happens, but not all of it. Or does none of it happen? I think none of it happened, and it might be about to happen.
Yeah, none of it happens because Whitesnake's power hadn't been decided yet, so it was used to make an illusion so that way Whitesnake can get close to Jojo to do his thing.
Now, to be fair, he was going to do it, but I think he gets wiped out by something before he can.
Yeah.
Shit, that does damper it a little bit. Like, this character is inconsequential because of that. Despite the fact that I think he's got a cool design. I like the way he handles the sniping. Are we 100% sure none of it happens?
I'm pretty sure.
Alright. The fact that we can't remember also speaks to the fact that it's kind of an unneeded twist, right?
Yeah.
So, I feel like, despite me wanting to, like, put him in C, I think that puts him in D. I like the design of Manhattan Transfer. I think that's like that. Some of the most unique stand designs are in part 6, where it's a weird floating satellite with like bells that it can use to like help the user sense airwaves for sniping purposes.
Of like, insect-looking things.
Yeah.
In part 6, it's a cool fight. Like, it honestly is a really cool fight. It's just you get to the end of it and you're like, none of it. Okay.
And now it feels wrong to put him next to the like Lang. I guess Lang Wrangler's lame, but the fight's all right. Yeah, no, we won't move him. All right, you get to pick the next one.
All right,
we're getting there. Say the row first, and then the person.
Row 3, Bug Eater.
All right. Man, okay, this is a really fun encounter. And I like how it just starts like, Josuke, let's go hunt. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Let's go hunt.
Let's go.
The rat is a really entertaining villain because it's so good at what it does, despite not having any speaking lines or personality. He's just a ruthless fucking rat. And I kind of like the animal stand users in JoJo's, and I like the sniper battle that it turns into, and I super love the finale of Jotaro having to, like, kind of use himself as bait, so Josuke has to, like, compose himself to do the sniper shot at the end. That's really cool. A lot of body horror, because it turns that old couple into a meat cube. Oddly enough, like, I think the fight itself is like a A tier, but the character is a non-character, and I don't like the fact that both of the rats have the same stand. That's so immersion breaking. So I don't know how that evens out. What would your input be?
Where'd you put it? I really like this fight. I would put him in like B tier for me.
I think that's fair. I'm down for that.
I think it's a really good way to establish Josuke and Joseph connecting. It's a good way to show that like
Jotaro, yeah,
Jotaro. It also shows like the diversity of stands a little bit more because at the end of part 3, we're like, oh well, the world and Star Platinum are the strongest stands.
The strongest stands. Araki says it to himself.
And then he gets taken out by a fucking rat.
Yeah. Like, Jotaro would not have won that without Josuke. So, like, that's pretty rough. But vice versa, Josuke wouldn't have won without Jotaro. So it's it was a great, like, the torch was already passed with the Angelo fight, but this is like a reminder of, like, how Jotaro can be in the mentor role, which is his best role. Mentor and father, Jotaro are my favorite Jotaro, so. Yeah.
Also, I just looked it up. That fight didn't actually happen.
All of it? God damn.
All of it. Yeah, because they
I guess that's heavy spoiler alert. It's the first fight.
Pause it for a second.
Okay, hold on. Okay, we're back. We talked about Jolene and Jotaro covered in cum. But I digress. Let's do... We did Polnareff, right?
No. Wait. We did Polnareff, Stardust. We didn't do part 5 if we wanted to make them separate.
I mean, I think they're the same. I just need to find where you put Polnareff. I think part 3 Polnareff is better, so I'll put him ahead, but where the hell do we put Polnareff? Maybe we haven't done... Oh, there he is. I found him. All right. Pick another one. Oh, we're down to 4 rows. Beautiful.
Let's see. Ringo.
Damn, Ringo. All right. So Ringo.
Out the gate.
Yeah, I think A tier is. That fight's so good, and Ringo's pretty fucking memorable. He's such a because I remember the backstory of like he was a weak kid, and then. Someone like a burglar broke into his house and like he defended himself even though he was a very sickly child, and from that day on the act of murder turned him into the man that he is today, and that same act of murder is used on the protagonists. I won't say too much about that, but like the way that the protagonists have to learn a similar story to Ringo is really good. And then you also contrast what one protagonist learns from what another one is willing to do very naturally, and this very arc leads to like a very difference between our two protagonists, so I think that's really cool.
It's a big like kind of like inversion of them, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, it's the fight itself, like Mandem it's very like close quarters, brutal, like I shoot you, you rewind. Yeah, it feels very intimate, and it was really good. I'd say it's potentially an S tier.
I think so too. Now that you say it loud and think about it, because it's like it's the first fight I think in part 7 where I felt very on the edge of my seat of like, how are you going to get out of this? What is your plan to do it kind of thing? Like it felt great. Like it had this high stakes. It had this great emotional context to it. It had just a great kind of like. It had a very simple rule set too of like how that stand works, but it's used tremendously.
I remember a lot about that fight, but I'm willing to reread it pretty soon before we do our last one, because ideally we're gonna have Bradley and maybe Tyler come roast our list in the final episode and just move some stuff around and then shoo off because they weren't here for the real shit, so their input is minimized. And I know Bradley would kill us if Ringo is anything but A tier. But if I reread it and I think he's better than these four, I'd be willing to move him. But for now, I don't
think it's better than Sugar Mountain. I think Sugar
Mountain is much better. It's in my opinion. Sugar Mountain is almost like the perfect JoJo arc, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, so is Mandem, to be fair. But one is perfect and one is slightly almost perfect.
One establishes really good themes about the two. Actually, they kind of both do.
Yeah, they actually both really do. Part 7 though. Oh my god. Yeah. What a part. All right.
Anyways,
that's Ringo. Next up, we're going to do Ken Oyanagi, the rock paper scissors kid. I'll let you go first.
In B. I want to put this boy in C.
Yeah. All right, you said it. Okay. I have a much softer spot for this kid than like the entire JoJo fan base. I just think it's really cute a cute idea to have a stand battle that's just like, this kid loves rock paper scissors, and his worldview is literally. He's from another show. If there is a manga, a boys' young manga for 11-year-olds about rock, paper, scissors, Ken would be one of the side antagonists because he's a little shit. But he views the whole world through, if I can beat Rohan in rock, paper, scissors, I can prove that I'm better than him. And then Rohan punches him, they fly into the air. It's actually really tense when they start mind gaming each other. So like, it's actually a good game of rock, paper, scissors. Great arc, super creative, can only happen in JoJo's or a manga about gambling. But even then, like, they're not going to be flying in Kaiji.
I was about to say, imagine if Kaiji had this kid.
Kaiji would have, Kaiji's a fucking idiot in half of every arc and then a brilliant mastermind in the back half of every arc. So,
yeah.
Come on, let me put him in B.
I still think it's C, mainly because of the hole in his cheek. I just also think that like there's just significantly better stuff in B than this encounter. Because
I think he's pretty I think he's pretty on par with these like Part 4 and Hato characters.
The thing is that I feel like a lot of these characters that are in B do something that push our main characters more.
Yeah, and I mean that kind of applies to all of them, doesn't it? Pretty much.
Yeah, which is why that's kind of like my minimal criteria for B is like you need to be able to like push or challenge the characters and our main characters.
This pushes Rohan further into the spotlight. Like there's a portion in the story where Rohan's the main character for like a little chunk there, and I get what you're saying, and you're actually kind of on the money for every one of these characters, so that's actually kind of impressive.
It's like I made a point to make sure that only happened. That's why you got Chung Baby in there, because I think it does a really good job of establishing Josuke and Joseph's relationship.
Man, I'm remembering this, by the way. This one's the one that makes me vindictive towards you towards the late game. I'm not going to forget about this one. What is with the tier list today? I go grab one person and suddenly Granny Arano's moving around. Where the fuck did rock, paper... Well, I think he ended up in B or C, but...
Yeah,
all right.
Okay.
Next, you pick.
Okay. Lisa. I believe she's third.
Lisa. Yeah, I was looking at her too. I had a feeling she has to go soon.
I honestly do not know how to put her.
Yeah, me neither.
Because putting her in C, I feel like is too low. But
putting her in B is too high.
Yeah. Because she doesn't do a lot in Part 2.
She's a little shallow, but she's like good mentor character, big ass, cool. Like she she doesn't get many in like fighting scenes, or even she doesn't even get many supportive roles in the part, you know. So it's like she's kind of underutilized. I like her backstory with her husband a lot, actually. How she like tracked down this zombie that was integrated into the military and murdered his ass and then went on the run. That's pretty badass, right?
Yeah.
But like, I think Joe had to mute himself because of dogs. I'm gonna put her in C.
That's good. Give me 5 minutes to go grab my food real quick. I'll be right back.
I'm giving you 5 minutes. All right, we're doing Kato next. Kato Higashikata.
I'm gonna throw out a Hail Mary here and put her in undetermined until the end of the story.
I agree. I was gonna put her in like not applicable, so we can make this the not applicable or undetermined tier.
Because
you don't even have to explain it. Absolutely right. Like she could be. But Mother and Son alone. Mother and Son alone is one of my favorite chapters. The chapter where she shows up, she has such a presence. She's already done enough to make her at least super memorable. But then we know that there could be so much more in that final JoJolion arc that is waiting right around the corner after we're done with the current arc, right? The one that, like, it makes sense to end it on one arc after where we're at right now, and I feel like she could be really relevant in that arc. At the same time, Araki has not stop-gated her a lot throughout the story, where, like, she shows up very sporadically.
But she does get mentioned decent
She does get mentioned a decent chunk of time, which makes me feel like something's going to happen. And then, like, part 8 is the part where, like, a character literally won't be in the story for 60% of the part and then shows up one chapter. So it's like, it can happen, and it could be major.
Man.
It feels it feels wrong to not rate her an A.
Now, if we were doing chapters or arcs, and Mother or Child came up,
we are doing arcs, though. We're doing everything.
I know, but like, there's just so much more that we don't know about her. We don't even know what her stand actually does.
Yeah.
We don't know like her motivation for coming back and what she wants to do at the Higashikata household. It's just a lot that we don't know about. But she made a great presence immediately, but like that could also turn out to be pointless, you know. So.
All right, hold on. Fine. There. That is how we're resolving this. She gets her own tier. It's a special occurrence that we're only giving to her. So, because of that, she gets special girl status.
All right.
Next up, we're going to do Pet Shop. Fuck. I thought we already did Pet Shop, did we not?
We did Iggy.
We did Iggy, which goes right alongside Pet Shop. Pet Shop is, on certain days I wake up and Pet Shop is my favorite fight in Part 3, even above The World, even above Darby Gambler. It's such a high-speed, high-action fight with a lot of good heart still. Like, there's a lot of touching moments, like with the kid with the dogs. Iggy's backstory in the anime is really sweet, even though, like, it's very brief, but, like, it gets a lot done. Iggy almost dying at the end is super sweet. But the fucking choreography and the action is so badass. And Pet Shop is so cool, dude. He's just a Terminator bird. And when he's underground, he digs underground. And then Iggy's like, holy shit, he's right in front of me. And Pet Shop's about to shoot from his mouth. And Iggy has to bite his beak and crush it. So badass.
So gnarly.
Pet Shop's an A tier for me.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I agree. I think so too.
Let's go. I will put him below everyone else because he's a fucking bird. But
yeah. I think once again, sticking to the theme, it pushes Iggy to actually step up and become a hero.
Hideo Kojima, yes.
Yeah. Instead of an idiot dog running around being like, so it does push our character in some meaningful way.
It does. Passing the Joe criteria.
Yeah, it also like really sets the tone going forward from that arc because it gets hella dark after that.
Yeah, it does. It picks up really quick as we play baseball. Hella dark.
Yeah.
But after that, genuinely hella dark. So, I feel like Holly, for the same reasons we said, could go in the Kato Higashikata tier and turn it into the mommy tier. But
I think maybe, but the thing is that like
Kato has more potential than Holly in the story right now, right?
yeah. And Holly like had a very solid moment that kind of that solidified a character.
Yeah. Right.
I think that's enough to push them to the point where it's like you have a incredible need in this story, and you've done a lot more than other characters have.
Speaking of high-rated Part 3 characters, Part 3 is like they're all over the place. They have like the most F tiers and the most E tiers, but they're in there at some points, and I feel like Mariah is definitely one of those high ones for me.
I put her in C.
What?
Yeah.
I was gonna say A. Holy shit.
Nah.
Let's meet in the middle and put her in B then.
Okay.
All right.
She's a fun fight.
Super fun fight, and I think she's got a very fun personality. She has cool moves that she pulls off. Hilarious moments happen in this fight. I can put her in the bottom of B.
That sounds good to me.
I can live with that. Yeah.
I think the thing about her is that it shows like you can make stand battles that are funny, but they're not complete jokes.
Yeah.
You know, like this encounter is still deadly to Abdul.
She is a Part 4 stand user in Part 3.
Yeah.
And I love that. I love her because of that. Wow. Okay, we're getting some real shit. I'll let you pick one.
Narentia.
All right, Narantia. I'll let you go first on this one.
I'm of two minds of this. I think of all of the Part 5 characters, I think him, Mista, and Mista are like the two like most developed and fleshed out and feel like characters in that part to me.
Yeah, they have like quirks and a sense of humors and like
They
good
feel like
backstories.
people. They feel like actual people.
They're not
in the
just
story.
brooding mafiosos like Abakio and Bruno and Giorno, you know. And I feel like Narantia especially, I feel like Mista is kind of close to them, but Narantia especially is definitely like the standout personality to me. I get he can be annoying at times, but also he can be super badass at times.
Like he has two really good fights in that arc that are just like pretty good, which is Little Feet and then Clash and Talking Head. And I really like Clash and Talking Head. And
not in the anime, but in the manga. I gotta specify. In the anime, like some things just don't work well with voice acting, and I think one of them is Narantia freaking out about lying. But
and like Naranjo is pretty interesting of a character when you think about it, because he is not an intelligent person, like knows how to like read and write and do math, as we find out. But when it comes to fighting and like throwing fists, he's pretty good at it.
He's very resourceful. He shows his resourcefulness many times throughout the part.
Yeah, and I think that's really cool. I really wish he was involved in the final fight, because I thought
his death is super underwhelming and is one of the major points of why King Crimson doesn't make sense, even if you think it makes sense. No, it's King Crimson is used as time stop in no shortage of 3 times throughout the story, where it's not a time skip, it's just a time stop. And Narantia's death is one of them, and that really irks me. But we'll get to that when we get to that fucker. So
I put him in high B.
Okay.
Low A.
How about we put him with Bruno?
That sounds good.
I think he's above Bruno by 1.
I think he's above Bruno too.
That's perfect.
I like his stand too, and how stands that are simple but are used resourcefully are like my favorite. So like the fact that his is just a plane, and his big thing, his one complex portion is that he has a radar that detects like oxygen breath or whatever. that's kind of neat, and it's really simple to write around. It's very simple to put into the encounter.
It's got bombs. It's hard to fuck up, and that's a good
Yeah.
protagonist stand for Araki.
Yeah.
I'm
but
thinking
at
of
the same
moving
time-
Kobayashi a little down, like maybe here.
Okay.
I think that's
fair.
Okay.
Yeah.
What else you have about Narancia?
Oh, it's just also like the sand, like it doesn't get crazy.
Yeah.
It shoots its gun and it drops a bomb, and you're kind of like, yeah, that sand does that, and you go with it. It doesn't, have reflective capabilities with a frog or anything.
I love the character trait of Narancia using his arms as a landing strip to summon and
That's
recall.
like one of the coolest visuals that's in the anime opening and in the manga.
It's very cool.
It's really cool.
Okay, next up we're gonna do Rikiel. I read this arc very recently, and Rikiel's actually really funny.
This is the tampon boy,
This
right?
is Tampon Boy, aka Rods. Rikiel has this thing where his whole life he's a hot mess. He's stricken by like stomach aches and he gets super nervous and he can't open his eyes. But when Pucci gives him a purpose, he becomes like cold-blooded. But then like Jolene and Narancia and Emporio are so good at stand battles by the time he gets there, and this is his first one, to where they're like, oh yeah, you want to just keep your range and throw some rocks at him? And then, yeah, you want to throw some rocks? He's like, wait, what? No, get close to me. Like, he has to figure out how to stand battle mid-fight. Now, the Rod's abilities themselves... So I like the mystery of, like, you can barely see them when they're flying fast and they sap your heat. But I feel like the things they do with sapping your heat get a little ridiculous. And, like, I know for a fact Bradley hates that shit. I don't mind it as much.
It's like... The problem being is less of it saps the heat and more of the reasoning behind it sapping the heat is that it puts disease bacteria in you that then saps heat from you and puts it into the thing.
No, I don't think that's it. I think it saps heat and then that grows viruses and bacterias.
Maybe. I don't know, man.
I controversially low B. I'm just throwing it out there. And I like how he goes down. Like Jolene has to set herself on fire, and he's like, "Fuck it, I could be cool too. I'm like the Apollo 11." And then and then he goes from there and has a horrible death. But
yeah,
I think underrated fight. Like the fight itself is pretty okay, but I kind of love him, and he's part of that trio, and he's probably the middle one. Ungalo's the most loserish. But, like, I think he's got an entertaining gimmick.
All right.
Yeah?
I would put him in C.
All right, low B. Good job. Next up, we can do Oyo Komova. I'm going to throw this... I don't remember much about Oyo Komova's personality, but I really remember his fight being very kinetic, very cool. It's a remix on Killer Queen that's done really well.
It's the last week-to-week stand battle, because the one after this is Wire.
Oh, that's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
He has the final week-to-week stand battle in all of JoJo's. Mm-hmm. And it's a pretty solid one, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
It's mostly a gyro fight.
Yeah.
I think a part that always sticks with me is when Gyro, like, starts sweating, and the sweat starts turning into, like, the little detonators.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy shit.
I like the visualization of the clocks as the bombs.
I don't remember how Gyro wins this fight. That's
don't either.
One thing. I don't think it had a very memorable ending.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the one where he drops the rocks on the balls on the ground and then they shoot rocks? Because that was a not great one.
I don't know.
Regardless, his stand looks cool. His stand's called Boku no Rhythm Wakatare or something. It's like the only Japanese stand name in the series. And it looks like a cool raven, which fits his design very well. I don't know. I don't know what to make of this guy. His personality doesn't stand out too much, as I recall, but the fight's really good.
I'd put him in C. I think the fight's really good. I think he's a great kind of like mid-arc or mid-part fight.
I mean, he's really early. He's like the third fight, I feel like.
He blows up a character, and then that character's fine, which I think is funny.
Really? Jesus. Well, his bombs aren't like as strong as like a Killer Queen bomb. They're more like
No, they're not.
they're like
They are.
My Hero Academia Bakugo bombs, if anything.
Yeah, you gotta get multiple ones to blow them up.
Yeah. But that is pretty funny. Don't forget Zombie Horse. That'll heal anything.
Oh my god!
The piece of string that the Vatican left out on this mountain.
I think directly after this fight.
I think it's in Wired or after Wired, but it's still goofy.
Yeah.
All right, Joe, you go.
Who is this long neck fucker next to Okuyasu?
You mean Ojiro Sesame, the god himself, Mr. Land of the Sea?
Oh,
Oh, this guy has an arc.
yeah. Talk about a shadow pig.
Talk about a shadow pick. Talk about a Rocky remembered to the umpteenth degree. He's got a fun initial encounter where his stand is just like a shitty puppet stand, but I love that. He has to be in a very specific situation to use a stand, so he booby-trapped the entire area so it could be good. I very much like the part. I do remember how Josuke beats this guy.
Yes, that's true.
He has to like slide him past the window and then beat the shit out of him in midair and then throw him back inside. Very cool. But then the way he comes back in part 8 is kind of freaking brilliant. And I really like what he does in that arc. And he leveled up his stand. He becomes very terrifying there for a little bit.
But even more important, he kind of sets up one of the characters.
He said,
one of the,
yes.
one of the best characters in the entire series.
Yeah. Because of that, and he's so memorable because of that, you know? Like, how many minor antagonists can go through the journey that this fucking guy went? He shows up a lot more tanned and handsome when we do see him. I will say he spent a lot of time on the beach.
He's got a girlfriend.
He's got a girlfriend, and she is boiling hot. All right, B tier.
I would say bottom of B. But like his interaction with that character though is so good.
And he has Tsurugi interactions, of course Jobin interactions.
Yeah.
I could see him being above some characters in B.
The problem is that like what brings him down is that he himself isn't that impressive. But what he triggers in other people and the way the stand fight turns out, I think is what bumps him up as an encounter.
I think he uses his stands very well every time we see him use it.
I agree. It's just like this guy is just kind of like an asshole.
Yeah, he's just a trashy dude, which also leads to some funny panels. I don't know.
Doesn't he open up like doing some sort of like weird like
he's littering and loitering around the street while spying on something, and Araki qualifies him as 100% trash. So that's pretty memey. Come on, he's got to be higher than the bottom.
Yeah,
but where does he go? I think he goes above.
I would say above Bug Eater because he has a much more emotional impact than Bug Eater does, and I think sets up the character more than Bug Eater does. And that's my only thing.
Fine. I think Darby's getting a little high for his britches, but I digress. Okay, we're making good headway. Let's do Mew Mew. This is one I definitely need to reread. This fight.
Who is this?
Mew Mew is the user of Jailhouse Lock, which is a fight that every time I read it confuses me. Printer. String printer.
Stone Ocean go burr.
Stone Ocean go burr. Cool stand. Weird stand design. She's the head jailer, so she's got a little bit of clout. She does have a bit of a personality to her. I could move her after we come back for the final session, but as it stands, the fight always confuses me, so it's like a C tier at highest for me.
I would say C tier as well. I like everything about the stand. I just think that like there's a line that is spoken by a character at the very end of that fight that's just like, if it was that simple, it should have been easier to deal with this, but okay.
Yeah, wasn't the win condition like visualizing a couple of things as one piece of information, so that way your stack doesn't overflow. I think that's pretty brilliant, depending how it's phrased. I need to go reread the specifics because, as I recall, it was like in a mirror, right? Like reflections are used. It's like, okay, I guess I could see how you're looking at it as a reflection as like a single frame in your mind.
I'm pretty sure it was a head-on thing.
I don't know.
But
there's
I might
also
be
the
wrong.
printer. The printer is involved, and we can't forget about that. All right, we'll throw her and see.
Oh yeah.
Where are the Part 6 crew? There you are. Jesus and C.
He's just a C tier character.
It stands for Christ, all right? Okay. Next up, we're going to do Mikitaka, who's a very lovable dude, and I'm not going to hear anything to the contrary, young man.
I like him. I actually like his whole arc. I like his whole gimmick. I like how we don't figure out
He's super fucking funny. And then he just shows up for the Superfly fight, and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to be the most sacrificial dude ever, because I'm really not okay in the head. I'm just gonna hang out here with the tower dude to quench his anger at being alone for so long. Mm-hmm. But the way he's used for gambling, the Doppler sounds fucking him up is like a fun tension raiser. It leads to the Rohan gambling arc, which is a super fun. It's just like these two characters do not get along, and we're going to explore that for the entire arc. And it's not going to be a fight. There's a very low stakes, but a house will burn.
Yeah, I would put him in B tier.
Yes, we will.
I think he just kind of adds to the weirdness of Morio. I wish he was in Part 8. I would love for him to like show up as some other thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know how you fit this character into Part 8, because Part 8 is pretty serious. It has its goofy moments, but like it doesn't have that very lighthearted beginning like Part 4 does.
Yeah, I think he goes here.
I think so too. He's fun.
He's super fun.
He also gets his stand copyrighted by Araki himself later.
No, well, his stand gets ripped off later. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up, let's do Okuyasu. Super memeable character. One of the most popular memed characters in the JoJo fan base, and the JoJo fan base is 10% people who like to discuss about JoJo's and 90% people who just want to make fat memes. So I feel like that gives Okuyasu a boost. Mm-hmm. I think he's super funny. I think it's a great idea to have someone with a busted stand ability, but he's just not that clever at it. But he has his moments. He's mostly a support character because he only gets one solo fight, and then he has a bunch of like small supporting roles throughout the part. But then also he's such a heart of the crew by being such a lovable goofball. He lets Kira's dad go, which is the most frustrating Okuyasu moment of all time.
Yeah.
But he also comes super clutch in the last arc, and his almost death made me super sad. When Josuke is crying at Okuyasu being alive, that is the best friendship in all of JoJo's, even including Gyro and Johnny. But it's close. It's a close race for me.
A horse race.
It's a horse race.
I like Okuyasu. I do agree with you. There's that part against Red Hot Chili Peppers where they're out in the field and he's chasing him down and he catches him and then he's gonna win, but then his anger gets the best of him and it causes his downfall.
Well, he's more mind tricked, which is the perfect way to beat Okuyasu in my opinion.
Yeah. I think he's a great character. I love that he's in there with the cast of like Koichi and Josuke. He's like,
they make a good trio because it's like Koichi fucks, so he's got his own thing, but when it comes time to get the three bros together, it's like they have a good chemistry together, and he's such a good buddy to Josuke throughout the part.
Koichi is very much like the guy that like is the more adult in the room, but like still likes to hang out with everyone, but like has to do their own thing because they have their own life.
Yeah.
But then like Okuyasu and Josuke are just fucking bros, and they will just
going around town
They'll
doing
get
whatever
drunk
they
together and fight a middle schooler, you know? Like, yeah. I like, for just pure, like, how much joy this character brings, he's so fucking funny in the Tonio fight. I would say that's another Okuyasu almost primary fight, because he is, like, the primary source of stand fuckery in that part. Like, he's the target.
Which one? Sorry.
Tonio. Let's go eat
Oh,
Italian.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Okuyasu's just getting fucked.
Yeah, that's...
It's a tough sell, but I would say bottom of A.
I would go with A.
Oh my god!
I think I really like him, just kind of as a character to go with Josuke.
And I will say his last moments where he's like, my brother, like, I was about to head towards my brother, but he's like, Okuyasu, shouldn't you start making your own decisions? And like, really, Okuyasu has the whole part, but he really needed to like get that closure with his brother, and I think that's just like a really beautiful use of Jojo's ghosts. They're not always used effectively, but I thought that was a really nice use of one. So
I think it's also like it's a willing, like, it kind of softens that blow of the bullshittery of him coming back.
yeah, I mean, the way I see it is like he got rocked so hard that even when he's put back together, he still needs processing. Like, his brain's still a little fucked up.
He needed one last, like, push to get him back to life.
Yeah, because JoJo's has souls, and, like, stands are fucking usage of souls and spirit, so it's like...
Yeah,
his body's organically alright, but his soul is, like, rocked. Which, you know what? I'm gonna do Araki's job and say, when Kira kills someone, it fucks up their soul, as we saw with, like, Shigechi. So, Okuyasu, like, he was going through some shit in that scene.
Yeah. But yeah,
Pet
he's a
Shop
great
should actually
character.
be below him, so he gets to move up one IMO.
Yeah.
There you go.
He shows up in Thus Spoke Wrong Kishibe, which I'm going to keep mentioning because I kind of really like that series. And he was just fun. He had some funny lines. It's like, I'm just glad you're here, man. Like, I'm gonna be real honest with you. I am so happy that you're just vibing.
He and Koichi have speaking lines in Rohan at the Louvre too. So, and boy, does he look weird in Part 8 style.
But yeah, but like, once again, good character.
Yes.
Very happy he exists.
Yes, not the deepest character, but one that he breathes life into the part.
He does. Like, imagine if it was just Josuke and Jotaro. Josuke would have to do all of the comedic heavy lifting in that duo.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Koichi occasionally, and then Rohan occasionally. So, like, but like Okuyasu feels like that role better than anyone else.
It gives time for Josuke to have those, like imagine if Josuke had Okuyasu's, like, goofy bullshit that he did, and then Araki tries to pull off Bring Out Your Killer Queen at the end of the arc. It probably wouldn't sell as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely... Yeah, like, Okuyasu's almost death pushes Josuke to a very interesting spot there in that final battle. Like, it makes it very emotionally personal for Josuke, and I really love that. Okay, let's do Kakyoin.
The other Joe Bro. Mr. Donut himself.
Very subdued character. And, like, the thing with Kakyoin is, I've always loved him more than he deserves. He has no right of me loving him as much as I do. He's not... He does a couple of cool things throughout the part. I think Death 13 is some of his biggest highlights. But I also think I like how he's a gamer, so he would definitely play Fortnite. And
I think
his sacrifice is super sad. I actually like that. That shit gets me. Even though, like, his backstory is dropped in the anime only right before the death, it still hits super hard.
I think he's an interesting character of the crew, where he has, like, one really standout fight. His stand is, like, solid, but never really gets to pull off or do anything cool with the rest of the crew.
In fact, it is endlessly memed on, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He's in the Mirror Magic Man, not Magic Man. Hangman fight.
Yeah, he's good in the Hangman fight.
Yeah.
Because he's the part 5 character in part 3, where he's just the quiet, stoic one, but not in the Clint Eastwood Jotaro way. He's the calm dude, and he's got a kind heart.
Yeah.
And one
He's
thing, like the way he brings down Polnareff's heat in that arc is really good as well.
I think he's a solid character. I would put him in B, which might be a little bit too high, but it's just like
if he's the same as fucking Weather Report. He gets more screen time. Weather Report is a deeper character, but they both like I like them more than they deserve. You know?
Yeah. That's fair. I think that's fair. Like,
it's
I
either
really like
that, or we move both of them to bottom of B obligatory. Because, like, I think there's a power gap between them and Av. Well, it's not a power gap. Avdol's pretty fun.
Avdol as well. Like, there's one scene that I think emphasizes the most, which is Polnarff and
you're
him.
really bad at that one, man.
I'm so bad at that fucking game. They have that moment in the boat that goes underwater, submarine.
Yes, you're struggling.
In the submarine where they do the secret handshake.
Oh yeah, that's so cute.
And you're just like, okay, he's kind of a bro, and it really sells the idea of just like a bunch of guys on a road trip doing this,
posing together with man trains, dick to butt, dick to butt, dick to butt.
Yeah. So I think it's just, to me, it brings into that dynamic of like he's a bit younger, so he's a little bit, he's kind of like the little brother of the group almost.
Yeah.
But it's very hard to argue him into B. I think he's also okay at C there. But that's just me.
I think he's like, these 4 characters up here are definitely the top of C. You know, it's worth noting that. We'll leave him in C. Sorry, Kakyoin. Godspeed, young man.
Let's do Poor Tom.
Poor Tom is a fucking weirdo with a cool fight and very memorable, goofy scenes, and a very memorable finale.
He gets a lot of pussy.
He just makes me feel very bad.
Yeah. Wow, that man got cool.
What does he have that I don't?
I know. Diapers,
I guess, because he's a fucking old man, baby.
Yeah.
What the hell? What is this? What are we doing here? This is
he does weird. He leads to a great 3-way fight in that arc.
Yes, he
That's
does.
Absolute chaos.
That being
but
said,
comprehensible chaos. That's the other thing.
He's pretty removed when it starts, isn't he? He's just waiting it out, I feel like, and he comes back near the end.
But he has to come to the end because he realizes it's not
working.
Yeah.
So he fleshes out the doctors, but what are you gonna do when you're in the doctor room and poor Tom walks in? What are you gonna say to Dr. Poor Tom when he fucking walks into the room? I'm gonna guess he's more of a researcher than a talk to patient kind of man. But yeah, I like him. I'd say he's like B or C.
I like him too. He has a really strong personality. I think his stand is fun. I think the fight is good. I think
you can't forget this character. That is one.
No, absolutely not.
Very recently, something tied into how that arc finished. I think we talked about it briefly, but they recontextualized what defeated him at the end of that arc, which I think was really cool.
Yeah.
Where are we putting him?
I don't know. I want to say B, but I can't justify putting him in B. It's really weird.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
But I like him more than Wutomoki by a little bit.
That's fine.
He's so creative.
I would put him in C. Just put him in C. I think he's better. He's better there than A. He's a great fight, but that's kind of it. His stand stands out more than he does.
Yeah, that's true. Let's do Reimi Sugimoto. The ghost girl herself. I think she's very cute. I think she adds a lot to the part. I like the supernatural like stakes that she brings to the story. I like her comeuppance on Kira a lot. I like her mini relationship with Rohan. Just a fun character, very likable.
Yeah. I don't have a lot to say about her because to me, she's very much the call to action in part 4, where she's the person that's like, there's a serial killer here, and I've been cursed to live here while this person resides in the town.
But the way she conducts herself in that call to action arc, I think, is pretty memorable. And I like how they're like, yo, gather all the stand users. We're going to go meet up with a ghost so she can warn us about Kira. It's like, I would love to live in Morio, man, unless, like, Kira's on the loose and I'm a hot woman. Yeah. But aside from that...
I think she does a really good job of kind of being the representation of the hidden, like...
dark side.
Wound. The hidden dark side and the hidden wound that's in the town.
Yeah.
It's like people aren't talking about this, but like this is something that's kind of like undermining the town, and it's one of the reasons why these things kind of keep on happening with the stand users, more or less, because the father is connected, because basically the serial killer was more or less like perfected because of the arrow.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I cannot put her in a category, so I'll just let you do it.
B.
Okay.
B above the baby and Shigechi.
Okay.
And Whoa, slow down. Okay. No, she's above Hato. She's above Hato, which means she's above Iggy.
Who's that guy?
Steely Dan?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is fair.
Okay.
You know, looking at the looking at the A characters, I think Damo is too low or Aisho is too high. I like Damo more than Aisho, and I like the fight more.
Aisho is Marilyn Manson or no?
No, Aisho is Dubiwa.
Ooh, no, I would put Dubiwa there still. I think that.
Then that means that this happens then.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. That's that. You know, for as much as we like praise the Part 8 characters, a lot of them did end up in C.
They did. But the thing is that there are like 3 or 4 Part 8 characters that we haven't gotten to yet who might end up
but then again, B's got some good ones because it's got Ojiro, it's got Dolomite, it's got a lot of Part 7 characters too. Yeah, B's looking pretty solid with the late part representation.
I'm trying to keep B a nice, clean club, you know?
A hollowed land.
Yes.
For rats.
Rats are good. You need rats to clean up the corpses that are left behind.
Next up is a Joe pick. I think Pesky? Yeah, I think we're on track to like... We could go another 30 minutes and like get everyone that's not like the main characters out of the way, to be honest, today, if we want.
And by the time that happens, Monster Hunter will be out.
Wow. Well, crazy how that works. Okay, Pesky is very likable, very creepy, and he's got...
I think he has...
We have to do him with his brother, I think.
Yeah, I think they have the best arc in Part 5.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I can't argue with that too hard. Like, character arc or the best arc?
Both. Wow. I think Pesky has a great turnaround as a heel. I think that fight is a great mystery, combat, and kind of showdown at the very end.
Yeah.
It has all of those, like, really cool fights in JoJo's that I really want. It has a great scenery set, too. They're on a moving train.
And they're
on the train.
They fucking use that train.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's kind of like in White Album. It's on White Album. Them are on the same tier because they use the bridge and the water and everything in White Album as well, which makes it interesting. This has the same thing where it's like they're on the train, they're dodging the stuff that goes over them, and then someone gets stuck underneath the train, and then there's a fishing line going through the train. Like, there's so much going on, but it's all clearly choreographed, and it all makes sense.
It is such a high in part 5. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is why every JoJo part is good, because of bangers like these.
Yeah. And I think it's the part that really make people go like, oh, wow, Bruno is such a great character, which would have helped a lot more if he died. But hey,
Here we go. Reset the clock.
Yeah. But like, it's a great fight for Bruno and Mista, because it shows how competent Bruno is, and how like reliant Mista is as well. So I think it just overall brings the best out of both of those characters, and then these two characters have their own arc within it as well.
Here's what I'm thinking: Ghiaccio, Prosciutto, and then Pesky down here. All in A.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
That's fair.
Let's rock.
You know what's funny?
Nero feels... that's fine.
Do you remember how the manga starts with this fight?
It starts with Prosciutto is like, oh my god, what is he doing with that turtle? Oh my god, I gotta find out. Right?
Yeah. Yeah. But then his brother is this shadowy figure, so you think he's gonna be someone else or someone important. And then it turns out not to matter at all later. It's just so that Araki can do this whole big reveal that he was making himself old to hide himself on the train.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I do remember that. I mean, that's fair. Which
I think is really funny, because the anime is like, no, fuck that shit. These are the two bozos that are gonna go do this.
It still kind of works, because his old version, if you don't know it's coming, I can see it tricking a lot of people.
Mm-hmm. I just think it's funny, because it's I went in thinking oh, this guy must either has a crazy ass design, or he might be someone else that showed up from another part. What if it was Whole Horse again? That'd be kind of fucking wild.
Yeah, or Polnareff. Let's do Poco Loco.
D tier.
Really?
He doesn't show up enough. He's kind of just I'm surprised this boy isn't meme more.
Because part 7, they only watch the anime, dude. They don't fucking know who this is.
I know. When part 7 gets out, this guy's gonna be fucking everywhere. Everywhere. There's the the meme format already. I can picture right now. It's gonna be him on a horse saying I can't do this thing. Yo, what's his fucking stand's name again?
His stand is Hey Ya, the Outcast song.
Hey Ya saying something like, "Yeah, you can do it. Don't worry, beat the shit out of them," or something like that. And then a third picture of him screaming through the cactus.
I can't visualize this meme. I think you can invest in this meme stock. I think you should invest more in just stupid ass ball memes, because
true.
Yeah, it's all basic. It's never that good.
Magenta is gonna be him underwater is gonna be definitely a thing if they get that frame right.
I think Zombie Horse has some meme potential.
And
I think Fat Valentine's gonna be like Herder. He was fat once, forever. So, okay. D though.
What does he do? He doesn't do anything. He just shows up with a stand that encourages him. I love part 7. I'm glad he's there because he's really funny, but he doesn't do anything else really in the part. He shows up for a few chapters.
He fleshes out the race. He's the Tonio of the Steel Ball Run.
Okay.
I think you should go and see, because his stand is so fun. All right, I'll give you this one. I gotta save my battle points.
Yeah.
Okay. Next up. Ooh, let's do Carrera.
This is Love Deluxe.
Yes. Trash girl. Very fun though. What a punk this girl is.
I still like her. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like a poorly written character.
Oh
It's
no,
just
not
like,
at all.
Yeah.
She doesn't. She's not someone we really fight, and she's only vaguely an ally.
Yeah.
So she's just a character that exists in Part 8 to flesh out the character's backstory.
Yeah.
And I think she's good in that role, though. And I hope she does show up again. She has potential, and because of that potential, I would put her a tier higher than... Like, maybe at the end of Part 8, she could move a whole tier below where I'm thinking.
I'm thinking C right now.
I'm thinking B. She's very entertaining. Mm-hmm. And she's an integral part of a fantastic flashback and arc.
Man, that flashback is fucking
When
slap.
she's introduced, she also shakes up the status quo a lot.
She does.
Because she just comes in, it's like, yo, you want to solve some fucking mysteries?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. Her stand looks badass, too. Love the looks cool.
Oh, man, I just realized that she is also a fucking con artist. I remember that now.
Yeah, her con, like, that's what's coming to mind when I'm like, man, she has a lot of fiery moments and personality. And
what if a box was sent to her, Willer?
A box?
Remember, Josuke sent a box right before a person came and started this encounter we're in right now.
Didn't he just send it to the HD?
We don't know where he sent it. He just gave it to the delivery man.
Fuck. Did it really not go to the HD? I'm terrified Araki's gonna forget about that box. I mean,
oh no, we do know where it comes from. It went to a random journalist with a shitty ass haircut.
Yee ass hair.
Yeah.
Where is he in the tier list?
He's not, which is a shame.
What a shame. Okay.
I knew it would be an S tier for actually being a meme in the future.
Keicho Nijimura. What a good early fight this whole arc is.
Mm-hmm. Good introduction to the stand arrow. I think it does a really good job of kind of graying the line of stand users.
Oh yeah.
When he reveals, like, I'm trying to do this because I can eventually find someone that can kill my dad.
It's a good use of, like, hey, this town has something that's going to pop up a lot of stands, the arrow, and it's going to be used in a couple of different ways. He's going to use it for a selfish goal, and he's going to make destruction in his wake. Akira's going to use it for shits and gigs, and then Yoshihiro's going to use it to protect his son. And I think that's all really cool. His stand is so good, dude. Who doesn't name one person who doesn't think Bad Company is badass?
Little men everywhere.
My boys. The fact he's got they can set little mines. He has helicopters and tanks. What a fantastic. He has his battle battalion where he's like, "Fuck you, Josuke. You killed 2 of my dudes, so my formation's off." He's like you if you were evil, Joe.
It's true.
And in very sad moments, he sacrifices himself for Okuyasu. So even though he's a dick, he's got soft spots here and there. The fight alone is A tier for me, and I think the character is at least B.
I'd put him in B, I think. I think he does a good job of characterizing Okuyasu. I think he does a good job of introducing the arrow into the story and the idea of there are stand users that that got stands not because they wanted them, so there wasn't exactly a fully consensual, but also the idea of I need these stand users for a goal and purpose in mind that's for maybe someone else.
Yeah.
Turned up again with Hero's dad.
Let's not think about how he snuck into the prison to give Angelo his power.
Yeah, we're not going. Listen, he got a bunch of little men.
He definitely could, but man, that's a ballsy move.
Yeah.
I guess he's this dude's a cold-blooded killer. He has a high potential to kill Dad. So that works. I would put him here. He's like Sports Max for me, you know?
Okay.
All right. Let's rock and roll. Oh my god, we're running so low on characters.
Good.
This is crazy. Let's do Kyo.
Oh, okay.
Kyo Nijimura has a very good fight. Going Underground, or I think it's renamed Born This Way Later, is a very tense battle. I love the part with the GPS in Paisley Park's Paisley Park just awakened and is guiding Josuke with the GPS.
Mm-hmm.
That shit's super cool. It's super tense. How like it's just another one of those reverse chases that works really well. And I like how it ends. Like when Josuke shows up to her, she turns around and throws a half-open marker so she can summon her stand. She does get done dirty throughout the part, I will say.
She does that.
I like how she came back and what happened to her because that shit can happen. Like, but
it's harder too because I think when we learn more about Nijimura, we open up to her more and we do want to see her more. So it hurts a lot.
Yeah. She reveals the first major mystery of Part 8 too, which is the identity of Josuke.
Yeah, the first big clue, really.
Yeah. Well, not the identity of Josuke, but the uniqueness of Josuke.
Why he is who he is.
Yes. I can't put her in C, but I can't put her in B. It's another one of those.
I would put, if she was more in the part, she would definitely be in B. But she's not.
Her arc is so good. People have gotten higher for less, but she is a bit of wasted potential.
Yeah.
But like, if she could be A if not for her wasted potential. So I feel like she could sit here pretty with Carrera personally.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But she would be at the very bottom. I can't justify putting anyone above her or below her.
She also reveals a book, which, if you think about it, reveals another big mindfuck in the series.
Yes, yada yada daze.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. This character right here, that the counterpart universally is kind of mind blowing.
Yeah.
Well, more like this character right here is the mind blowing counterpart. Where is he? Do we want to jump into these boys? Or do they qualify, or do they count as like gyro-esque?
I would count those boys because the only way to talk about those boys is with spoilers. That's the thing.
Yeah, you're right.
So we have to save them for last. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
They're gonna be the last people we do before the main characters then.
Okay, yeah,
because
we can do that.
They're not quite gyro. They're not even like Toru.
But they're important.
But they're super important.
Yeah. And I think there's some of the best parts of Part 8.
Abacchio Leone.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, his stand got cooler in the anime because they gave him sweet sound effects.
Beep boop, and he's got cake. What a fat ass on this boy. I love his backstory. Is super good. It's one of the better ones. One of the best in Part 5. His death is very good. I thought that was really well done. Stakes. And as much as his personality falls in line with the other ones, he's got cool interactions with the crew. Where it's limited, right? But he's a little different with Bruno than the others. He's still loyal, but he's a little like you feel he's a little more intense. Where he's like, Bruno, why are you trusting this new guy? And his dislike of Giorno, I think, is good. I think it adds a lot to a very otherwise one-note party dynamic.
I think it's interesting. He's one of the most aggressive people in the group, but his stand is like the least aggressive of the bunch.
That is interesting. His initial arc is not like the best. I don't think Soft Machine's like super good, but he's used throughout the part for like really cool things. I like how, and this one's a little weird. He creates an airplane pilot, right? And the only way that works, it's very cool, but the only way it works is if a plane pilot did the exact same route and didn't deviate the route at all, and also that route knew how to handle, like, that pilot, that one time he flew, knew how to handle wind turbulence of half of your plane being blown up and, like, having holes in it. So, like, it just doesn't work. But I love the way he uses it, like, in the Metallica fight, where he has to sit there and let it reload for a while, and the way he dies is because he wants to help out some kids. Because, like, He's not a mean like he's a mean dude, but he's not. He doesn't have a bad heart. You know.
He's not heartless.
I think he's pretty interesting, and I'd put him above Bruno.
You put him above Bruno?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know.
If and to me, he's here.
The thing is that he doesn't have nearly as interesting fights, I think. He has Soft Machine. I don't think he has another fight after that.
I mean, he's in the worst fight, which is Man in the Mirror.
True.
And that has the dumb shit. That has the dumb. Well, we should count the fact that half of his body becomes Moody Blues, and it's just I don't like to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay, but he needs to be at least B, IMO.
Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Okay, but where would you put him in B then?
I'd put him below Bruno because I would rather watch the train fight.
Yeah, you're right.
But, yeah. Bruno's big marks against him is the fact that he should have died.
Yeah, we know, buddy.
Yeah.
We know.
I'm going to fucking die in this hill.
Yeah, you
Where
will.
Bruno should be.
I can't wait for all of the dislikes are going to be exclusively that.
I know. Good.
Good. Next up, we're going to do Lucy Steele.
This girl's 16 years old, officer.
Actually, S tier.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, come on. I think her age, she should have been older and it would have still worked. Her age introduces all sorts of problems. But she just goes through it, man. She is the Hayato of Part 7. And you know how much I like Hayato.
I think there's something great about having a non-stand user being this espionage agent. And I think she does it really well. And I like, she has this very caring like personality. It's very lawful good. She's like, I want to find out what's happening. I need to figure out what's the right thing that's happening.
And she loves Steven, too. Like,
yeah.
That's the... Speaking of age gap relationships that are actually problematic, that one might be one. But Steven's so like docile where like I don't think he has like a sexual bone in his body at the very least.
I think it's more of like I just need to make sure your daughter is okay.
Yeah, like it's literally the only thing that's gonna keep me sane is if I can take care of your daughter. Yeah, well,
actually, it's a plot point that's true. Because remember, that's how that thing happens.
That thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't remember exactly what that thing is, but
so remember, they're collecting pieces of something, and I think the last piece.
Yes.
In the last. Yeah.
The way she dispatches of that final foe is God tier.
Oh yeah. I'm not. I wasn't talking about that, but that is still God tier.
Also, her role in the story arc of collecting the things is super interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was more like talking about. That's why I can, because
And her maturity throughout the part, like she goes from just docile girl to like I need to fight. And it's great. She's not as good as Hayato, but she's better than Ringo and Rohan, but below Sugar Mountain. And that's that.
Yeah,
that's good.
Who's
Y'all,
next?
look forward to part 7. Next is Rai Mamizaku.
I would say A tier. This guy is like...
Rai. The thing about Rai is...
I kind of like... Rai is like a no-shits person at the beginning, and then Josuke and Yasuo kind of lighten him up.
Yeah, and he definitely reverses his standing by the end of the character arc, you know? And I think that's really good. I just think his personality is a bit dry. But he's a really good, like... And the thing is, Josuke's personality, like, Josuke's pretty serious when it's business time, and Rai is pretty serious when it's business time. So they just kind of become Lamborghini bros, where they're like, yo, Josuke, let's just fucking hang out and figure some shit out. So they're very serious together, and I think that works well, but I feel like if Yasuo was with the two of them, more frequently,
It would be a much more better dynamic.
it would be a better dynamic. And I feel like that is the weakness of Rai, is that while he's a very good partner to Josuke, the way that the story is structured, it's like the dynamic is just not as strong as some other like duos.
He also shows up very, very late.
It's halfway through. Like,
Yeah.
it's not the worst thing in the
But,
world.
like, think about like all the other JoJo parts, and when they get their like Jobros and their party, it's pretty
He
early.
is the latest Jobro. And I mean,
Yeah.
Yasuo is a Jobro, but he's the latest main party addition in all of Lucy Steele. He is he is introduced around the same time I feel as Lucy Steele really is introduced. But I feel like he's more relevant, or like, well, not more relevant, but he shows up pretty frequently after. Doggy
He's
Style
like-
is a
they're-
great stand name. I'll throw that out there.
Yeah. I also like. I like his stand too and how it's used, and
Yeah.
Araki's been doing a really good job of consistency with his character and its stand power.
Yes, he has actively all the time.
Yeah,
I will give you A, but it's gonna be the bottom of A.
that's fair.
Okay. Because like I do like, and like anytime like he's very clutch. He's a super clutch character, and I like how he's like, throw this bitch off the ski lift. We gotta live.
Yeah.
It's like, bro, no, that's my favorite girl. Don't do it.
No.
Okay.
All right, man,
Next-
we're doing good.
We're doing good.
Very
We're
excited.
killing it. We got like 7 minutes until Monster Hunter's out. Easy. While we're here,
Yeah.
no, we're gonna save him. We're gonna do Mitsuba Higashikata. I think this character is rad. What a
do
dynamic entrance and staying power.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think-
it's a great Araki remembered because she was gone for a lot of the part. She was introduced very
For a
early.
long time. I think her fight that she's introduced and her stand is really interesting. I think she's a character that does not want to be in the middle of any of this and just kind of wants like her life to be her life.
Well, I feel
you
like
know?
she's taking a side as of the most recent arc, and it's unfortunate. The thing is, I think this is an S tier character because of also how she fits into one of the major themes of JoJo Leon, which is motherhood, and that is a very intimate and personal arc she has. With
There's a moment that you're kind of like-
her and Yasuo against you know who is like really like kind of fucked up and like very like it's dealing with some real ass feminine issues.
Yeah. And then she has a great scene with the toilet
Yes,
that literally made me go, oh.
she has a fantastic stand. Holy shit, that stand is cool. And she's got great chemistry with her primary family members, which would be Jobin and Tsurugi. So I would throw her an S, TBH. I love this character, and I can see a lot more coming from her in the future too.
I do too. She's awesome, especially like
Would be in the bottom for screen time alone. Well, Sugar Mountain has less screen time, but come on, Sugar Mountain's
but
got
has much more impact on our character. I think. Oh
Well, I mean, she's got a big impact on Jobin, and Tsurugi.
yeah, but like Mitsuba's really good.
Yeah,
I think she is
fantastic character. Here's the part 8 love coming out because it's getting hot.
Yeah.
Like even these like losers were like, we like them too much despite their flaws to not put them in B.
Yeah, and then you got Mitsuba who shows up late but fucking kills it. You're
Fucking
like, yeah.
kills it. And then Rai's doing pretty good for himself. All right.
Also makes Jobin super horny with their rock nose.
Oh yeah, peck me with your rock nose, baby. I mean, rock what? What? Anyways, next we can do. Let's get my boy out of the way, Koichi Hirose. Big dick, little kid.
Yeah, goes through 4 different haircuts.
I think it's just 3.
Yeah, it's just 3.
It's just 3. But I feel like I like Koichi more than most characters. I love his development. I love how his fights play out. They have a lot. His fights are very character developy into character arc progressing. So they're not like, he's not going to be the one who's doing Highway Star crazy shit. He's not going to be doing like Josuke Okuyasu Rohan shit. But what he is going to be doing is really showing off his personality and highlighting other people's personalities in fights.
And also sheer heart attack.
Oh my gosh, your heart attack is so good, and he's so good in that. I also like how much of a chat he becomes after that. He's like, I'm not going to be in many arcs, but every time I am, you're going to know I'm here. I think Koichi is an S tier character, but I think that's going to be an unpopular opinion.
I don't know. I really like Koichi. I think Koichi has a one of the better arcs in part 4 in terms of a character.
Yeah.
Like he really does start off as a shrimpy kid who literally gets knocked down by Jotaro walking down the street.
Mm-hmm.
And
by the end of it, he's latching on to Jotaro to secure the kill.
Yeah. And he's what a reliable guy.
What a reliable guy.
He kind of is just overall good, and he comes in clutch a lot.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think,
People do say he comes off as like a main character. It's because he's the one who gets developed, like Polnareff, and like kind of like
I can't argue.
I guess
against-
Narantia is the one in part 5 that gets developed.
Yeah,
Yeah, I guess.
I can't argue against that because I actually do like him a lot, and I think there's a very clear character like progression in him, and like you kind of cheer when he's able to pull something off. Like Locke starts off as like his really first fight, and you're kind of like,
and
yeah,
he's
you
really
did it.
struggling. Yeah, and then he pulls through.
Beat him. And then he fights Yuko,
where he has to like really like get aggressive and stand up for himself, like very explicitly. And at the end of it, it's like Josuke, why didn't you save me? But it's like he sells himself short. And the aspect of Koichi I love is his forgiveness. It's also his biggest flaw. So he's a flawed character that way, where he will forgive people who have done very bad things to him. And it's consistent enough to be a very real character trait.
Yeah, but then like he shows up in part 5, and I really liked him in part 5 because he shows a lot more initiative. And he has this really badass moment when Giorno drives away with his stuff in the car, and he immediately just gravities the car. Is like, you're not going to do this.
Yeah,
I thought that was really cool when I read it the first time.
I would put him above Rohan. To be honest, he's like all the way up here for me. Like, he's one of my favorite characters in all of JoJo's, but I feel like
I think right for me.
Right here is good?
Yeah.
All right. Next up,
I think that's the last one.
We got Norisuke.
Oh, we have Norisuke, yeah.
We have Norisuke, and then that's it. That's it, dude. We're on the final stretch.
I love Norisuke. I think
we already know. We already know where he's going. We love this guy.
This is where the parade love comes in, is when we get to our main cast. Like, he gets introduced
super early.
Pretty early. And
no, he's in the second arc at what, like, he's super early, but like he gets like moments throughout the part.
Yeah, and then he gets really involved in I Am a Rock. That's when he really shines. Number one, I love his stand. I love its design. I love what it is.
The name King Nothing is the coolest name in anything.
It's so rad. I love his philosophy. I love the dynamic between him and Jobin. Like Jobin is still his favorite son, but they're so on opposite sides of each other, and he doesn't realize it. Yeah. Or maybe he does. He's trying to
at this point, and like he is a current big mystery. Him and Tsurugi are like the big mysteries right now after the current fight, and that's very like this guy is still gonna go up after this, which is crazy.
Yeah,
his willingness to sacrifice himself for the family and like really sacrifice. Like he's like, you don't have to go down this path. Tsurugi will be fine, and I'll make sure of it. And Jobin's not having it. Like, oh my god, the dynamic and what he brings to the part is so juicy.
Yeah, it's just, what's funny is that when I started reading part 8, and the characters got introduced, I saw his characters, and I was like, oh, this guy is going to be, the annoying dad who gets angry and is kind of not really involved with the story. Like, because you see him a lot with his paper. you know?
Yeah, he is the annoying, goofy dad that the children are like, Dad, stop, and we love him for it.
But then, like, he gets introduced, and you start to learn more and more about his life and like what he's gone through, and you're like, this guy is fucking great.
His no-nonsense-ness with Kato is like, he stands his ground.
Yeah,
Honestly, he's like here. He's like somewhere in this range.
I think so too. Like, it's just, he's so good. He's
good.
like, he's up there like one of the best written characters in JoJo's.
In Jotaro's, Joe, you're struggling.
Yeah.
Okay, we could do those two secret characters now. And disclaimer, it'll be a spoiler section for a little bit.
Yeah, Joshu's in here as well.
Oh shit! We do have to do Joshu.
Yeah.
This will be a controversial take. Joshu's great. Part 8 needs Joshu, and you need him too. You listener, you don't think you need Joshu, but you do.
Yeah. It's hard to put into words for me, like, why I think he's great in the arc. I think to me what it is that it kind of elevates Gappy of being a normal human being, which is weird to say, but that's a big part of part A, is identifying yourself and the idea of human existence with especially with what we know about our
antagonist force.
Antagonist force now. And so he also has a really, I think, cool fight in the middle of the arc that's really...
Milagro Man is a fantastic mini arc.
Yeah. It's a really short arc. It kind of shows his resourcefulness. It kind of gives you some hope for the character, which...
So, about that, right? He doubled down, but then took back one step. And that's... Yeah. And I love how, like, Araki's treating this character like... The redemption arc is so slight, you can't even call it a redemption arc. But there's a spark there of this disgusting human being still having heroic moments here and there. And I think that's such a bold character. He's really sticking to it. And I gotta up the gumption to, like, make one of the most prominent characters in your part such a fucking shit.
Yeah, and like he's like the third character introduced in the part too.
Yeah, and he's introduced in the worst of ways. Holy shit, this kid sucks.
Yeah.
If you hate Joshu, I can understand. There are readers and viewers who they need to personally be able to like a character as a person to like them. While I think you and I fall into the, like, they are adding so much to the story despite the fact that I would never want to be in the same room as them.
Yeah.
That, with all that being said, Joshu's going S tier, boys. Like, come on. Look at his yee ass haircut. Jesus.
Yeah. I don't think there's any part 8 characters down there that I don't know won't go into S tier at least now, but that's just me. There may be one or two.
I have some hot takes.
Yeah, you do?
Yeah. I like some characters less than you, Joe.
Oh.
But I like some characters more than you in part 8, so we'll get there. We could do the 2 special boys and wrap it up.
We could do the 2 special boys. That'll be I think that's a good way to end it, because then all we have left are the actual, like,
big main characters.
Yeah.
All right.
Which I guess, spoilers now.
Big spoiler. I'm gonna have to timestamp this part. I'm gonna timestamp multiple parts, I think. But this one will definitely have one. Skip this part. Okay.
I think just in general.
All right.
Probably.
Let's talk about Josefumi Higashikata and Yoshikage Kira.
Yeah.
First of all, that name drop is the biggest, like, Luffy big mouth what moment.
It happens like chapter 1 or 2 too.
It's super early. It's like I think it's like chapter 2. So Kira, both of these characters don't get super screen time. Kira gets more though than Josefumi. Man, but their story is so fire. It's so well executed. And they became a great character when working together, we'll say.
So they kind of really emphasize the idea of motherhood and parentage in this flashback, with the ideal story of being that Yoshikage Kira, obviously, like his mom is Holly Joestar, and like he grew up with her in the hospital and then learned a lot from her, and kind of like was his mentor through life. He becomes a ship doctor later in life.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Joseph Fume, his mother is an actual piece of shit.
Yes.
Basically lets him drown in the ocean, is running off with men and does not want him around.
Very reminiscent of Giorno's mom in part 5.
Yeah. And so, but Holly basically takes him in and saves his life and gets him back on his feet. And so the two of them come together because this is an important person, an important woman in their life that they need to save.
And it's so good because then when tragedy strikes, she becomes, by this weird, like, nonsensical string of fate, she becomes Josuke's mom in a weird way. And it's so well written and so tender. It's just fantastic what he does with these characters' love for Holly transferring to Josuke.
It's really just kind of like it's really weird because there's some weird like homosexual undertones to it, even though they are not gay for each other at all.
But don't tell the internet that.
I know. Well, they are really well connected. They have an amazing shot of them walking down the street with their stands behind them.
Oh, dude, I forgot about that. I gotta reread Vitamin C, dude.
Yeah, like that work is fire. It's just, and they show off both their stands where Joseph Fume has the original Soft and Wet, and Yoshikage Kira has
Killer Queen.
Killer Queen, kind of a toned down version of Killer Queen, but also toned up.
In some ways, he can summon multiple sheer heart attacks, so he has very precise explosions. He can summon mini.
The size of like blood vessels and destroy clots, which is how he saves Joseph Fume.
But then his actual explosive ability is relegated to bubbles, so that part's weakened down. So his sheer heart attack is better, but his touch explosion bomb number 1 is weaker.
Yeah. But like, I think to dive more into these characters would like actually just be explaining the whole flashback, which I really don't want to do. But like a big thing about them is that they represent the idea of like how like a parent caring for somebody or just someone caring for someone in their life can really make a huge difference in them and can really like bring these people together to unite. And I think that sets them apart to our rock humans, who, after like a big lore dump, are individuals that seldom work together, are very individualistic, and do not have any kind of feelings towards one another. So it's the idea of these two people with the love they have for this woman, they're able to team up and outsmart these rock humans for a good long while and almost save her, and then even beyond their death, like literally their bond, friendship, and love come together to form Josuke Yasukata.
That is so good. Like, Josuke is like, if you want to get metaphorical, is the product of their relationship. And he is their fusion and son, and we're getting Steven Universe-y, and there's rocks involved. It's great.
But it's the idea of like the family dynamic is a huge part of part 8. And it's what makes it so good. It's the idea of like so part 4 is about the community, right? Where like the community of the town comes together and is able to restore its problems. Whereas part 8 is more about the community of the family,
yes,
and the friends of the family come together to not only
to break a curse,
and to help themselves. That together united they can heal themselves. And that's kind of what the point of part 8 is coming out to be, because as they are able to defeat these rock humans that come at them one at a time, they're able to stand stronger each and every time they overcome them.
I think that something that sticks out to me about their relationship is the moment in which Joseph Fume wanted to give Kira up, and he even admits it. He's like, dude, I was gonna turn you in, I was gonna let you go, but I just couldn't do it, but I have to tell you. And it's shortly before their death. So it's like, man, you know what? I didn't want to put him in S, but I think we have to, because just thematically, Araki has never gone this deep.
It's like the pop, like walking into Vitamin C was
like transcendent in realizing what Part 8 was about. It really like recontextualizes everything that I feel like you see and understand about characters in that part.
I think the weakness of Kira is that, like, wasn't he holding that woman kidnapped? Like, did he kidnap that girl in the beginning?
Yeah, we're going to toss it up to Flashback Man nonsense.
No, we're not going to talk it up to... Because, like, Kira is rude, and he befriends Josefumi in a way where it's like, you're my asshole friend. Like, Josefumi is just kind of like... He's kind of a dude who's kind of street smart and has a bit of a temper, but he's generally kind. But he's like... Kira is kind of fucked up, and I don't quite remember, but I feel like in the back of my mind, the thing with the girl is almost character ruining, where he's like, and also he's like, hey, Ojiro, take these drugs and eat your fingers if you're not a pussy. It's like, whoa.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
So it's kind of tough. Because of that, I feel like his character comes off a little bit inconsistent, but maybe not. Like, he helps Yasuho, and he helps, like, Patience, but he's also, I guess, like just an evil dude. So I guess his character's consistent, but I feel like Josefumi's friendship with him is a little weird. But also, Josefumi doesn't come off as like a super nice guy. He likes plants and he cares about preserving plants, and he's got a soft heart there. But
is the relationship they have with Holly, and the fact that they care about this woman so much that they are willing to work together to make sure that she lives. And it's kind of like the same idea you have with the family, where it's like you have Joshu in the family, but he's part of the family, so we need to make sure he lives, kind of deal.
Tentatively, because of everything we said, I would get a split like this. Also, Damo needs to be over Darby now that I'm remembering.
Just crawling his way up.
Crawling his way up to S tier where he belongs, one step at a time. I would feel like a split like this unless I reread it and because I've never reread Part 8 knowing what we know now. You know, I haven't and we know so much more about like just the world that they live in now.
Yeah.
So it's like I would feel like a split like this that could turn into a split like this. But I still think Josefumi comes out, even though he has less screen time, he comes out as the more consistent character in my mind.
Let's see. Yeah, I think he's just a lot more interesting in terms of his dynamic with Holly.
The thing is, like, I guess so, but I feel like Kira comes off as more interesting personality-wise and kind of like this scheminess, like as the ship doctor and as like a weird fucko who likes to fuck with people.
He also has this interesting interaction with Yasuo where he finds the rock human bug
and kills it.
The rock and kills it, and does this really weird kind of like double speak about like, I found this. When I found it was broken, I would throw this away if I were you.
Yeah.
I would not hold on to this, or something like around those lines.
She held on to it. Yeah, he doesn't kill it, actually. But alas. We haven't moved anyone into top 10, but I have some top 10 contenders in this list, to be honest. But maybe we'll wait till top 10 till our S tier is fulfilled. I don't know. I think
we wait.
Next episode we start by moving some characters into top 10. And then we talk about the JoJos and move those characters out of top 10 as needed.
Okay. I know for a fact that some of those JoJos and antagonists are not going to be in part 10 or top 10.
But some of them absolutely are.
Yeah.
Man.
It's going to be
crazy. All right. That'll be then. All right, let's finish this, Joe. It's time.
JoJo forever.
So, a couple of things I wanted to change since our last little break. I think Rika Pipo should go to A tier. I forgot how entwined his backstory is with Gyros. Because basically, Rika Pipo gives his sister's hand in marriage to a scumbag who he then challenges to a duel. He kills the scumbag, but because it was a powerful family, Gyro's dad is the one who fakes Rika Pipo's execution so he can run away, or assassination. And then Gyro and his dad go on to treat the sister for an eye issue, and that is when some of the tennis racket stuff comes up and like builds up some of Gyro's backstory,
yeah.
and we got people who's just in the race to get money so he can go back to his homeland. Like it's very entwined with Gyro's story, and the Wrecking Ball fight is just really cool. So he's got to be at least an A. And
All right,
I'd put him above I'd put him above Holly, or we'll keep him below Holly.
I trust you on that. I remember really liking the character and thought he was
definitely
very
recommend checking out that arc again because it's one of the best. All right. I also reread like Heavy Weather. Okay, Weather Report, man. This character kills me. It's interesting how he goes a little berserk near the end. But also like it's a little bit inconsistent. The snail stuff is so fucking confusing, man. There's a page where Poochie both says, yes, they're turning into snails because subliminally your mind will do anything, but also if they look at themselves, they're just going to perceive themselves as snail. So it's like, which one is it, Poochie? Which one is it? In the same page, you just made this more confusing. And I do like the finale of that fight where like they're fighting around like the blood spikes. Even if it has that weird moment where Poochie just like point and blank ranges like mind controls Anasui, which is weird, but I digress. I think I'm gonna keep Weather and C, but it's been a Weather is who I always come back to. It's like, is this right? It feels wrong, but it's right.
Okay, good.
I also think I reread. Okay, Jailhouse Lock deserves to be in C because that has a nonsense ending, but it's got some cool stuff in it. And
Jolene's Sixth Sense for everyone.
Some of the other some of the other characters, I also have like a refresher on some of my favorite arcs with them, but I think they're good where they are right now. Cool. Okay, before we start, we wanted to move potential top 10 candidates into top 10 before we get to the meat and potatoes of this tier list at the 7th hour, or however long we are into this.
Hours 25.
So I think Yasuo is a contender.
I do think too.
I think Foo Fighters is currently a contender.
I think Norisuke is a contender.
And Norisuke makes sense.
Norisuke.
I think that's good for now.
Yeah. Foo Fighters is the one that I'm probably the least likely for top 10 contender, but I don't want to argue it.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
If she gets booted, she gets booted.
Let's put all part 8 up there.
Yeah, just a part 8 as a character.
Yeah.
The wall eyes. Okay. Who do we start with in this?
Do we want to go in part order? I feel like that's the most logical way to do it.
Is it logical?
Because we're so trimmed down now.
I suppose we can. It's gonna get a little interesting, but all right, let's do it. Jonathan Joestar, the original Jojo.
C tier.
C tier, huh? I mean, I can't argue with that too much, but it still feels a little wrong.
It does, but like I just think there are so much better people in like B tier.
The best thing people say about Jonathan when they're defending him is like, he's a gentleman and he started everything, and that can only take you so far.
Yeah. I think also it doesn't help that he's put up against Dio, who's a much more interesting character.
Yeah. I'm not going to fight it. He gets to go in C tier above Weather Report. Yeah, sorry, Jonathan. But hey, if that's like our weakest character within this batch of characters, which it might be, we'll see.
Yeah. Oh, do we want Dio year 1?
Okay, we had to do all the Dios together. So,
all of them together? I feel like
they're the same character. I think they go together in a different order. That's how we've handled a lot of these same characters.
Well, because here's the thing. Like, Dio Part 1, I think, is B tier. Okay. Dio Part 3 might also be D tier. I mean B tier.
Okay, I was like D. Whoa.
Dio Part 6 is like C tier.
Dio Part 6 is cool. It gives him some depth that I think makes him more interesting. Where he has one person in the world where he was vulnerable with.
Mm-hmm.
I read through this portion where he's like, Poochie, you know all my weaknesses. Just kill me at night, take the world, and rule the world. Just do it. And he like sticks Poochie's fingers in his head. I'm like, ooh, this is sexually charged right now. And then he's like, forgive me, that was really insensitive of me to think that you'd ever do something like that. Stuff like that is like, it's cool that Dio has one person he can not be an overlord with.
Yeah, true. He does have some gay poses with him in Heaven's Door, Mandate of Heaven. What's it called?
It's Eyes of Heaven?
Eyes of Heaven.
Mandate of Heaven? No, not quite. So I think they would. It seems like you'd want to put them in B.
I think so. I like Dio. Like I think Dio is fun in every part that he's in. It's just he does get cartoonishly villainy sometimes. Like part one Dio is interesting because he has an actual like solid personal motivation with a tragic backstory, and it's contrasted against Jonathan, so it's interesting to see the two of them like fight and all that kind of stuff. Part 3 Dio is just kind of cool as a final boss, but doesn't have anything else going for him. But like the build up to getting to him is just kind of great, and I love the payoff that like his fight is actually tremendous. And then part 6 Dio is moral quandary and gravity belief.
Yeah. See, I think part 1 Dio is the most interesting. He's very much the active character, but in the story, he drives the story forward, and Jonathan has to react. Very commonly said about part 1 that's their dynamic, right? Yeah. But I think like part 3 Dio, he's not very deep. He shows up too late into the story, but he's a hella entertaining villain. Who like he's in the same tier as like these B tier villains that I put up here because they gave us a good fight. The thing is, the entire arc is building up to Dio, and I don't know if the payoff is quite worth 42 episodes of traveling across the world. It's
true.
Like, he's definitely larger than life, but he's not even the strongest of the villains. He's not the most interesting of them. And he's the one who's hidden for the longest time. Even more than, like, Head Doctor, for example, you know? So it's like, in comparison. So it's interesting. I feel like we should put him in A, but realistically, and this is gonna get a lot of people mad, he's a B tier, right?
Yeah. Like, he's classic. The classic don't give you much points.
Yeah. I do think he'd go high in B tier just for his legacy. He could be the top of B for that.
Okay. That's fair.
I think that's giving him the respect he deserves, and I think the order would go this. Which is coincidentally his release order. Or chronological order. Well, no, I guess chronological would go like this, but I digress. All right. That makes Diego a significantly better version of this character.
Well, yeah, because he's actually Dio 1, like, propelled forward in the story and not just kind of turned into a person.
He's Dio 1 with the excitingness of Dio 3. With the morality and depth of Dio 6. He's really the perfect... It only took him 4 tries to get there, but...
Also, so far, he's only showed up in 1 part, so you know.
Yeah, that helps. Okay, next up is Joseph Joestar and old Joseph Joestar and older Joseph Joestar.
The controversial opinion. I think I like old Joseph Joestar better than young Joseph Joestar.
Agreed. I think their order goes like this.
Yeah. I think...
And this is only because this one isn't in the story as much. If he was in the story more, it could go like this.
Yeah. But Joseph is an old man with, like... I think what helps is the fact that we had that whole adventure with Joseph before part 3. and then we meet Joseph as an old man, so we kind of know who he is already. So it's interesting to see the differences that he is, but like the similarities that he was.
Yes, exactly. And you know what else helps? Last Train Home, the ending of part 3. That picture of when like they're on the train and Joseph is sleeping with like a glass of alcohol next to him and his hat's over his face. That just says a lot of what this journey is to this man. It is his final grand adventure in the life of an extraordinary man who has beaten God, and it's like super interesting because of that he's on this final quest to save his own daughter with his estranged grandson. And throw part 4 into it, he hid the mistakes of his past, which it totally makes sense for Joseph to have these kinds of mistakes. I think that is not character assassination. I think that is a tough choice to make as a writer that makes sense. It's like more stories should have the failings of the hero after the heroic acts, because you're not perfect forever, and Joseph didn't even start perfect. So I think that's a really good addition to the character.
I mean, this is why I like Old Man Luke, because you can't be the hero forever, But hey, I'm a crazy person who likes a little bit of episode 8, but but yeah, and I think what makes old Joseph better is I think he's funnier in a more funny way. Not that he's just clever. Like, he just has some really funny moments.
Yeah.
And he has so much more chemistry with the rest of his cast than he does in part 2.
Yeah, because the rest of his cast is 2 people in part 2, and even then they barely get any screen time. And here he's very much the supporting role. And just like in Jotaro, when he becomes a supporting role, it helps a lot.
Yeah.
I think this is S tier.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not going to fight that.
You disagree? Joseph rocks?
No. I was going to be conservative and say A, but I'm more than happy to put him in S. I think he's great.
Why am I grabbing Hermes? What the fuck? Oh no. How does this happen? Was she an S?
I have no idea, man.
I don't think she was. I think she was high A.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, there's Joseph where Hermes was.
Okay.
They used Kiss.
Well, yeah, more or less. Now, where he goes in S would be the question. We could even... We could even have a bit of a split where, like, there could be a power gap between 2 and 4, potentially.
Yeah.
It depends depends how you'd slice it.
I would put Old Man Joseph near the top of S. Like, to be honest, I'd
put him here.
Yeah.
I like
him on that tree feels like, really thinking about it, feels very solidifying, because he has to close off Jonathan's first step into this whole thing, and so he feels like he needs to step up to the plate and be like, that was my grandfather, I have to go and take care of this because my grandfather. That's another whole portion to it, but the generational thing, as well as saving his daughter. So I just think Old Man Joseph is so much better in every way.
His also young Joseph's introduction, to its credit, is just so perfect, because part 1 is pretty simple. Part 2 immediately comes out firing by showing you Joseph's personality, and that's a big thing that puts him so much higher than Jonathan, is that personality.
Yeah.
I would put part 2 maybe above or below Koichi, somewhere around here.
I put him below Koichi, I think.
And then part 4 might be right here. I think this is fair. Yeah. They're all in the same tier, but there is a bit of a gap between each individual one. I think that's perfect. Potential top 10 candidate, along with Hayato.
Potential.
IMO.
I think maybe Joseph in top 10, but
we'll see.
We'll see how everyone else shakes up.
Yeah. I feel like this is the day where we get less nice at each other.
I'm gonna kill you.
Next up is Cars. We should probably do the villains before the heroes. I don't know. We'll see.
No, let's do them one after another in the parts. I like this better.
Is Cars the worst JoJo villain?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he is. Now, that being said, there is one moment. There's a couple of moments where Cars really shines, and then every other moment he's just meh. The moments where he shines is like when he's falling down the cliff and he goes out of his way to not land on a flower it's kind of weird, and you have to kind of fill in the gap of what that means for his character, but I interpret it as someone who respects life until he conquers it and then plays with it. Because then he makes squirrels that just eat people's guts, and he doesn't give a shit. Yeah. And I like to think of it like that way. I think another great moment, him playing the guitar with Lisa's legs. And I think the best moment, and it is very akin to when Part 1 Dio walks on the walls. And that moment strikes out at me as the moment in which it's such a striking, I've conquered humanity, I've surpassed humanity moment where you're walking on the walls. For Cars, especially with the anime music, it's when he finally puts on the mask and the sun rises on his back and his hair is just flowing. That moment really sells the character because it's, I think, in the same episode as when we finally get his flashback of how he was a huge scientist who wanted to push the Stoneman race to the new level and murdered his own tribe, which I think is like a pretty neat backstory that we get a little bit too late, and it's not quite enough fleshed out to get him very high.
Yeah.
Now,
not enough fantasy.
I do think I like him better than Jonathan.
Okay.
Do you agree?
I would put him in C tier still.
I'd put him above Jonathan if this is a light ordering.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's just he's got some interesting things, but like his final fight's really lame. He doesn't have any other fights. Well, he has the Jonathan one in this though, which is fun, but it's like he's I don't know. I don't enjoy him as much as like Dio in Part 3.
Oh, not even close. Yeah, Dio's a whole tier above.
Yeah.
Next up, and you got to skip around, or like Dio got to go before this guy, but Jotaro Kujo, the main character of the series, the Golden God himself.
Yeah. Where's Part 5, Jotaro?
Now this is an interesting one. This one goes like this, with a big power gap between these two IMO.
Yeah, I think so too.
Wow, this is an interesting case study of a character that made me almost drop the series becoming a genuinely great character as time progresses.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, Jotaro, you get to him, he's such a step down from Joseph when you first meet him. And you have to really watch Part 3 twice, at least, I feel like, where you watch it after the events of 4 and 6, and you see some of the nuance to Jotaro a little better when you go back.
Yeah. You kind of understand more of like the progression Jotaro makes in this journey as a character.
Yeah.
I think it's weird because I think of all the characters in JoJo's, with probably the exception of Johnny, maybe, as main characters, I think Jotaro has the biggest progression of character, which is weird to say. In Part 3,
it's
because
Jolene, and Jolene might be up there, but I feel like he's definitely top 3.
Yeah, because it's like he starts off very much like punk, like a huge ass punk, really not wanting to be around anybody. But he has a hard shell, but you can tell he has a soft spot for his mom because he's like, "Are you okay?" Like there's that one moment.
Yeah, it's a great moment.
Like, that's one of my favorite Jotaro moments when I was watching Part 3, because when that happened, I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna be okay with this character because he does have that little bit of light in him."
Yeah.
That he knows there, but like you kind of learn as he goes on that he appreciates the people that he's around more as this journey continues, to the point where like everyone's dead. Polynarf is nowhere to be seen. Kakui has a donut. Joseph gets murdered right in front of him, and he's just like, "Fuck it, this is not okay." Like it's kind of cool. Like it's actually really cool.
Where Part 3 Jotaro really falters is when you get to the monotony of what is Part 3's story. Of just assassin after assassin after assassin after assassin, and his personality just doesn't really vibe well with that story. I don't think it doesn't give him much room to grow until like the very last few episodes. Something that always gets to me is him almost crying when he's hugging Joseph and Polnareff at the end. Like, and the thing with part 3 is, as many faults as I have with it, the fact that it exhausts me is also a strength at the end, because it makes you really cherish the 3 characters that survived, and the fact that they were able to overcome the god that is Dio.
Yeah,
and
it's a weird.
It's super weird. Because of its negatives, it gains a new positive.
It's a weird aftertaste. It's like, oh, as you're drinking it, and then you kind of sit there like, yeah, but like, if it wasn't as long, I don't think I'd appreciate it as much.
Yeah, if
like,
there weren't like so many minor enemies, like, because in length it's less than part 4, but there's so many minor enemies with no breakup in the formula. It is so formulaic that it's like you are strapped in for this ride, and you're going to have to go through this ride with this crew. You are the 7th stand user along them. Yeah. And you will like it. And you know what? By the end, you're right. I do kind of like it. So it comes together well.
And it also helps that it's like I think what also helps it is that it's a road trip. So you know you're getting closer and closer to the end as you move on.
Yeah.
So when you get to Egypt and it's like they just fly back home, it's like super bittersweet as a reader. Like, oh, we've done it. We made it to the end. I'm glad we made it. But at the same time, it's kind of over. Like, it's such a weird feeling. Like,
I'm glad
part 3 is one where you have to be like, all right, I'm going to watch part 3 because fuck it, why not? It's not a something you would just do. I feel like, especially for that first half, you really have to be like, I'm going to watch it.
Now, from that point on, that's when Jotaro goes from like Stockholming you into liking him into just making you like him. Because part
actually being a complete fucking badass.
Because part 4, Jotaro is an awesome mentor character who plays off of the cast so well. Because the cast is way more lively in part 4, having that stoic Jotaro keeping us together with more sage advice about how to fight stands, and good advice on like how to handle the Kira investigation with regards of the fact that he's a stand user. You can't just go to the cops and cause a panic. Let us take it slow and handle it. And then he has a fantastic fight with Sheer Heart Attack. Some of the best Jotaro moments. My favorite is him just going to town on Sheer Heart Attack and it barely doing anything. The strongest physical stand in the series, barely touching Sheer Heart Attack, is just a really hype and horrifying moment.
I love, it happens in the anime, but the moment where Jojo gets up from actually like basically dying and grabs Kira's wrist, like, nice watch, and then you just see Kira just get fucking blasted. And he's like, what the fuck just happened?
It's so good.
Because like he time stopped to beat the shit out of him, but they show it through the perspective that Kira would have seen it, which was he's kind of atomized.
And then for part 6, that adds like incredible depth to Jotaro's character. I don't want to speak on it too much because it's definitely worth experiencing yourself, but Jotaro as a father is so good. And in those final arcs, Jotaro kind of hits his highest points as a character. Yeah. Now, he's not in the part 2 much, which is why 4 is higher. But like the best Jotaro moments are in the Made in Heaven arc for me.
Something that I really like that Rocky does with this generational thing, it's a really, really strong theme, is that after the hero has had their story, they fall off.
Yes, the fall off is so good.
Yeah, it's actually fantastic because it happens in part 7 and part 8.
Yes, it's a massive fall off.
Yeah, to be fair, I think because like it's like he's not doing it weekly, so it's a monthly. It's a bigger time gap.
Yeah,
but like there's a pattern where it's like part 2 Joseph, hero character, part 3 Joseph, mentor character, and then you get to part 4 Joseph, and it's a man who has flaws, who has to like kind of pay for their sins now for what has happened. And they're kind of the cause of things.
Jotaro's the same with the way. In part 6, he's paying for his sins of not having been a good dad in the past.
Yeah,
and he's really paying for it, and it's great. He's also a huge motivational point of that arc. So with all that being said, the way it goes, Jotaro is in both A tier and B tier, maybe even C.
I would put part 4 Jotaro in S, but that's me. because I really like Jotaro in part 4. I honestly think like he's the best use of a generational character I think in the series in that part.
That is 100% true. That is, yeah. Even though
because-
Joseph was a strong member of the Stardust Crusaders, he's there the whole time. I just think Rocky went just a little bit harder with a much harder to write character. I feel like much harder to make you like character with Jotaro.
Yeah,
and I really commend him for that.
It's just like because whenever you see Jotaro, so in part 3 Jotaro when he's there, you're like, okay, cool. Jotaro does his thing, it's whatever. But in part 4, when Jotaro does anything, it's kind of fucking hyped.
Yeah,
like it's so cool. Like even at the very end, it's just awesome.
Yeah, he's the one who kills Kira inadvertently, and then Raimi gets the last laugh. So everyone gets a shot at Kira in the end, which is great.
Right.
And I love his relationship with Koichi while we're at it. I love his mentorship of... So with Koichi, he's like a... With Koichi and Josuke, it's a little different. With Josuke, he's like, dude, you're really strong, and I can mold you for the better. With Koichi has to earn his respect and then become the reliable boy that he is. Mm-hmm. But he takes both of them under his wing, and then with Okuyasu, it's like, Okuyasu, just don't fuck it up, bro. Just don't fuck it up. And then him and Rohan have a lot of... You get the mutual respect. Like, we're going to tackle this investigation together. Now make up with Josuke and be an adult. It's like, yeah. It's very subtle, and, like, there's not much of it, but it's a distinct relationship with every member of the cast.
Mm-hmm.
S, though, huh?
Yeah, that's what I think. Bottom of S is fine. But
S, though? I feel like Yoshikage Kira... Ooh, and Damo. I'd say like here, and then like here with Ermi splitting the difference, and then like here.
C tier?
C tier part 3 Jotaro. He's not that much better than a Weather Report or even Kakyoin and Navdol, to be honest. Polnareff is the more lively of the bunch, more memorable in many ways. Also, Part 3 Jotaro has I Can Time Stop 2, which I've never liked and never will. Now, you could fight me on this.
Nah, I don't feel like it.
All right. I mean, if we don't ever fight, things will get a little too peaceful.
Oh, I'm sure we'll fight eventually.
Oh, yes. Now, okay, hold on. You're not even going to fight me on 4 and A? I think A is good, right? Because he's still not a main character, and the development isn't that crazy. You know, it's like he didn't go from A to Z. He went from A to N.
I'm just saying, if we're splitting the difference here, if you're putting him in A and I'm putting him in S, I think that's where he goes. Like, that makes sense to me.
We'll move him to bottom of B.
Cool.
That is a good... Because I feel like you want him in A?
I think he's fine in B.
Okay,
like
we'll take this. This is a good compromise.
Yeah, because
that was a lot on Jotaro.
I like Jotaro a lot. He's one of my favorites. I love his design personally.
Yeah, fire.
But there's so much. Yeah, it's just like I would love to cosplay as Jotaro, but I don't have that fucking.
Okay, but which JoJo main character doesn't have a fire design aside from like Jonathan?
Yeah,
like they're all cool.
We already did Dio.
Speaking of cool dudes, top 10 contender Josuke Higashikata.
Yeah, I'll let you do that.
Yeah, that's my fucking boy.
It's like there's no point dumping BP into this pit of this hell pit of Willer with this character.
Oh, dude, come on, dude, Josuke.
I mean, in like the most like the friendliest way possible. Like this is your boy. This would be like me arguing with Blastoise in the Pokemon tier list.
I'm not gonna fight Blastoise. He's not my favorite, but that's your boy. So the thing with Josuke is. And I really like a podcast format is not the best way for me to talk about Josuke because I can really format these thoughts really well. But in comparison to the first 3, and even everyone that's come before them or after them, Josuke is so unique as the JoJo, and that's crazy because he's the most normal one. Mm-hmm. And it's perfect because he's in the most mundane part. So it just all adds up into being the Josuke is the JoJo's I would be friends with and hang out with vibe that he gives a lot of people, including me.
He's the only JoJo that after his part and his whole crew basically, where I'm just like, I kind of want to know more about what happens to them afterwards.
I'm dying to see Cop Josuke and Okuyasu and like researcher Koichi and fucking mangaka Rohan. That won't change.
Yeah, like it's just like, because I think number one, like they have such great chemistry and they have their community, and it's really that whole Morio is built out, and you kind of get invested in it, and it's not like, you know, in part 3 or part 2 where like they had to break away from their life to go on this adventure, and then the satisfying conclude. It's not, you don't go through this like hero's journey circle.
Yeah, his real life is stand battle. That's just his life, bro.
Like this is what happens in his life. Like this was going to happen regardless of like. If Jojo didn't come to town, he'd probably have to still deal with Okuyasu at one point. Probably wouldn't know what was going on as quickly.
Yeah.
Kira might still be a problem. He would have to face off with Angelo at one point as well.
And then they don't beat Kira at that point, you know? Like, it just... Yeah. It's interesting to think about. But, like, yeah, he's just in that life. That's just what Morio is.
Yeah. And I think Araki does a really good job, because I think when you make something like that, because it's very much like, if you think about Morio is very much like a fantasy world in comparison to everything else, because it's very much, a lot of people have stand users. It's not like in part 3 where like you just happen to run into this person along the way, because
they're the bad guys for you.
Yeah. It's so you have to sell that the sand users are living in this community and are getting along together enough, but there's still conflict in what that conflict looks like. And so I think he does a really good job of like just suspending disbelief that this community can exist even with all these powers, all these people with their powers. And why Kira is such a threat is because he's so monstrous with how he uses his power of his personality that it requires them to come together and beat him. And he does a really good job with Josuke, because Josuke grows up in this town and he's just a kid with these powers, so we have a conduit to experience that community and believe that community exists.
Yeah, that's a great way. Like, he's the perfect character for the setting Araki's setting up. He's also like Jotaro and Giorno, where he's a static character and the town grows around him. And I think it works really well here, because like Josuke's just such a likable dude, but he's unbreakable. Like, the things around him are changing him. He's going to have his heart of justice. He's going to have his punk side, and that's going to carry him through the whole part. And the situations he's put in just let his character bounce off of those perfectly. He's not boring like a certain other protagonist that might come up, or previous protagonists that already came up. But he's also not like stoic. He reacts to things. I love the moment where he finds out Koichi kissed Yukiko and he almost falls off the balcony or like the windowsill, because it's like, wait, what? And I love how he's skeptical when he goes eat at the restaurant. I love how he plays Galaga in his N64 when he's at home. Just like gambling. He's got like the mischievous side where he's doing Ed and Eddie pranks with the boys, and he's gambling with Rohan with the explicit purpose to cheat. He's just having a good time, which
he actually feels like a teenager compared to Jotaro, who is a big boy. I'm gonna punch you to death. You have Josuke, who is who starts big but gets skinnier as it goes on, but he actually feels like a teenager. Like, his life isn't stopping because of what's going around him. Yeah. So he still goes on and does pranks. He still goes to this restaurant with his friends. They still hang out. Like, and the point of part 4 is Josuke conserving his life and making sure that his life like keeps being what it is and it's not destroyed by someone.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Some people paint that as Josuke's weakness. The fact that he's not super active in his plot. Yes, he wants to get the bad guy, but he's also like, I can't rush into this. And they're like, oh, they're looking for Kira. Meanwhile, Josuke's gambling with Rohan. It's like, I think it's kind of cool that his life didn't just stop in the in-between moments of tracking down the serial killer, because it's like, there's humor in every situation, even the dark ones in real life. You will try to lighten up the mood. And Josuke is like, I live in this town, I'm going to protect it, but I'm not going to stop being myself. And I think that's really cool that he just didn't become generic hero boy. He could have very well become generic hero boy. Even Koichi, who is hero boy, still goes off and like has his own mini adventures Like
he goes through a whole relationship basically.
it's
like,
super cool that part 4 characters still get in the hijinks even when the plot is thick. I think it's just well structured that way, and I think it lets the characters breathe. These characters breathe more than maybe any other JoJo character, but just because of how laid back part 4 is in many ways. So that's why he's top 10. I like his backstory with the hair. It's not the deepest thing, but I think it perfectly fits the character.
Sometimes you just need the simple backstory of like his whole thing is that he got saved by a guy with a hair, which may have been set up for something in the future, but got scrapped.
No, I respected that dude, and I modeled my image after him because that's the kind of man I want to be. Even if I'm a teenager, I want to be deep down inside like that badass. And then his stand, Crazy Diamond is like easily one of the top 5 stands in the series for me. It's used so well throughout the part. He and Hermes are the true stand masters of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where they fucking go in with what their stands can do. Jolene too.
And it's interesting because like what makes Crazy Diamond incredibly interesting is one like asterisk at the end of it, which is I cannot heal myself.
Yeah.
It changes the whole dynamic of that stand because now Josuke is just as vulnerable as everyone else, but even more so, he's better when he's with someone else because he can make sure that person keeps going.
Yeah, by having such a support stand that can still kick ass alone, it leads way to many team fights and team moments. And Josuke has some of the coolest stand battle moments. One that comes to mind is all the shit he does in Highway Star, the incredible final battle with Kira, which I think we can get to when we talk about Kira. Stuff like him ripping up the tickets and be like, I'm the only one who could do this. I'm the only one who could turn in our lotto tickets. When he is pulling himself out of the paper, when Teranosuke is putting him in the paper, and he's like, you better fucking rip me apart as soon as I'm in, because I'm going to kill you when I'm out. And then he does it. He does worse than that when he's out. So, oh man, just great moments. I could go on and on about this guy. But unfortunately,
I feel like Josuke, if you compare Josuke to part 3, and this will probably be my final thought, like Josuke's not in it a lot, and Jojo has a lot of fights in part 3, but not a lot of like really like highlighted fights. I feel because he ends up almost doing a DBZ thing every once in a while, where he just comes in and beats up the bad guy at the end, like he does that with all upon our fights. Basically, he does that with Inya, he does that with Lovers, he does that with Alessi.
Damn. Okay, he doesn't do it with Ebony Devo, at least. I think that's all Polnareff.
Yeah, but basically what I'm getting is that, like, yeah, Polnareff is Jojo is involved in a lot of fights, he finishes a lot of fights. Josuke isn't in as many fights, but I think that makes it more hype when he does get like fully involved in a fight.
He has the most. So the misconception is that Josuke has less fights than Koichi or something, or Rohan. He has the most fights in part 4. It's just that part 4 really spreads that love. They try to give all 5 of the characters something. With Okuyasu, it's mostly a support, but like, yeah, I think it's well balanced. And Josuke has some of the most extended like Josuke versus this person kind of encounters. Even though like the Rohan fight isn't one you would think of, but like that back half of that thing is just Josuke trying to outsmart Rohan or vice versa, for example.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there's characters I need to speak more about, and that is Yoshikage Kira, who's
also a top 10 contender.
Who's going straight to top 10 contender. Unordered right now, by the way. We will definitely be ordering these later. Let me take a break before we do this, motherfucker. All right. Let's talk about Kira. Man.
Yoshikage Kira.
This is another one where a podcast format will not do justice because I did not prepare for how interesting this character is to me.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe one of the most interesting characters written in JoJo's. He's definitely up there, like top 5 of like those characters, I think.
To me, he's one of the most interesting characters in any fiction because like he's just so well executed without overstaying his welcome. Just like a perfectly written antagonist that, most importantly, and this is where Araki really got good at writing antagonists, and some might say he never peaked as much as he did here, but we'll see later. he made an antagonist who is relatively balanced with the protagonists, and we have multiple times of him being the one who struggles. Jojo is the golden god who only struggled very few times in that fight before the big finale. Cars is the same, and Dio is also very much the same. So, having this character that his power may be the most destructive out of every main character because, like, say, he could potentially even kill Ultimate Cars, but the thing is, he has to touch you. And that opens up all sorts of problems that makes it really easy to write a fight around this character. Despite being very dangerous, you can easily write a fight where he's on the back foot or he's in the forefoot, depending on positioning and the environment around them, which is, all that to say, the perfect kind of character you want to put in fights.
Yeah, and I think what also, so not even from competitive stance, but it's the fact that his character, like his motivation at a base level is completely understandable, which is I just want to have a quiet life and be by myself.
I want to be who I am.
Yeah.
Which is a super wholesome message. And then you get the asterisk, and who I am is a horny, murdering bastard.
Yeah. So I think the juxtaposition of the fact that like you have a very simple, very understandable, pretty much like kind of like what everyone really wants to in life, which is like I just want to be myself. I just want to, I want to go to work. I want to pick up my Yoki-Saba pan sandwich from my store every once in a while.
Saint Gentleman's.
My severed hand, and I want to go to bed.
What was that second to last one?
Go to bed?
Yeah, that one. Don't forget, before he goes to bed, he does some stretches and drinks warm milk.
That's true. He also puts his fingernails like at the end of every month.
Yes.
And I think that's another like really undersold like part about Kira is when they go investigate his house, there's all this other weird shit about him that he just keeps bottled up.
Yeah. And one of those is the very like serial killery habit that he has, which is his fortune-telling fingernail growth, which is so good. Like, that is such a neat character trait. But then also, and I love this, the fact that he's always underachieved in his life, where he, like, clearly has the skill to be good at everything he does, but he always dials it back just a little bit as to not shine too bright. So he's got charisma, where everyone in his work is like, man, let's invite Kira out to drink. Like, is he dating anyone? But he wants to have that charisma, but he wants to keep it all to himself because he doesn't really care about the social aspect. He just wants to have that weird psychopathic serial killer like charm that he does have.
Yeah. It's like if Kira actually like did have that psychosis, you could see him as being just a regular dude with a destructive stand, and maybe that stand didn't do anything. Maybe it helped people out in like a hospital or something.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Yeah, but like but what makes him also so interesting is like you said, like there's the stray heart attack, the stray cat fight, which makes you root for Kira.
Yeah,
which is incredibly hard to do for a serial killer. Number one, a serial killer that has killed one of the main characters, like friends. That's another one too. Is that like we just saw why we don't like this person, but
we've also seen how creepy he is with his sexual acts. That is like everyone's gonna be unnerved at the scenes of him like licking the severed hand's finger, or like one of the best Kira scenes is when he's bullied on the train. And he's been trying to hold it back for so long. He wants to fucking kill Shinobu, but he can't. He wants to go outside and kill those girls outside, but he can't. His fingernails are growing like crazy. And just one day he snaps and he becomes like, he goes back to being the monster that he's been hiding for so long. And that sheer urge in him is so well portrayed where it's like, I can feel him about to burst because he can't be himself right now. And that is super frightening in its own unique, creepy way.
And that's the one where he goes into the guy's apartment and blows him up and then blows up the girlfriend, right?
That is such a good scene. He gives her the earrings. Holy shit.
And it's great because like I think that happens right after the stray cat fight, if I remember correctly.
No, it happens in July 15th. So Stray Cat happens, a couple of like the July 15th and like Highway Star arcs happen, and all throughout those you are getting peaks of like Hayato spying on Kira and Kira being unable to really hold it together in this identity of his.
But I was gonna say, like, because you had this arc already beforehand with Stray Cat, where it's like, oh, I rooted for this character, and I kind of see him like living this life, and he's doing okay, and then you go snap back to this, and you understand why he's the villain.
Yeah, I think it's really good.
Better is that him snapping is what which brings about his downfall, because Hayato sees him and catches it on film, and now it leads to into one of the best arcs, maybe even the best like arc in JoJo's, which is
Bites the Dust, and then the fight that follows. Yeah. So with Bites the Dust, Kira, driven to a corner, unleashes a super terrifying, super specific power that leads to a incredibly fun arc. And what's great is that like as soon as he goes downstairs with his new hairstyle, you're like, there's a different aura about him today, and it's not just his looks. He is smiling. Yeah. He is flirting with Shinobu. He has so much confidence. When we've seen him be on the back foot for like the entire half of the part where after sheer heart attack, and it's like, I don't know. It's such a creepy aura, and when you find out what Bites the Dust does, it is so inescapable. And you're just stuck in that situation with Hayato as Kira's like, I don't know who you killed, but I know you killed someone. And I'm just going to let you keep going. Have fun, son. The scene where he, like, waits outside the door to put the hat on Hayato, and it's like, let's walk and talk, son. Like, let's cut the bullshit. You know what it is. So good. Oh, my God. And
I also like
you go
a small thing about that stand that makes it really interesting, too, is how it's Kira at his highest height, but also him at his most vulnerable at the end of that arc, because he does not have his stand because it's in Hayato.
Yes.
Which I think is also very
great dynamic. His dialogue is always so good. I remember the scene in Sheer Heart Attack when Koichi first heavies his hand and he has to stumble his way back. And when he finally reveals himself face to face with Koichi, my mouth dropped when I first got there. I was like, oh my God, he's just here. And he's like, boy, I need to start going to the gym, because the part where I have to cross the crosswalk, that was probably the hardest one. But going to the gym's kind of gross, because those motherfuckers touch their nutsacks and then touch the weights and don't clean it. And you're like, what is happening?
And then he fucking kills Koichi.
And then he just fucking kills Koichi and Jotaro, but then he also dies, and then they all live. Such a good... The fact that the fight ends with the three of them lying on the floor bleeding out to death is so good.
Yeah.
And then the Crazy Diamond's Unbreakable fight. And I saved it to talk about here because it involves both of them. The reason why I love this fight is that it's so, like, scummy and, like dirty. It's not epic. It's like they're taking
on both sides.
They're taking pot shots at each other from across the corner, like pew pew. Oh shit, pew pew. Yeah. Or like they're standing face to face. Like the fight goes from mid range to long range to close range. It's perfectly structured. When the mid range is like, don't come close to me, Josuke, I'm gonna blow up Okuyasu. And then Josuke has to like find a way to close the gap with the rocks. At long range, they're just being shitty little snipers at each other. It's so down and dirty. And then when they get close, and you get the draw your killer queen scene, and they have to go at it. And the final thing I want to bring about Kira is his luck. Because his luck is an important part of the character, and it comes through in that final part of the fight where Stray Cat protects him from the Josuke punches. It's like, luck could easily be used as a mechanic that pisses me off, but it is straight up a part of Kira's life. And he's just like kind of blessed. He was born under the right star, and stuff just kind of goes his way sometimes, but it reaches its crescendo in the end. And he needs to meet his makers. Now, I've never read Dead Man's Cues, which is like the story with Kira, which is kind of lame that he's like still somewhere out there as a spirit. I wish he was just completely destroyed. But if I ever read that and it impacts my opinion on him, I will let people know. But as it stands right now, this guy is one of Araki's finest works. There we go. I think I could say way more, but I think it's best if we don't.
Yeah.
Okay. This one you get to talk a lot about. Giorno Giovanna.
I don't even know where to begin.
Honestly, let's start with this stand.
What part of his stand?
Let's start with the stand. Don't you mean the beginning, and the middle? And then the end. Because, boy, there's a lot of things that happen to that stand. So Giorno's stand is a fucking mess. Most of its powers are soft retconned. They're really hard retcon, where it's like, we're never going to bring up any of this.
Life reflection? Life reflection could literally kill anybody like that on load. It's
I rewatched part 5, and I counted every fight where the life reflection would have saved him. It's like 80% of the fights easy.
All he would have to do is make his shirt like a piece of wood or whatever, and then you're like, punch. It's like, well, you died. Like,
the thing is, and the thing that breaks it the most is that it reflects abilities. It reflects Act 3. That's it. That ends everything. You can reflect Babyface's cubism. You can reflect Green Day. You can reflect Ghiaccio's attacks. Like, it's so immersion breaking.
Yeah. And you're like, oh, okay.
Now, it does do plenty of really genuinely cool things. It does so much throughout the part that, like, half of it is, I think, really good. Mm-hmm. The other half, questionable. Yeah. He does make the turtle, which is maybe the worst thing ever, where I cloned a turtle and it also has a stand now.
Right.
Rough.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah.
And then he also makes Bushaladia a zombie, which, boy, have we heard enough about that.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that again.
Thank you.
It's just... And the thing is, like, it would have been much more interesting where the standard was like, I can take an object and make it into an animal of relative size. Or I can make it into a plant or something.
It's all it needed.
Like, it's all it needed to be. And then you have an interesting thing where you have this druid-like character that is like running around with saber-toothed tigers, or like making frogs appear in different places, or something. And then you have a lot more crazy dynamic going there, because you're like, what is he going to do this? Like him drinking the piss and using the jellyfish, kind of creative. I'll take it.
Kind of stupid, kind of love it. He totally touched the piss with his lips. There's no denying it. He got some piss in his lips.
Yeah, but hey, we'll take it. Worth a shot. But the other thing about Giorno is that after, I think it's what's the arc with the boat? Is it Soft Machine?
No. Yes,
it is. After Soft Machine, and I guess after Kraftwerks, Giorno's character just leaves. It's gone. It's nowhere to be found.
And you're not even wrong. Giorno really stopped showing you character traits, and he's very focused on the mission from that part on.
Yeah, and I get it. Like, we have part 4, which doesn't focus on Josuke all the time. We have part 3 that has a variety of people doing things. But the thing is that at the end of each of those parts, you still feel like nothing could have happened without those protagonists, right?
Well, you're not going to argue that that's the same. Like, Giorno comes in clutch plenty of times, and he Deus Ex Machinas the entire final fight.
Yeah, no, I agree. But, like, it's just... You kind of get to the end of part 5, I feel like, for me, and you're just like, oh, right, Giorno needs to be the one that does the cool thing at the very end, but we've been doing all these other fights with other characters.
It's kind of crazy because he didn't even, like, Josuke doesn't get the last hit on Kira, and I don't mind it because he did 99% of the fighting, so it's like, him and Okuyasu were, like, the entire fight up until the finale, so I didn't really mind it. But with Giorno, it's like, Giorno has... To be fair, he has to be the one to get the arrow and evolve his stand, because that's how the story was set up. Like, who else?
Right. But like, it doesn't feel earned in any regard. Like, it doesn't feel like Giorno has stepped up to a leadership plate at the last, like, the back. This is the whole thing why
I do agree. I do agree with you here.
It's why Bruno not dying is the most frustrating thing, because that's the moment. Boys.
Here we go.
Where Giorno should have, it makes perfect sense for up until that part. Bruno is kind of our main character, and he's the leader, and he's the person that the team itself is focused around, because he is in charge of that group, right? They look up to him, they brought him together, so on and so forth.
Right.
And then when you get to the point where he dies, it makes sense now for our main character to be like, I have to step up and I have to take control, because I have to see this all the way through, because we were going to do this together, and we need to
And I have to now rally the troops around me. And so part of that first half of the series of that part was Giorno getting into situations to prove to the rest of the gang that he's a dependable person and that they can count on him and that he is part of the group. He's going to be loyal to him. That's why he sacrifices himself in Soft Machine. That's why he does something in Man in the Mirror. I cannot remember what it is.
He has a bit of a sacrifice in that fight. I'm glad you agree that fight's terrible though.
and then he's the one that tells Mista in the train about what he needs to do. He helps Mista out on the fucking bridge and the White Album. Like, that's all great. I love that part of that part when I was reading it, because I was like, oh, it's building up to the point where everyone on this team trusts Giorno with their lives, basically, because he has been more than welcome to throw his life out to help everyone else. And so it makes sense that Bruno dies and then everyone's able to fall behind him, because it's like, you have stayed this entire time. You know what's going on. Let's follow you. Mm-hmm. And that gets robbed from him because Bruno keeps living.
And that would have been cool, too, because, like, Abakio could be the one who's super reluctantly there, and they have to patch things up before he dies. And, like, that would have been cool.
Yeah. It's like, and then you have Fugo, who does leave for...
Yeah, he can still leave. Yeah.
Yeah, because you still need that deserter. And it's just... Giorno, as a character, is just kind of robbed of any arc he would be given in this part.
You know what sucks about Giorno? And at first I didn't believe that, I didn't vibe with this, right? The fact that Dio doesn't matter to him at all. It doesn't matter the story progression. Any parallels you can draw with Dio, I think, are super forced. I think where it's like, Giorno is like the Dio if he was good. It's like, I think you're really reaching. However, it was pointed out, like, when the anime was coming out, that's like, wow, Trish has her daddy issues where she's trying to, like, go a different route from her dad. Wouldn't it be cool if they had a conversation, even just one, addressing the fact that, like, they're stepping out of the shadow of their fathers and going towards a more noble route, despite the fact that they both come from shitty backstories? Because I do like Giorno's backstory, first bad mom in Jojo's. I like, it's not a bad backstory, but it just kind of falls to the wayside when he just becomes calm, pull shit out of his ass, kind of like heroic guy throughout the most of the part, you know?
What was his whole motivation again for wanting to get rid of drugs? Like, I don't think there was a personal motivation, was there? It's not like Josuke where it's like, I saw that guy push my car and save me, so I want to have his hair. Or that's my mom, I want to save her. Like, I don't...
Was his mom a druggie, maybe? That's probably it. Maybe. I know she was a party girl who, like, left him alone all the time. And, well, no, but I think the crux of that story is that a gangster came by and he stood up for Giorno, and Giorno was like, I had nothing to do with that guy. Or rather, Giorno stood up for him, and then he returned the favor, and he's like, I want to be like him. And then it kind of goes from there. I will become the greatest Hokage from that point. Like, yeah. And another thing about Part 5. Oh, man. Okay, we're just going to go in, right? Yeah. So, in every other part, the JoJo has a day job. They have, like, a home they go to. Even Josuke 8, who is the weirdest motherfucker of all time, has a family he goes home to, goes to university, I guess, in the beginning of the part. We don't talk about that. He has
cereal for breakfast, like we've seen it.
He goes and eats chicken, but he doesn't like he does not like chicken. He likes fries. But the point is, with Giorno, it's just like, I have my mission. I have my mission. I have my mission. I have my crew, and I have my mission. It's like, you might as well be Naruto ninjas. You might as well be Bleach Shinigamis. You barely function in society. We don't see how your mafia works. How do you get money? If you're not trading drugs, how do you get money for your criminal organization? Please at least address that. And they just don't. Giorno is just here, and he wants to be the best Hokage, and that's that.
And it's not even to pull from Naruto, because like the Naruto with him being a Hokage, you can kind of you figure out the reason he wants to do it, because he wants to prove to everyone in the village that he is. Yeah,
he was the ultimate outcast. And he's like, I am worth it, and I'm going to claw tooth and nail to get there. And when we're comparing Jesus Naruto better than Giorno, you know there's a problem. You know there's a big problem right now.
Yeah.
And then, what else is there to say? His combat, he's got good fights, but he's also got some of the most annoying inconsistencies in the series, so they kind of negate each other. His personality is not very interesting. His vibe with the group is pretty samey with all of them. They're just all respectful with each other, tough boys.
If you want to talk about a character that had character assassination in JoJo's, it's this character because he starts off pretty decent.
Yeah,
like
he's kind of a scammy 15-year-old. I drive the people, I drive the tourists and make some cash, and then I'm just gonna go on my adventure for the rest of the part. Like after Popo, he just really goes on a steep decline.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck happened?
Here's the thing: part 5 is some people's favorite parts, and I can't see it. Just if part 5 is your favorite part, just remember that they made up a mechanic where there's a soul in the back of your head that's always been there, and you need to crush it. Okay, just remember that.
It's always been there. I'm doing it right now. Oh, I died.
Oh, Joe's dead, but so is fucking Silver Chair Requiem, worst final fight of the series. Now, that being said, right, you can still like part 5, and like people are gonna be really mad, but like Giorno is one of the weaknesses of part 5, and why pretty much everyone in this podcast actually like we don't agree on a lot of things precisely, but we all agree that part 5 is one of the weaker parts, and I think all of us would say that Giorno is a big contributor to that.
Yeah, like I think he's weaker than Jonathan sometimes because it's like. At least
Jonathan was just there for like 9 episodes.
Yeah.
No, I can't. Like, I can't in the right mind say he's weaker than Jonathan. That feels wrong.
But like, at least Jonathan, like, he has a like he has a motive. Like he loves his mom and dad. He has a motivation to be upset at Dio. Like there are character points there. But with Giorno, it's just like I Jojo, I punch, I win. Sometimes.
Cool.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where would you put him? I'm scared of placing this guy anywhere. Let's put him in the Kato Higashikata tier and leave him there.
If I'm being spiteful, it'd be D tier. If I'm being truthful, probably C tier. But I can't go higher than C period.
Oh my god, we're going to get fucking crucified. They'll find us, Joe.
Good. Do it.
We haven't been very good at keeping our identity secret. We've recently released our face. It's over. They'll find us.
It's over. You're absolutely right.
I would say low B.
We're going to get auto stand to death. No, I refuse to put him in B.
You know what? You've given me leeway. I fucking lost them. I fucking lost Giorno, dude.
Kato tier still.
Okay, cool. I need to go from the side because the tier list is so big. I think it's getting glitchy. Oh fuck, where'd he go? We're gonna put him above Cars, and that is a great honor for you, Giorno.
Congratulations, you did it.
But we're not done. We're not done. It gets worse. It gets fucking worse, dude.
The problem with the next character is that one half of this character I think is fucking balls amazing. The other half of this character is fucking garbage.
I think this will be our saving grace. If you're spamming me messages as a part 5 lover, just wait till we talk about both of these. You might like what we have to say about one of them. Which I guess we should do them first. No, we got to do them together, right?
We have to do them both at the same time because they are literally the same.
Super cool concept with Doppio and Diavolo. I think it's
love the concept.
Now I think it's taking some pseudoscience a little bit too far, but JoJo's is all about pseudosciences, so I think it's fine.
I have some like personal gripes about the Sand, or like this character in Sand, because I think it would have been really, really interesting if at the end of part 5, so they have their soul split and whatever. I'm perfectly okay with that. And Doppio dies. I think it would have been super interesting if King Crimson lost the epitaph portion of his stand because Doppio died.
Oh my god, that would have fixed everything. He would still be strong, but the crew is only 3 people left, so you could have just had a fucking normal fight without as much bullshit, and you could still end with Gold Experience Requiem, just for overkill. But like, that'd be cool, actually.
Because then, like, they're fighting this stand that the stand user can flash forward 10 seconds, but now they have to mentally think out what they're going to do without actually seeing what's happening. And then you only get the results.
Yeah. Oh man, speaking of the words results, the
Yeah.
theme of fate is in every JoJo part, but I think it's overplayed in part 5. And like,
Yeah.
so we were talking about how good, like, I think Dio and Kira's dialogue has been good at this point. Kira's especially has fantastic dialogue. Everything that comes out of Diavolo's mouth has a chance of just being awful. Where he's just spouting, like, it sounds like Kingdom Hearts dialogue, where we're spouting the keyword of fate and destiny and result. And we're stringing these sentences along that are super unengaging, and you have to look at them multiple times to understand their meaning. And you can call me stupid or whatever, I just think they're not fun to get through. Meanwhile, you have Kira talking about dudes in the gyms touching their ball sacks. I'm like, yeah. Or Dio making the most absurd reference of, like, you look like a dude who didn't finish your homework and you're scrambling to finish your homework. And I'm like, yeah.
Because at least when Kieran talks about ball sacks, you kind of get where he's coming from. You're like, yeah, I understand. Now that you say that, I don't want to do that either.
Diavolo sounds like a Kingdom Hearts character, and I say that in the worst way. He sounds like, you know, the ones. You've played it.
The coolest thing Diavolo has ever done is walk behind a column and taking his shirt off.
Oh, that was so cool, though.
Yeah.
That was fucking rad. Don't get me wrong.
That's actually the one cool time he's used his stand to just fucking dab on someone.
I'm going to make this brief about Diavolo. His backstory is lame. I think they don't flesh out why he killed his mom. It just felt edgy and dumb and weird. And then he just randomly kills that person who is reading his fortune. And it's just super, like, this is not... You went from making me engaged in Kira to this.
Yeah. Which I feel like Araki was wanting to go along the lines of this, the mad killer again, who is so disconnected from the community that he's living in that he's destroying it. But, like, he dialed it from, like, a solid 9 to, like, 12, but an amp doesn't go that hard, so he actually went back to 0
He blew up the speaker.
Yeah.
But a thing I do like is the whole erasure power meets erasing my identity from the world. I think that's pretty solid. Yeah. I really like how he has to struggle. The Metallica fight's great because he has to struggle to make sure Bakio can't get the critical information, and then Bakio headbutts a rock, and it's like, that'll do. But
I guess. But that doesn't even do anything, so who cares?
Well, they use it to recognize his face, kind of, I guess. But
whatever.
Yeah, but then Polnareff just shows up. It's like, it's the boss.
Yeah.
I know, it's the boss. I'm telling you now.
So, it would have been better if, like, Abakio just died and that was it.
That's like Diavolo's character. Very, like, less interesting than Cars. Diavolo's character is less interesting than Cars. So let's talk about the power, right? Because that is an important part of this tier list. Like, how much did you add in the combat spectrum, too? Okay. Before I say anything, don't you fucking dare telling me I don't understand King Crimson. I do understand King Crimson. Don't you get started with that, okay? I'm going to make the argument that King Crimson is super inconsistent, and no shortage of 3 times it is used as straight time stop. And that's why I don't like it. I get how King Crimson works. It breaks its own rules. No shortage of 3 times. King Crimson, at certain points, skips time, but then the person is oblivious of the time skip. That's how it always works, by the way. Only Diavolo knows what happened in the time skip. However, actions still happen in the time skip. So what I'm trying to get to is, and let's use the first example of it. Trish getting kidnapped from the elevator rubs me the wrong way, because let's play the timeline out how it would actually happen, right? Before time skip fuckery. Diavolo comes up from above the elevator, grabs Trish, and goes up. Bruno obviously would see that happening, would pull out sticky fingers, and would attack back. So let's cut off that middle portion. Diavolo can't be hit while he's in the time stop or whatever because he's dodging everything. It should be they're holding hands, time skip happens, Bruno is looking upwards with sticky fingers out, attacking the sky, not knowing why he's doing it, because the events still happened, but they got skipped through. The way the stand explained, from what I understand, that's how that should work. And you can try to justify this in the comments, and maybe I'll see the light finally, but I've thought about this stand since I was 12, and I am now 26. So, like, I've thought about this for a long time, and I've read Par 5 many times. Plus, when we're shitting on Part 5, I have certainly given it my fair share, where I've watched the anime no shortage of 2 times, read the part no shortage of 3 times. Like, I've given it its fair shot. Don't come at me with that. Next time, the cleaning lady comes to, like, Diavolo's apartment, and then Diavolo takes all the keyboards and runs away. She should at least be looking at the direction Diavolo was in, because she would have heard him scrambling to get all the keyboards, which he can't do in 10 seconds, but we're going to pretend like he can. So, like, but then it's like she's just looking down like nothing happened because it was a time stop. It's not treated as a time skip. I like the ability. It's just not used that way. And then also, you get to the thing where it's like, can Diavolo hurt someone in the time skip? And people say no. He has to position himself. Cool. So then he kidnaps Trish, takes all the keyboards, and kills Narantia, even though he can't affect people in the time skip. It's just so messy, guys. I'm sorry. Leave your essays below. I will definitely read them. I will comment on them if you explain it in a way that's justifiable. But I've watched many videos, I've read many Reddit threads, and I still come to this conclusion that no one can ever successfully explain. That being said, he does some neat stuff here and there with King Crimson.
Telling you, man, W dying and Epitaph goes away, solves everything, and it's more like flavorful because it's someone that like had that sacrifice a portion of himself to keep himself hidden. He loses power.
That is flavorful. That is character like motivating and cool. Yeah. So anyways, Doppio on the other hand is fucking rad. Great kid. Doesn't know what he's getting into. Love his fight with Metallica. The interesting half of the equation is the guy who doesn't know he's the boss. Easily. Yeah. I don't have to say too much. I think everyone loves Doppio. He's clearly the good half.
My one kind of thing I wish it wasn't revealed that Doppio and the boss were the same person for a little bit longer.
It's revealed in the same chapter as we meet Doppio. What was he thinking?
Yeah.
Granted, Kira is introduced the same chapter or after he's talked about by Raimi, but that's a fire introduction, first of all.
But that's also the bomb underneath the table.
Because we're going to be following Kira for like at least 4 more arcs. Like he's going to have 4 Kira arcs. So
yeah, and it's like, and it would make more sense if Doppio, like imagine, I'm going to just keep shitting on Part 5 because it once again is waste potential.
We're already in the hole.
Doppio gets adopted by the group. Like he's just found, like he's like, imagine the group saw the Metallica fight, saw what was happening, and they took him in thinking that they could protect him from the gang because he thought that he was part of the gang, and he basically becomes the man on the inside for the boss, right?
That'd be interesting, though they're very skeptical, so you'd have to write it a certain way. But yeah, go on. Yeah,
it's just, and then you're like, oh my god, the boss is right there, but they don't know it's him because he's hiding behind his personality. But like Diavolo has the obvious like, oh, they know where this arrow is. I'm gonna stick around with them so I can get to it, and I know where it is. And then you have this whole like, you could have like another 1 or 2 fights where like they go up against Oasis and the other guy, and I don't know, like it's just
in those fights you can like foreshadow that Doppio, he's doing his phone thing and you're not sure why, and he's getting people out of situations. And you're like, what's going on? Doppio seems stronger than he seems.
And then, like, you could at least like think like maybe part of the stand of King Crimson is that he can like put it on somebody or give him like some sort of telepathic link to make it more bullshitty. And then you're like, and then that Doppio stand is just the phone thing where he can just talk to him whenever he wants on whatever he wants. So like you kind of have this weird like mystery that when you go back and read it, it all makes sense because it turns out that it's the same person.
Could you imagine in a Rocky story all making sense? That'd be crazy good.
I know, right?
But like now.
Doppio is actually like maybe a B tier character on concept alone. Like
I think personality takes him to A. Honestly,
okay.
I'll put him bottom of A. I really like Doppio. However, D for Diavolo.
D for Diavolo.
You know what? We've dug our hole. We've chosen our fate. You can't escape fate unless you erase fate, but fate has chosen me. Where the fuck is he? I've lost him again.
He's next to get the
fuck next to your daughter, you piece of shit. All right. I gotta take a break before we hit these banger characters about to come up. Because from this point on, there's a lot of top 10 contenders.
It's also probably going to be all spoilers from like this point
From
forward.
this point on, spoilers exclusively. We're not going to avoid them because they're very important for these characters. So
Yeah. We'll probably put a timestamp at the end
Yeah, we
where
will.
everything falls so you can at least get an overview of the characters.
Yeah.
And where we put them, but leave if you don't want to be spoiled on part 6, part 7, or part 8.
And I will leave for the bathroom. Ooh, part 6 characters, which would be Jolene and Poochie.
Yeah. And then all those other characters down there as well, ironically enough.
Huh?
We have Irene and...
yeah. Well, they don't count, of course.
Yeah,
They're barely
not characters.
They're barely characters, more like concepts. But Jolene's top 10 contender for me. I'm just going to lay it on the line. We went ham on those part 5 characters, so it's like I need to catch my breath.
Yeah, Jolene's the furthest one that I remember of all the characters, unfortunately. But I do remember her just being just straight fire. She's cool. She's badass. Her stand is very unique. I think it only minorly changes throughout the part.
I think it evolves in a very natural progression. I think it's one of Araki's best progressing stands, in my opinion. Where it's man. In part 6, the characters really get down and dirty with their stands. They punch with the stand. Kind of like part 8 has a little bit of this. Part 7, everyone's just fucking gunning each other down. But in part 6, it's like you do kung fu kicks with your stand, and like sometimes the stand is drawn as your hand, and then your hand is overlaid with your stand. So like they grab the stand hand, but they're also grabbing your hand. It happens a lot in part 6, but like the stand fights get very personal. And Jolene is the perfect protagonist for this because she fucking goes kung fu on people. It's really entertaining. She's easily the most badass protagonist in the series, even more badass than Jotaro. She goes hard. But the thing that makes Jolene so lovable is, one, her growth. She's like the first, aside from like Joseph, but she's much beyond Joseph. She's the first dynamic protagonist in JoJo's. She's the first female protagonist in JoJo's. And the thing is, she still has a lot of charming moments where you see her just hanging out with the prison crew, trying to make the most out of what she does. And like I said, part 5 might as well be ninjas or bleach Shinagamis. Part 6, yes, they're all in the prison, but they make it such a realistic prison experience for the most part that it still feels like, no, these people could exist in the world, and they have a place in the world, and they have a place where they go to sleep. They have roommates. They have a dichotomy within the prison. It's fleshed out enough to be grounded, yeah. To them, it's not just stand battles, even though they would want it to be because they're very eager to get out of the prison. To them, it's like they also have to serve their sentence and go through the day-to-day. And I think that really helps the part 6 characters. There's a lot of like levity moments with Jolene that I think are underlooked. I saw plenty of them when I was rereading some part 6 fights to remind myself on some of the villains. And Jolene has so many fire lines, fire action moments. She joins the top tier of stand masters, where the way she uses her strings throughout the part gets super creative. And it's like a crazy diamond power where it's like, I made it simple, but not as simple as you think. It's deceptive what this power can do. Yeah, Mobius trips. She like uses the string to redirect blows in a really cool like kung fu-y way. She makes like a very pliable handcuff around Poochie so she can fight him close range. Just all sorts of really cool stuff. She swings around like Spider-Man at points.
She also does some weird thing to one girl and makes her go to the bathroom, and we don't know what happened.
She squeezed her bladder. She took the string and took it up the puss, and she squeezed the bladder, right?
That's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure.
That's gotta be it. I don't know. Girls work in mysterious ways. Maybe you could just like flick certain parts down there and just make you go. You never know.
It's a fucking switchboard. Anyways,
we're more educated than that. Okay.
Yeah.
But Jolene also, the way she develops throughout the part as like this punk daughter issue girl into this very badass Dark Determination. She's like the first user of the Dark Determination, even though it's not named that in part 6. She's got the black fire eyes that Johnny has. She becomes very determined to leave the prison and save her father and then stop Poochie. And like she's very active. She's more like part 1 and 2 where she's in most of the fights, even as a supporter. She might have the most support plus main fights of any JoJo in any part.
That's kind of one of the things I really liked about part 6 is that it felt like part 4 was great because we had, it was very well loved and that you kind of sprinkled in everyone around each other, and that like Josuke had the most fights, but like there were enough like other fights going on between them that it broke him up. But then you get to part 5 and Jojo has 3 fights? 2?
I mean,
One?
he's in a lot of fights, but yeah, he has like 3 solo fights, I think.
Yeah, and then so you're kind of like, okay, well, what's the point of our main character? And then you get, I feel like part 6, you get she's a lot more involved, like right off the bat.
Thing is, even then, they didn't skimp out on the other characters. They were constantly there for support. Like I was like, Weather Report doesn't do much, and that's not really true. Weather Report does a good chunk of like support actions. They don't really develop his personality at all. But he's there. But then Anasui and Foo Fighters and Hermes are just constantly tagging in and out, helping Jolene, which I think is a good way to structure the part as well. And then the way that part ends with her sacrificing herself and her laying in the water before she goes, is like, why did I steal that car that day? She's reflecting on her past, but she gets up to fight anyways. And the way she goes out is so beautiful. It's like, I can't wait to see that animated. It's going to be crushing.
Yeah.
Come on, top 10.
That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah. And then
First really win.
Father Poochie, the prime number god himself. I think Poochie's top 10.
You like Poochie a lot more than I do.
I like Poochie a lot more than you do. A lot more than you do, actually.
A lot more. For me, Poochie is A.
Whoa! Not even S?
Not even S for me.
Yeah, okay, you need to reread part 6.
I probably do. It's the one I'm the furthest from.
Yeah,
like,
I get it.
Investing wise. It was also probably the one I read the fastest. I think partially because I was so angry at part 5. I was like, I kind of want to be done. Let me just keep going.
It was rough because you were angry at part 5, but you're also a cowboy hoe slut.
Yeah.
Who wants to get the Cowboys. So you're like sandwiched in this part where you had dumb mafiosos and sexy cowboys around the corner, and you just gotta go.
Yeah. And like it didn't help too that like from what I read, part 6 wasn't very good. So I really didn't give it as much attention as I should have. I remember walking out part 6 going like, that was actually pretty good. I enjoyed it a lot. I don't know where all the hate came from, but I didn't like spend the time to sit down.
It does have snails. Let's never forget the folly. But
if you had to do Diavolo or snails, which one would you ingest?
A pass. Poochie, the amazing thing about Poochie, he's introduced super early, the earliest of any main antagonist, and then he is constantly in the story. He is
earlier than Dio?
Well, Dio doesn't really matter or count. He just stands there looking sexy. He's not a character until Whole Horse goes to shoot him, which is way later in the
part
series.
1?
Okay. Yes, okay. Dio part 1, sure. But that's also a lot less part, okay, to be fair. Poochie shows up in the first arc. White Snake shows up, and then...
He shows up in Manhattan Transfer.
Which is the first arc.
It's like, yeah. Kind of like the first big battle.
Yeah, and then it's like... From that point on, he's constantly scheming. There's a lot of times where we know who he is, but the crew doesn't know. And then we learn, and he's still super integral. He is so involved. He is the most involved character in the plot, which leads to one thing I love about Kira, and only Poochie replicates to this extent. The villain going through the bad times. When the villain's going through the down bad, that's when I fall in love. Because Poochie's put on the back foot so many times, and he has to bounce back, and he has to pick up a gun with his stand and shoot a pigeon, because fuck you, Jolene. Give me back that disc. And, like, he is so good as an antagonist, and he's got so much personality where, like, he's the deep like he could be very easily boring, just a deep philosophical type. But he's got enough mannerisms and he's got enough showing throughout the story and interactions with different characters. No major villain interacts with their minor villains as much as Poochie. Poochie's constantly like coaching the people, analyzing how they're doing, sending them on their way. You get to really see him develop as he develops with his hitmen, which I think is great.
I think also like Araki put him in the perfect spot. He put him in a non-assuming position as like a priest in the prison. But also, it's a position where he interacts with basically everyone in the prison, one-on-one, alone by themselves, so he can manipulate them and give them powers. And so it feels...
It feels organic.
The arrow feels contrived, and that all these people keep fucking showing up in part 4 sometimes. Where it's like, oh, okay, this guy now has a thing, this guy now has a thing.
Well,
but
I mean,
Poochie,
stands attract stands is the most universal rule of the story, to be fair.
But what I mean is, like, the arrow piercing everybody, and Keicho sneaking around the jail cell and stabbing a guy.
How'd I get here?
Yeah. But, like, this makes sense because someone walked in there, he's like, I can use you. He swipes a disc into them and like swipes a disc out and puts another one in, and you're like, oh, okay, of course, that's what happened. And then now he's under
the questionable part about Poochie is like the mechanics of the discs are just a little loose. Where it's like this disc, you had the potential for a stand, and I gave you it. So it's like, wait, so like, I guess people have potential for stands, but the disc you give them is not quite the stand they were gonna develop. And then also the memory stands are actually pretty consistent. It's the stand discs rather become ability discs by the end, where it's like I remove my ability to see, I removed your ability, or I forced the ability into you to do this to control you. So it does become a little.
Oh no! I dropped my disc into you, and now you killed me because you removed all the oxygen in the room.
Yeah, like it gets pretty nutty. However, Sea Moon and Made in Heaven are so dope. I love both of those fights so much.
God, Sea Moon is like...
It's just barn-breaking, close range, like visually stunning action. It's so good.
Like Sea Moon to me is like the actual like final fight in the video game that you're actually like involved in, you know? And then
Made in Heaven is like a visual novel, choose your path.
The quick time event you have to get through to get to the end. Like Sea Moon feels like the actual like skill involved to beat everything that it's been leading up to. It's terrifying.
Made in Heaven is a terrifying like race to survival that they lose super fucking hard. Oh my god! Yeah. You want to talk about something unique? The villain who Omega wins until he just barely loses.
Yeah, talk about fucking decide not to take inhib or Nexus at the end, and then everyone coming back, killing you, and taking...
He came for Nexus. It's just it was booby trapped with Timo shrooms. Man, so with the Made in Heaven fight, there's one part I really like where he forces Jotaro to choose between his own life and Jolene's. And he uses the line he said to Jotaro when he lost his disc in the beginning of the part where he says, you were one step too late. And this time he was 2 steps too late because it was 2 layers deep. Jotaro sees through the first layer, and then he notices that, like, the way that they were pushed together, it's like either you do this or I kill Jolene or Anasui kills Jolene. And it's like, it's just such a good trap that he puts our boy in, and then he fucking slices his face off. Damn. Rip.
Sucks.
Like, I just can't see in any way that this guy is not at least S. He's such a imposing villain. And he's so integral to the plot.
Alright.
And he's got a good philosophy. Cool. Well, while we're at it, we'll just sneak him up here and move on.
I can't, the thing lags too much. I can't see what happened.
Well, you'll find out later.
Okay. All right. Now we're in the real shit. All right.
Let's just be real. All of these are top 10 contenders.
Yeah, it's
not even. Yeah. No, not even a doubt.
Yeah, I would talk about them, but then we would have to do our first podcast ever. I feel like.
What do you mean? Like throwback to our first podcast ever?
Yeah, we would have to basically let's just do the whole thing again because like. God,
if you've read Part 7, you know that these characters are amazing. There's no way you get out of Part 7 and now look at these 3 and be like, damn.
Yeah.
like Johnny is probably my favorite JoJo like character arc wise, like in all the entire series.
He's so
Like,
flawed that he's barely even scratches the surface of hero.
Yeah, and I think that's so interesting. I love the line of "I'm so in the hole that my only goal is to be back at zero."
Yeah, that is the defining Johnny line, in my opinion.
It's so good, and like when I read this, I was in like a really like kind of dark place at the time because personal things had happened to me, and so like the idea that like you don't need to be striving for greatness the entire time. Sometimes it's okay to just be getting back to normal.
Yeah.
And like the idea that you can get back to normal and that you can like get to a point where you feel like you just yourself again. It's such a unique concept for a hero and for a main character, especially in like a shonen series and a very like action oriented series where it's like you have a character that is not only flawed in spirit but flawed in body with him being paralyzed from the waist down.
Which is super ballsy to make your main character paralyzed, even though he wasn't always the main character. He becomes it.
Yeah, and it's so like it's just you root for Johnny the entire time, but you see the shitty side of him, but you want him to overcome what he is and what he did before, and you understand what led him to make those decisions in the past.
I think part of it is like if Johnny was alone, you would not root for him. It's because Gyro's so immediately lovable that you want to see him get up to Gyro's like level as a human being, so they can be happy together and like be friends. That's a vibe I got.
And then speaking of Gyro, what makes Part 7 like just head and shoulders above a lot of what came before it is the fact that it takes the Part 2 like brotherly love kind of rivalry, but also like we're going to do this together of Joseph and Caesar, and takes it to a whole new level. It feels so much more organic, feels so much more rewarding and heartbreaking at the end.
Teacher student becomes best friend, becomes like inseparable allies.
To like it's so good, and you get to that part where they're telling each other their secrets, right?
Oh, so good.
And you kind of realize like these two are almost inseparable at this point. They've gone through so much.
The love is so real.
Yeah, you're just like these are my two characters that I want to win over everyone else, and like it's you feel like you're rooting for your favorite in the horse race at that point. So and then it's hard to like gather everything together in one.
They kind of have to be talked as a whole, because like so Johnny starts off at a very negative place, and I talked about how in JoJo's anyone can be a hero, and even though Johnny falters throughout the journey, he also does have his heroic moments, and I think one of the highlight ones where like the Part 7 instantly became like. So Part 4 was my favorite part up until 7, and then when I read 7 up to this moment, I'm like, okay, on a given different day, you could wake up and find me saying something like one of the two. Like, I'll flip-flop between them. And it was the moment where Johnny has to sacrifice the corpse part to save Gyro in the Sugar Mountain fight, which is why Sugar Mountain's so high. That moment just paved the way for the most wholesome, intimate relationship in all of JoJo's to that point.
Especially because previously in the part, it was almost very business relationship between Gyro and Johnny, where they're like, all right, I'm going to teach you how to do the spin. You have to make sure I win the race because Johnny knows how to race horses and everything. Yeah. So they were bouncing off of each other, and they were. And Johnny's whole motivation in the part is that he just to walk again. It's real simple. I want to use my legs.
Great motivation.
Yeah. So, and with the corpse introduced, that becomes a very easy way that Johnny could get his like legs back. So with him, Johnny giving up this with the corpse part in the Sugar Mountain, you realize that the relationship has evolved from a business transaction to an actual kinship. Between the two.
Where I'm willing to delay and almost ruin my goal to make sure you can make it through that finish line with me.
Yeah.
And then tragically, that is not how it plays out.
Nope.
Gyro, on the other hand, instantly lovable character, cocky, funny, charismatic, tough. Yo! With his fucking grill in the 1880s, which makes a lot of sense when you realize he's a doctor, so he would know how to do that, I guess. His backstory is great. His moral dilemma of being a doctor who wants to preserve life to having to become a killer to win the race. It just works super well. When people from his past life come in and he's conflicted. A big part of Gyro's story, as I recall, is like he's doing the race to save an innocuous boy who goes on to die anyways, which Bradley has a whole thing why that's brilliant. I think it's pretty good, but I've never heard the full, like, brilliant take. I know that sours it for a lot of people, but, like, the point is that Gyro went to that race for his convictions and to see where that tennis ball lands, because he's very dictated by fate, and so is the Zappelli line, and he's trying to fight against it, and it doesn't quite turn out that way.
And that's the big kind of theme in JoJo's is fate. And I feel like part 5 does a shit job of dealing with fate. And like it's just so eye-rollingly bad. Part 7, on the other hand, I think does it really well because you have two characters that are trying to undo or circumvent their fate. Where Johnny, like...
doomed to not walk forever.
It's doomed to not walk ever and forever. And then Gyro is trying to not become... this killer of like this child killer, this like heartless person that will execute people at someone else's like command.
Yeah,
that's his whole thing.
His dad, like he was against the executions of the Zappelli family. Which is a big part of why he's so rebellious.
And then you go up against funny Valentine, who wants to do nothing but to redirect negative fate into other people and thus control their fates.
Yeah. Which goes into Poochie's... we didn't even talk about this, but it's worth mentioning. Poochie's motivation of creating a world in which everyone knows their fate so that they do no longer feel burdened. It's fucked up, but I won't lie, if there's some days in my life where it's like, if I just knew the pain that I'm feeling in my heart right now was coming... I would be okay, but right now it sucks so bad. And then which is a fantastic motivation in my opinion, and goes really well with Jolene and Jotaro. But then in Funny Valentine's End, it's like, no, I'm gonna dominate fate. I'm going to make sure America is the best ever. Other countries be damned, because I know of a way that I can do that. And his whole thing about the napkin is brilliant, where it's like it takes it's something that is in a lot of villains, but it's portrayed so well. Araki goes from like writing F-tier arcs, like anything involving some of those Part 5 characters or fucking heavy weather, to writing the triple S tiers of Valentine's taking the napkin, where it's simply someone needs to be the one who steps up and does the difficult action. And once you take the first step, you have now forced the rest of the world to match you. You take the right napkin, they have to grab the right napkin. You started the chain because you took initiative. And I think that's such a cool motivation for our main villain.
And what's interesting too is that when you boil it down, and I'm going to preference this that I do not agree with Funny Valentine at all in his methods.
Funny did nothing wrong.
We boil it down. Valentine is looking for the greater good of his country. He is doing what he was elected to do, which is to make sure America is great. It is powerful, and it's strong, and it's successful. He's looking out for the people of America.
Especially during Manifest Destiny, where like the whole Steel Ball race is about getting east to west, which feels like Manifest Destiny conquering.
West to east. Yeah, it's the idea of like, you know, we own this land. This is our land. We're all connected.
Yeah, but go on.
But then then you have Johnny, who is doing incredibly selfish things. Like, I want this corpse so I can walk again. It won't change anyone's life except for mine. I will kill people to get this thing because I want to make sure that I am functional again, basically.
And within that selfish goal, you see the humanity that makes you still side with Johnny, which is great. But it does create the scenario of, like, the bad guy wants a greater good than the good guy. And it's not even a genocidal, like... It's not like certain other series where I would genocide the world to save mine. It's like... It's not very direct. The misfortune will go to the rest of the world, but it's not like everyone's going to be affected by it. Select few will suffer, so everyone in this country will thrive, and you almost buy into it. And the way his dialogue is so captivating, where people do go by thinking that Valentine, when he says, I'm a man of conviction, I'm doing this for my country, everything I did is for purity and 100% like nationality, people buy into that and they forget that that's not the truth. And that's the best part about Funny. Funny's just a power hungry piece of shit. And that side of him comes out when he's alone with other people, such as Lucy Steele. Yeah, he's the greater good kind of guy who's trying to rape the 14-year-old, who's trying to overcome her with his power, who's trying to, like, shove that on her and try to doom the entire world. Like, no, there's a darker side of Funny that he is such a politician and written so well that people really overlook near the end how scummy he is. Remember when he tortured that train guy driving the train for no fucking reason? He's sadistic. He's evil. But he dresses it up so nicely, and people in real life fall for it, and I think it's fantastic.
I love... We haven't even talked about the stands. D4C is one of my favorite stands of all of JoJo's, because it's used so well, with the exception of Who Shot Johnny, where it's kind of like, ooh, but like
so
after
Who Shot Johnny is like a 10 out of 10 arc, which unfortunately you have to remove from canon, because if you go back and read that arc, you realize that the ability was retconned afterwards, and you're like, ugh, but it still kind of works, so it's still cool.
Yeah.
But the way it's worked in the train fight is baller.
Yeah, and like it even adds on to Valentine's character, because Valentine,
oh my god, yes, thank
is
you,
literally killing himself to make sure he wins.
Have you ever watched the movie The Prestige?
No, but I know the plot of it.
You should watch The Prestige. First of all, that's one of the best movies of all time. But Valentine, that self-sacrificing nature where he's literally self-sacrificing, is a fantastic character trait. I'm glad you brought it up.
Also, like, not self-sacrificing. It's like, because he still exists. It's so weird, but like at the same time, it's horrific. The idea that like, you will kill yourself to make sure yourself gets an upper hand.
There's one time where Funny is about to trade off D4C, and he's like, "I hope you have luck in taking the napkin." And then the other one goes away. It's like, oh my god, in every universe they're fucking psychopaths. They're all the same psychopath. It's horrifying.
Yeah, and it's so good. I love the design of the stand itself. Like it's like,
down the rabbit
hole. It's one of 2 or 3 like actual like full body kind of like
stands in
humanoid stands in that part. Yeah, and so it stands out and it feels powerful, but it's so simplistic. I just everything about that stand I love. I love the idea that you know, it can move around between each of the funnies, the idea that it can bring things in and out. It has a very simple but very niche like operating mechanism. It's 2 things having pressed against each other. So like we have a solid foundation of what it is, so we know when it happens, but it's loose enough where it could be literally anything.
The flag is the iconic one that's also used in the supers, but I think one of my favorites is using the crashing waves, and it's like the waves are crashing around Johnny, and he can't tell where he's gonna. It might have been Gyro actually, and he can't tell where it's gonna come from. Oh,
yeah, it's Gyro. And then you get Love Train, and Love Train just brings that power to a whole nother level, and it still operates relatively the same because it's a space stand. It's using relative space to like redirect things.
Yeah.
So it feels like an organic upgrade for that stand.
Man, Johnny killed like 3 people in that arc and then proceeded to kill those groupies, and you're like, that leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Yeah.
Not great. He's like, dang, shoot, I guess it didn't work.
And then to kind of cap out Funny Valentine's scumminess, you have probably one of the best like face-to-face confrontations in the series, which is the 101% speech.
Oh, so good.
Where they are sitting and like they don't even kill each other with their ultimate moves either. It's like a straight-up shootout.
Yeah.
And it's fucking baller.
The crux of it is, I'll bring back Gyro, I'm doing the greater good, I want the best for everyone, and Johnny's like, dude, I'm so defeated right now that I want to believe that's true. Like I'm probably not gonna walk at this point because I feel so defeated, but I could at least get Gyro back. But I can't trust you 101%. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now pick up that fucking gun.
Yeah. If you really are trustworthy, pick up the gun. And he's like, bang, bang, bang.
Anyways, that's enough. Let's talk about Gyro's abilities. So Gyro, he's actually brought down by his stands. I think both of his stands are brief and uninteresting and convenient for the plot, some of the weaker stuff in Part 7. However, his use of the spin, as bullshit as it is super entertaining the entire time.
Yeah.
He basically does a bunch of bank shots and weird body manipulations that never get old.
It also, I really like the idea that, like, he has a stand at the end that gets formed from him throwing off the horse, and he has the eyeball one, but he really pretty much doesn't have a stand the entirety of this arc.
Yeah, he's mostly just using Hamon and spin.
Yeah. So it's really cool that we have a non-stand user that is at competitive level with everyone else.
Yeah, it'd be like, what if we had really good Hamon users where if Hamon wasn't directly for vampires mostly? It's that kind of thing.
And it's also interesting because it does this thing where you have this, we talked about teacher-student relationship between Gyro and Johnny, but then you kind of realize that Johnny is the one whose stand is developing and getting stronger. Gyro is kind of plateauing the entire time. And I think Gyro realizes that Johnny's the one that's going to be able to overcome him in power and with the race. Yeah, like you even see that moment right before the Ringo fight where Johnny beats Gyro in the race at the last second.
Yeah, that's true. That was a great moment. And then Gyro's like, wait, what the fuck? What Johnny?
What the fuck, Johnny?
With Johnny's stand, it's the second act stand in the series, and it's used just like Koichi's, where it's stopgapping his growth as a person. Mm-hmm. And Act 2 is definitely my favorite. Well, maybe Act 3, but Act 2 where like the bullets start chasing people, and Act 3 where you can go into a dimensional hole are both super cool.
Yourself, Johnny.
Yeah, shoot yourself, Johnny. Just do it, pussy. But I don't like the design of Tusk until Act 4, and even Act 4 is not your traditional cool stand. It's a weird chonky boy with a skirt.
But I love my weird chonky boy with the skirt.
It's still cool. Part 4, the ability itself is a little just like I can do anything. The fact that it like traps you in a spot infinitely. Like I guess they all golden rotate. We only see 2 of them, but all golden rotation stands are basically like we have an infinite component to us. Where I guess Gyro's is like infinite braking power, and then and then aging you up because it's bending time.
That makes sense with his medical thing because he would do stuff where like he did the pump up with the girl that made her look younger. Do you remember that? So he has some sort of like.
I do remember that. So sad. But Act 4 is still badass because of its activation method, which is a big part of this part is having really cool activation methods, I feel like.
And it's the idea that Act 4 only comes out because Johnny takes a technique that Gyro has, which is that muscle manipulation, and uses it on the horse to activate the stand, basically. Mm-hmm. So he takes that final kind of lesson from Gyro to win the fight. And then you just get like the biggest fucking aura ever into the fucking dirt.
No. I think that's enough out of Part 7, boys. We covered them all together. They're all top 10 contenders. Let's get to the final part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. We got 3-ish characters here.
Let's
actually start with Toru.
Okay. AKA the head doctor. AKA we were wrong for about 95% of our podcast.
About what?
About the head doctor in office hours.
Yeah, he does do office hours. But
Araki kind of makes sense. Where it was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. That they hired
the stand literally stole the identity of this dude. Like it was very thorough.
Yeah.
Toru is potentially the final antagonist of Part 8. The reason why Part 8's a little weird is that it's still ongoing, and we think that there's definitely a possibility Toru is the final antagonist. I think narratively Jobin still is, but Jobin's currently drowning in a pool of blood, so we could very well be wrong, and we've mentioned this on our podcast as well. Toru's interesting because he shows up pretty late, but he makes a big impact when he does. And he's got 2 distinct forms that both bring something unique to the story. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of tough placing him. We don't know how it's going to end. But if we just break it down to like... So with Toru, I like his creepy relationship with Yasuo. I like his like aloof personality. It doesn't bore me. It's actually pretty entertaining in the antagonist sense, and in the I can't wait till Josuke beats your face in sense, or a plane door maybe, or a mystical bubble who went through the internet. But the thing with Toru is his backstory is so fire. That backstory blew me away. It was so cool to recontextualizing the entire part.
I forget what we were doing, but we were either playing a game together or we were watching a podcast, and Will was like, all right, I'm going to go read the next chapter. We'll record tomorrow. I was like, yeah, okay. About 5 minutes later, Willer comes back and says, Joe, I need to talk to you right now.
Yeah, and then we read that one live because, wow. The fact that he's a bee-human who's been grooming Yasuo since young, the fact that we got all that development on... Oh my god, like, rock humans are the fallback of mankind, and that really paints their greed in a whole new level where it's like, we are fighting to survive, so we're going to dominate the human race. We're going to be the number ones. We're going to show that we're not the fallback, we are the apex. And it just fits. It fit really well with everything these doctors and these rock men have been doing. And the Rokaka Kaka feeds so well into, like, this is the miracle fruit that's going to get us to our apex status.
And they also are developed in a way that, like, makes sense thematically with the story, where it's like a tight-knit family is what comes together, breaks the curse. The rock humans are all introduced are completely, like, selfish and really only care for themselves and are only working together because it's convenient.
That's the vibe you get, yeah. They've never specified it, but Word of God Araki's pretty much imply that.
Yeah, like, it's pretty much like, even at one point, Toru kills poor Tom.
Yeah, Toru, recently it's been heavily implied that Toru killed poor Tom when he failed the mission to kill the boys.
Tom had the fucking branch with him, I think, at that point. He was like, I'm going to kill him.
Hey, Dr. Wu, watch this.
Yeah. I mean, think about it. I kill that guy. That's one less split of the pot we have to do later.
Yep. And poor Tom didn't seem to deliver as much to the operation since he was out giving cunnilingus. But and then the head doctor is also such an interesting enigma because he's so imposing. This guy shows up and shit goes wrong, and Josuke's an inch away from shooting him in the face, and it's the most beautiful panels of all time, and he's got an assortment of rock insects, and you're just like, you are...
Get the belt.
You are so imposing, but he's also got like a cheeky personality and confidence. And he's like, if you get this close to me, I don't even know how bad the calamity is gonna get.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you're fucked.
So
like it.
They've come up recently in the story, but they've made such a splash. I like them a lot. The thing that would actually degrade them is if they are the final fight.
Yeah. Oh no, Willer, are you back?
Hello. Yeah. Hey.
Okay. You. I think you disconnected for like half a second.
The King Crimson.
Oh. Revenge.
So like.
Anyway,
I feel like if they're the final fight, he'd have to wrap it up in a very specific way to make it better than if Kato or Jobin were the main villains, or the like they're all main villains because they're all fighting for the fruit. And they're all equally good antagonists, but I feel like some of them have a better fit in the overarching narrative, and I'd rather see them go on. But for what it is, I'm loving Toru right now.
I think Toru will be very much like the Funny Valentine, like, big climax, and then we have an epilogue kind of arc. Like, there's one after this, for sure, I think.
For sure, I hope.
I got hopes. Well, there's a lot that still needs to be taken care of, I feel. I don't think there's much left in this story, but this feels... Because Toru is the last point of the Rock Human organization.
Yeah.
So it's... We know we need to take him out, but there's the internal family conflict that needs to get resolved. That's the big point.
Joe, we are 2 hours in. We're going deep today.
Toru... I want to put Toru at A. I don't want to put him at S because I want to see how he ends.
But the head doctor...
I would also put at A, but above Toru.
I think it goes like this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Remember when Toru made those battery chargers in Death Stranding?
All right, you sold me. Oh man, yeah, and like that was another key point of like, I had other schemes back in my youth, and they didn't go anywhere, so fuck it.
Drugs! Again! This is also a drug story that actually feels compelling because there's a reason why we want those drugs to be in or out of the story.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly. It ties much better in the story. Do we do Gappy or do we do Jobin?
all right, which one do you like better? Because I know for a fact there is one that I like more than the other one.
All right, so let's do Gappy first.
Okay.
So Josuke 8. Josuke Yashikata.
I don't want to say top 10 contender, but I really, really, really like Josuke. I like Gappy a lot.
The thing with Josuke...
Josuke.
Just skate or die. You either just skate or you just die.
Or you die.
I think he's A tier.
Oh, I was going to say S at least.
I know, and this is what I've been dreading. And I feel bad for saying this because I really like Josuke, right? The thing with Josuke is that he's got great battle moments. He's got great intimate moments with characters. When he's vibing with someone, it's super cute. But he's very serious a lot of the time. When he's not with a friendly face, he shuts down and is very serious and straightforward. And his powers are unfortunately underutilized or nerfed, depending how you want to look at it. Now, they're getting pretty fucking nutty. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. And come the 13th, or the 19th, I might have a different opinion on Josuke. But, like, I can't deny the fact that sometimes he's just a little too quiet. And I think that's it. I think when he's talking, I love him. When he's goofing around, I love him. When he's badass, I love him. But a lot of the time, he's just the quiet Giorno type.
Yeah. I think, though, what puts Josuke above Jojo for me is Josuke can get along and get friendly with basically everyone of the Hikasakata household. Like, even with Jojo, when he's on the street, they're still having kind of a weird buddy time.
He's amicable.
Yeah. And you kind of, like, he is very diplomatic and he's very serious, but, like, he can definitely vibe.
He can vibe, but the plot has gotten so serious that the last vibing he did was staking out in a Lamborghini tree.
but that's cute.
It's cute. He's very cute, for sure.
I just think of that panel where, like, Joshu and Josuke are just looking at that woman's tits. It's just like, yeah, they get it.
I love the panel where he has a boner and Yasuo's like,
But I can see why he is very quiet. He's not as bombastic as the rest of them. But that being said, however,
on the other hand, though, he's so quietly deep. He's silent, but like, and that's a weakness. But the silence is also the depth of him.
Yeah, there's a panel where I think Yasuo goes and runs off with Toru, or Toru grabs Yasuo a hand, and there's just a panel of him staring like almost dead face at what is happening. And you feel like your heart shatter looking at him the way he looks. Because,
like, his existence is so wrong and unnatural, and he has to fight for every little scrap of naturalness in his life. You can tell he really cherishes the Higashikata family, even though he doesn't always trust them. You feel like he has a certain bond for them, and he will go the distance if he can for them, if it doesn't impact Holly. And then you really feel like him and Yasuo is, like, one of the best relationships. It's Johnny Gyro tier. Like, whenever they're together, sparks are flying. You totally get how they complete each other, which is kind of beautiful because he's like a weird two people completing each other, and then he completes himself with Yasuo, so he's his own person. It's like the nuance of Gappy is genuinely S tier, man. And like that's what's so tough.
that we haven't talked about, and probably what actually makes Gappy so good, and that's Holly Joestar Kira.
Yeah.
Because the fact that the thing that has united him together is this woman, and the fact that there's a scene where this woman comes is like, she's like, I don't know who you are, but I know you are connected to me somehow, or she looks like Kira. He looks like Kira, so I know you're my boy. And I'm going to be here to save you, even though I'm in my like lowest pits. And he's like having this breakdown where it's like, I cannot stop fighting for you because even when you are dying on a deathbed, basically, you are going to save me. I need to do everything.
He has the epitaph of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the series. He has the line that is the heart within Araki's heart of what he's trying to portray with a generational storytelling of JoJo's, where he says, it doesn't matter what form, across space and time, I will fight for you, I will protect you. Paraphrasing a little bit. That line, you could end the series in part 8 based off that line, and it would be the perfect ending.
Because it's like, because we can think about it, because Yoshikage Kira in this universe is Jotaro Kujo, which is nutty. Like, yeah. And they have the same exact motivation in both of their parts.
And then you have weirdo Josuke Joseph mix, and they become this guy, and it's like...
It's like, and that line perfectly encapsulates, like, it doesn't matter, like, whose part it is. We're all fighting for the same thing.
Yeah. Like, that's beautiful. Fine. Yeah. You're right. And I just wish, and I guess this is the one weakness of part 8, is that the plot is so juicy and so, like, the characters are so into it that we have hit a point where, like, we haven't seen them kick back in a while. And that is the thing that would make me that would put Josuke in top 10 if they could kick back a little bit more, but the plot is just too juicy. And if the plot resolves well, if the plot resolves well, that'll make up for the fact that we didn't get that downtime, you know? But we can't say that definitively.
Yeah. But, like, that's why I can't say top 10 is because we don't know what's going to happen to him. But, like you said before, and what makes it complete, too, is that, like, what gives Josuke life in this part is the people around him.
Yeah.
Like, he is identifying himself with the people around him. And then you have the rock humans who are only identifying with themselves.
Yeah.
So it's just, he has to find other people to complete himself.
He's got so many badass moments.
Yeah.
Dude, what if he is number 10? What if he's number 10?
Well, think about it.
I'll think about it. I'll put him in S, despite my initial reservations.
God. It's like, oh man, this vial of Rakaka, 20,000 yen. My shoes, 260.
Yeah, that was dope. And then when he's like, permission to kill, and Hato's like, yeah. And then he just walks out and he beheads that motherfucker. He just goes, yeah. But then you have the scene where he's like, I'm gonna beat this woman with a shovel. She'll probably heal and be fine, but I can't fucking kill that baby. Come on. That's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Soft and Wet, I love the stand, and even as just a bubble popping transportation stand, it's cool. But the fact that it's been nerfed and the fact that its new ability is unclear to us is a knock against that stand. But I do love most of the things Josuke does in battles, and he looks great doing it. His design might be the best. Something about like his loose pants and like his sneakers and his hat, like, and the way the shirt is like a little bit showing his belly button. It's just so slick.
Like also like it perfectly encapsulates how he feels in that part where like he has a look, but like he doesn't exactly fit he doesn't perfectly fit with what's going on, you know? Like he's wearing these baggy pants and this and everything. He looks out of place, but he somehow still feels like clean where he is.
Do you think he has a Josuke Josefumi pompadour under that hat?
Nah, I think we've seen him without his hat.
No, he never. He doesn't like when people take off his hat. That's a character trait.
Could you imagine? Like what if he's the opposite of Josuke in Part 4, where he's embarrassed of his pompadour?
That could be it. That'd be cute.
That's the big reveal at the end.
Now, I think he would go above Tsurugi then. Fuck it.
Yeah.
That's too high. No, it's below Joseph. I think that's fair.
Yeah.
All right. Finally, the potential...
The actual best JoJo in Part 8.
Jobin Higashikata.
What a guy.
Some people don't vibe with this character. I vibe so hard with this character.
So hard.
I am.
Oh my god.
He chews up the scenery in every scene he's in. He is like he is a blue collar criminal who is a little too over his head and then has to rise to the occasion and be a worse criminal.
Yeah, and you talk about a character that gets introduced, you're like, ha ha, funny Beetle Man, to you read Mother and Child, and you're like, oh.
Oh my, you are...
Yeah.
You are... There are two wolves inside you, Jobin. One is Norisuke, and the other is Kato, and you are leaving Norisuke to starve, and you are feeding the Kato side. You are just chomping at the bits, and it's so good. And, like, the way his story has progressed... as the antagonist who shows up every once in a while, starts off just like in a cool, goofy bonding arc with Josuke where he gets to show his dirty side. His motivation of every day is a summer vacation still holds true even when we learn more about him, where he's like, Araki has referenced it, where he's like, I want to get this family to the height. Dad is okay being complacent, and that's plateauing us. I want us to thrive. Very rock human, by the way. Wanting to be at that top, and it just works because it's like, I want to get there, so then every day is like a summer vacation. I don't want to have worries. I want to do the legwork now so I can just chill for the rest of the life.
Yeah, it's like it's kind of like Valentine, where it's a corrupted, like, morally good thing. His base morals, his base motivation is, I want to make sure my family is in position where no one has to struggle. No one's fighting for food every day. We are at the point where, like, we can hang out and do whatever we want. You don't have to worry about life because it's all been handled. But, like, because of that motivation, he has gone down this dark road and has caused a lot of death, a lot of, like, hurt around people, has caused this drug trade of fruit to thrive in Morio. Yeah. That it's basically wrapping him up and corrupting him.
And I love, and it's arguably my favorite scene in JoJo's, where the truth comes out and he's cornered and he's drawn so, like, the art in Part 8 is stupid good. It's stupid good. I was going to mention, there are scenes where Josuke is crying and they're like the saddest scenes ever. And then there are scenes where Jobin is cornered and they're like the most intense scenes ever.
The scene where everyone walks in to him and Norisuke, yes, and they're like, "Oh my god, how could you do this?"
Big
and like,
bro, what are you doing?
You see every choice in the background of Jobin has made to lead him to this moment.
Yeah, like the slippery slope that's taken him where he is.
Yeah, and then you
ever
have
since Mother and
Jojo.
Child, every time he shows up, it's an S tier because he shows up in Ozone Baby, love father and son crafting time. You have to learn about Tsurugi's ability and kind of start corrupting Tsurugi. Unfortunately, you got the stuff with Mitsuba. You got him and Ojiro, and then you get him versus his father, and it's just all so rich. The flashback when he first meets the Rokakagon gang or the Damokan gang.
And like he's used like sparingly enough, I feel, where like
it's perfect. Every time he shows up, it's perfectly executed. I love when he finds out Damo was killed, and he just looks so stressed. He looks disgusted. It's like, oh fuck me, dude, fuck. Like
my supplier's dead.
Yeah, it's like this is gonna be so stressful, and it's not painted in like a sociopathic way. It's just like you get there and you realize Damo's dead, and you're like, oh my god, things are going to get so much tougher.
In many ways, Jobin is more like Yoshikage Kira in this part than Yoshikage Kira is.
Yes, he is. Even his stand, which has shown to be quite deadly at a range.
Yeah. What a fire way to use his stand. It's like, I condensed the heat so it wouldn't go off until you touch the dollar bill, and then go yourself.
We talk about Jobin all the time on our podcast. Same with Josuke. Same with Head Doctor. Same with Yasuo.
Mhm.
So I think he's top 10 easily.
Yeah. Because he's so compelling, and every time you see him, it's like, I just want you to talk, so I know more about you. I want you to keep going.
Yeah, just don't stop, baby. The only thing that would kick him out of top 10 is if he's dead right now, and even then he might be top 10. Depending on how the story progresses, it's just like the impact of his death could still propel him into top 10 stardom. But with our hopes and dreams, I think he goes really high.
Yeah.
But let's see how many we have in top 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Only one gets cut and the rest get reorganized. Before we do that... Okay, asshole. Before we do that, I'm going to go pee. Alright, it's time.
Let's kill the whole.
When we left off, you had the gall to try to cut Foo Fighters from the list. What if we cut Norisuke?
No.
Ah! Well then. That puts us at an impasse.
What about top 11?
No.
Coward's way.
That is the coward's way. All right, you know what? We could start doing 1 back to 10, and whoever we have in the bottom ones.
God, you're gonna tell me we're gonna have to figure out who the number 1 character in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is right here, right now.
Okay, you want to go backwards?
I have no idea, man.
I think going forward. I think going forward is the way I could do it, because this is number 1.
You think so?
That's my vote. Let me show you my vote. Let me show you what I think my vote would be with you in mind. All right?
Okay.
I'm trying to average us out. It goes like this.
Mm-hmm.
Then Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Then Gyro after Yasuo. Then Josuke.
Josuke?
Then Jolene.
Mm-hmm.
Then Abuchi. Then Valentine. And that's that.
And then Foo Fighters gets cut.
I mean, this is unsure. All right. The thing is, Norisuke is cool, but Foo Fighters is a main party member who's really interesting and very lovable. But Norisuke is super interesting and relevant to the plot and has depth to him and is a fun dad.
Yeah, and is actually a party member in some parts. Like, he's in Unlock and some other things as well.
I mean, the party members, like, part 8 is Yasuo, Josuke, and Rai, and then a rotating cast of whatever Higashikata member does not hate them at the time.
Yeah. True. I just feel like Norisuke, like, provides so much to the theme of that part of the family and the traditions, and like the like he is kind of the thing about him is that you can look at him and see why he's flawed and be like, I kind of get where you're coming from, but you're not 100% right. But you know what I'm getting at? Where it's like, I don't think I can agree with you sticking to your traditions the entire time. I think you need to strive to move forward, you know?
Yeah, you can see where Jobin comes from.
Right, and I think that adds so much to Jobin's character.
At the same time, like, the Higashikata family is not, like... You get the sense that they're not, like, thriving, but they're living and they have a nice life. He's complacent, but, like...
The thing is, like, thriving is a relative term, because they live in a huge-ass house with a huge-ass property by nobody, and they're like, we got a fruit stand and we make tons of money that way. It's like, what?
Yeah, to afford that, you do need to... Like, to keep that life, to keep your life as a summer vacation, you need the luxury. And honestly, it's it's first world problems, but, like, that's what everyone, deep down inside, they want the life of where they don't need to want anymore.
Yeah. It's, like...
Okay, but let's talk about Foo Fighters. So, thematically, Foo Fighters' whole thing is, like, I matter and I see my self-worth not because of the intelligence that I once thought was what my self-worth, but because of the bonds I made with you guys. And I guess that's not as fitting as fate, because like a big part of part 6 is gravity. But you know what? Like, she's also the gravity of a plankton colony that got attracted to Jolene and became a true human because of it. So I feel like it works in that sense.
Well, the whole part theme of part 6 is that everyone comes together who is meant to come together naturally. Like, everyone that is attracted to each other comes to each other. Like, the whole ending of part 6, mega spoilers again, is like, it doesn't matter. Like, going back to that line that Josuke says, it doesn't matter when, where, who I am. I will always find you, and I will always be a part of you. It happens at the end of part 6, literally, because the whole game.
Well, to not get too spoilery, it also happens with Poochie running into Weather Report one last time, kind of, you know?
Yeah.
And that comeuppance.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll drop Foo Fighters. However, that gives me strength to influence the list as it is now. But how do you feel about this lineup?
I feel okay with this lineup. I personally would make some changes, but I think you've argued enough with Poochie, and we have talked, and like Yasuo and Gyro to me are like basically at the same level. So
yeah,
like
they're basically like both the fantastic other protagonist of their part.
Yeah, yeah. You
could make the argument for Gyro over Yasuo, but man, I love my 21st century girl.
I kind of do like Yasuo more than Gyro, because I do like 21st century girl. I like her stand.
I really hope that door doesn't do what I think it's gonna do.
Yeah. I would put Johnny above Jobin, but even then, it's hard for me to say why. It's more of a personal cowboy taste. That's like the only selling point for myself. But I also like the brokenness of Johnny, and I love the idea of the main character having to claw himself back into normalcy.
That's fantastic, and I'll give you Johnny over Jobin only because we don't know how Jobin's story ends.
Yeah.
I think, though, one day I'm going to say, like, Jobin for me, at times, is number one. At times, I'm like, Jobin is the greatest character Araki has ever written. I am such a stan. I'm such a fucking fanboy for this stupid green-haired idiot.
Yeah.
But for now, I'll hold myself to this. Then we got Yasuo and Gyro in their fantastic semi-protagonist here. We got my boy Josuke. My boy! I do like Poochie more than Valentine. It's very slight, though. I feel like Poochie is greatly underrated. But because his part has more dumb bullshit, I feel like people look down on just how good I think that character is. And Jolene is just fucking fire.
Yeah.
And some days she could be the best JoJo. I think all three of the JoJos up here, you could shuffle them around for me.
Mm-hmm. Don't you mean 4? Is Jobin?
Because Jobin, I do mean 4, I guess, but he's not a good guy.
I know. But
meanwhile, okay, so that leaves...
Here's the other thing about these top 10. It's important. I feel like every time they do something on screen, it's kind of hype, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
I always love when they get screen time.
Yeah, it's whenever they talk, whenever they say something, or whenever they do something, it's kind of cool. It's just fun. It feels meaningful, and like that's kind of easy when they're main characters for sure. But like Yasuo doing anything with Paisley Park is awesome. Jobin fucking literally looking at something is amazing. Kira existing is great. Johnny crying is fantastic.
Poochie suffering and counting is great. Norisuke coming in and being dad. Valentine spouting his bullshit and murdering folks. Fantastic.
Yeah. They are consistently, like, I feel like at their peaks whenever they're on screen. And they have the spotlight. Like,
though some days I'm a Gyro over Johnny guy. I will say that. I could swap them right now and also feel okay.
But like the thing about Johnny to me that puts him over Gyro,
he develops so much.
It's development, and we've gone to that. But like
Gyro develops too a lot.
He does. But like there's something just so heartbreaking about Johnny where he ends up. But like you got everything you wanted, Johnny. But what did you have to do to get there? And like,
And then the crazy thing about Johnny that we didn't mention is Johnny's presence in part 8 is really down to earth, humbling, even with all the crazy things happening. It's kind of upsetting, and I kind of like that. It's very much a Joseph kind of treatment.
Character assassination is not the right word because it's 100% his character.
Yeah,
but it feels like disappointing.
He was done dirty, and I think that's great.
Yeah, like fate got to him, and I think that's and for this part in part 8, I think that's fine.
So hold on, our JoJo tier or our JoJo list becomes Johnny over Josuke over Jolene, so that's top 3.
Okay.
Joseph at 4. Gappy at
Joseph at 4.
Joseph in general, I think at 4 is the way I would take it. Gappy at 5.
Yes.
And then bit of a power gap with Jotaro at 6. And then Giorno and fucking Jonathan. I'm actually okay with that list, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And then for our villain list, it's Kira into Jobin / Toru-ish kind of, into Pucci into Valentine. So that's our top 3-ish. And then
top 4. Yeah.
And then there's actually a fairly big power gap.
Huge power gap.
Who's the next? Dio? There's no way.
Wham is above everyone else.
That's true, though. That's just the way it is.
Yeah. Doppio is an A, but I'm not counting him as Diavolo. No matter what you can do, you will never let me.
Okay, but Diavolo is not last. Cars is last. Diavolo's second.
Diavolo D.
How much are people gonna hate that like fucking Tonio's above Dio and like Yuya? Hey man, short and sweet. These guys had a lot of time and they kind of fizzled out. That's how I'll describe it.
Yeah.
Well, that is the ultimate JoJo's character stand arc tier list. Everyone's going to be upset. Not a single human being will not be upset at something in this list. However,
they need to be
reread the parts and you might see our the way we look at some of these characters.
Reread the parts and pay attention to what people are saying. And like actually pay attention.
And then also keep in mind a lot of this is the amount of screen time they had made a bigger impact than the extended screen time some other characters had that they didn't do as much with. Say Dio, who's talked a lot about, but only shows up in the end to be kind of a charismatic, normal badass kind of guy.
Yeah. But then you have like Yuya, who doesn't show up a lot in part 4, but when he's there, the time is used very well.
Yes. And then like Head Doctor's made a splash. And then Darby is there for one arc, and he revolutionizes the way JoJo works. So, like, keep that in mind with how this tier list is structured. It is not as straightforward as, like, this guy is more important, so he has to go higher. That's not quite... Because that importance might not equate to quality moment. So...
Like, Diavolo's pretty important to part 5.
But fuck him.
Yeah.
Damn, D for Diavolo. That we gotta get out of here. Thank y'all for if you got this far. Go back. I know you skipped to get here, by the way. Go back and go listen to our reasonings for the people you're actually mad about. Because in our One Piece one, you just know people went there and were like, "Huh, Whitebeard that low," and they didn't listen to what we had to say.
Why is Bellamy above Whitebeard?
Because Bellamy's the GOAT in Dressrosa. All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
One last thing came up after we recorded. We were talking on Discord. I wasn't happy with Norisuke being above, like, Gappy and even Joseph. Joe kind of agreed, kind of didn't. But he did want to push Foo Fighters to top 10. And I tried to get Hayato up there. I wasn't sure about Joseph. So instead, I pitched swapping him with Josuke Part 8. And even though we said that, like, Part 8 doesn't have enough breathing room for Josuke's personality to always come out, what did push us over the edge was when we were talking about all the emotional moments with Josuke and how they're like better than almost any other character. The way Araki handles Josuke's emotional state is just really interesting. And because of that, I felt like we could edge him to top 10. Joe agreed. So this is what the tier list would look like in the end. Not perfect. Some concessions had to be made here with the 10 slot. But with that in mind, here's the full tier list also, because we didn't show that. So from top to bottom, with rough scrolling, anyone above like D is at least average or good, but like if your favorite characters are an A and S and top 10, then we really like them too, so just keep that in mind.